What happens when a grumpy 28-year-old man accidentally transmigrates into a 5-year-old's body in kindergarten? With a pirated system, broken cultivation logic, and a classroom full of toddlers, his only goal? Pretend to be normal, while secretly becoming OP. Welcome to Pretending to Cultivate in Kindergarten, the ultimate mashup of modern life, cultivation chaos, and comedy gold. Books in this world, cultivation levels go from 1 to 100. Lollipop in every magical elixir turns out to be snacks. Meet Lin Zhengran, former real estate millionaire, now forced to level up by conning kids out of their candy, saving fairies disguised as classmates, and somehow becoming the center of a battle between ancient gods and demon lords, all before nap time. Watch him navigate kindergarten drama, schoolyard politics, magical power-ups, and a childhood friend who might just be a fairy with a stash of sacred milk candies. From stealing elixirs from snack boxes, to earning system bonuses by teaching shy girls to throw paper balls at bullies. This isn't your typical cultivation tale. It's reincarnation, rewritten, magic misunderstood, and power hilariously misplaced.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.
Golden rays of morning sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting a soft glow on a little boy's stunned face. A cheerful nursery rhyme played in the background as a sweet-looking teacher in a floral dress tapped the podium, her gentle voice coaxing the children. All right, little stars, listen to the song 2 more times, and then we'll sing it together. Ready? Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Sitting quietly at the back by the window was Lin Zhengran, 5 years old, in the final year of kindergarten, class 3. Just a month ago, he'd been a 28-year-old man, fresh off a major windfall from a demolition compensation deal. But before he could enjoy his newfound riches, he was forcefully bound to a shady-looking system and zapped into this world. According to the system, this was the Lingqi Continent, a mysterious cultivation realm plagued by demons, spirits, and strange powers. Lin Zhengran was supposed to begin as a wandering cultivator, gradually growing stronger, building influence, founding a sect, and ultimately rising to become a godlike being. But, asterisk this freaking system. You didn't just kidnap me. You glitched out while doing it. What kind of bootleg version are you running? Asterisk. From what Lin Zhengran could see, this looked suspiciously like Earth. Cars, skyscrapers, hot pot restaurants, and kindergarten. Kindergarten? He couldn't even cuss properly at this age. Suddenly, a familiar robotic voice echoed in his mind. System activated. Congratulations, host, on successful transmigration. You are now in the Lingqi Continent. Cultivation ranges from level 1 to level 100. At level 100, you may ascend to godhood. Every 10 levels unlocks a unique ability. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, you're kidding me. There's no way this is Lingqi anything. I'm sitting next to children in bunny socks. Asterisk. You are currently level 1. Aptitude, ordinary. After 1 month in this world, you have made no progress. Asterisk, asterisk. Gee, thank for the encouragement. However, today, fate smiles upon you. A righteous sex fairy, Heching, is nearby. She carries a rare, Pure Yang Elixir that can rapidly enhance your cultivation. If paired with a red blood elixir, your physical aptitude may even be transformed. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk system, open your damn eyes. I'm surrounded by finger painting and juice boxes, not wandering cultivators and sect fairies. Asterisk. A soft voice pulled him out of his internal meltdown. Lin Zhengran, you're pressing on my hair. He looked down. A little girl in a pink dress with neatly braided pigtails was staring at him with teary eyes. This was Heching, his desk mate and childhood neighbor. My hair, it's stuck under your arm, and I have to pee. Lin Zhengran blinked, then asked with a completely straight face. Why'd you put it there? I didn't. I'm sorry. Could you lift your arm, please? She fumbled into her pocket, pulling out a small, wrapped candy. Here, my mom gave me this milk candy. It's my only one. He sighed and raised his arm. She rescued her hair, carefully smoothed it out, and shyly placed the candy in front of him. I don't eat this stuff, Lin Zhengran said flatly. He was about to push it back when, amazing, you've acquired the Pure Yang Elixir without effort. Consume it before the fairy regrets her generosity. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, huh? Asterisk. He stared at the candy in disbelief. Then, with a mix of skepticism and mischief, he peeled off the wrapper and popped it into his mouth. A soft, creamy sweetness spread over his tongue, and to his shock, a warm energy rushed through his body. Elixir consumed. Cultivation level +2. New level 3. Strength +1. Stamina +1. Asterisk, asterisk. He felt it. A real surge of power. His tiny 5-year-old fists itched to punch something, preferably the system. Meanwhile, Heching blinked. But you said you didn't want it. Lin Zhengran ignored her, deep in thought. So, the system still works, even in this weird modern setting? He looked at Heching, a gleam in his eye. She shrank back, thinking he was angry again. I didn't mean anything. Please don't be mad. He leaned in. Heching, do you have anything else to eat? She shook her head, pigtails swaying. Just this. She held out a single date. I already ate the rest. Red blood elixir detected. Perfect pairing with the Pure Yang Elixir. Transformation imminent. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, you're serious? Asterisk. Suppressing a grin, Lin Zhengran reached for the date. But seeing Heching on the verge of crying, he hesitated. I'll trade, he said. You're holding your stomach 'cause you're too scared to ask the teacher, right? I'll do it for you. In return, the date's mine. Deal. Her eyes widened. This wasn't the Lin Zhengran she knew, grumpy and aloof. Still, she nodded quickly. He raised his hand. Teacher, Heching needs to go potty. All eyes turned to her. She turned bright red, but the teacher nodded calmly. Go ahead. Be quick. Heching gave Lin Zhengran a look of pure gratitude and dashed out like her life depended on it. Lin Zhengran bit into the date, and power surged through him again. Red blood elixir consumed. Aptitude upgraded. Ordinary, slightly extraordinary. Cultivation level +1. New level 4. Energy +1. Asterisk, asterisk. Lin Zhengran, the teacher snapped. No eating during class. Alert. You've angered the sect fairy's master. They rebuke you through telepathic means across 1,000 miles. Be careful, young cultivator. Next time, it might not be a warning. Asterisk, asterisk. Lin Zhengran sighed. Yes, teacher. He slouched back in his seat, now more intrigued than ever. Asterisk, so, the rules do work. Even if it's not the world the system described, I can still gain strength. I just need to find the loopholes. Asterisk. He opened his kindergarten workbook absent-mindedly. Basic cultivation manual detected. Fully memorizing this text will unlock level 5. Asterisk, asterisk. Are you kidding me? I actually have to study. And so, the story of Lin Zhengran began. Cultivator, transmigrator, 5-year-old kindergartner, and candy-powered powerhouse. Girls' restroom. Sunshine Hope Kindergarten. A flustered splash echoed from the restroom stalls. Heching stood over the toilet, her sleeve dripping wet. In her panic to flush, she had leaned too far forward and soaked her arm. Eyes wide with distress, she scrambled to the sink, frantically scrubbing the spot with cold water. Just as she brought the fabric to her nose to check the smell, the recess bell rang. A boy happened to walk by the sink, glanced at her strange actions, and froze. Then his eyes lit up with wicked curiosity. Wait, are you sniffing your sleeve? He asked, grinning. Did you seriously pee on yourself? Heching's face turned crimson. She looked down, refusing to respond, and scrubbed faster. Hey, everyone, the boy suddenly shouted. Come quick. This girl peed on her clothes, and she's trying to wash it. His voice carried like a siren. Within seconds, a crowd of giggling kids gathered outside the bathroom door, craning their necks to get a look. Heching froze. Her eyes welled up, her vision blurred with tears. She couldn't even turn around. Inside the classroom, the system's voice buzzed in Lin Zhengran's mind, just as the hallway filled with noise. You bid farewell to the fairy, only to hear chaos in the distance. She is under siege by evil forces. Intervening may earn her gratitude, and perhaps a treasure. However, choosing not to act is also a valid path. Cultivation is full of risk, and every decision shapes your fate. Lin Zhengran clicked his tongue. Seriously? The fairy's under attack in a bathroom? Without waiting, he pushed his chair back and strode out of the classroom. Down the hall, he spotted Heching, surrounded by nosy children, her face streaked with tears. He pushed through the crowd like a tiny juggernaut. Who shouted just now? He barked. What's wrong with you people? Step forward. The moment his voice rang out, the kids fell silent. Lin Zhengran had a fearsome reputation in Class 3, not because he fought, but because he never smiled, never played, and treated everyone like background characters. He was the kindergarten's resident lone wolf, the brooding hero no one dared cross. Well, except for a few girls who secretly thought he was super cool. He knelt beside Heching. Why are you crying? Someone mocks you, and all you do is weep. Soft-spoken and timid, Heching was easy prey. As her sometimes lunch buddy and the boy who once ate her mom's dumplings, Lin Zhengran felt obligated to step in when she was in trouble. Stop crying, he snapped when she sniffled louder, or I'll leave you here. Immediately, Heching hiccuped and held back her tears. Now, who bullied you? Tell me. She stayed silent. Annoyed, he pinched her cheek. Talk, or I'll twist both. It didn't hurt, but she flinched and finally tilted her head toward a small boy in the crowd, now trembling like a leaf. You, Lin Zhengran said, narrowing his eyes. You shouted. The boy looked like he might faint. Didn't I just ask who did it? Now we're going to the teacher. If that doesn't work, we'll settle it outside. The boy panicked. I am sorry. I didn't mean it. What? Can't hear you. Didn't you shout loud enough earlier to wake the whole school? Shout now. The boy burst into sobs. I'm sorry. Heching, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Only then did Lin Zhengran let him go and walk away without another glance. Heching quickly followed him, wiping her eyes and trying to suppress the strange warmth rising in her chest. Behind them, the crowd buzzed. Lin Zhengran is so cool. He's got this aura, you know? Blushing, Heching sped up to catch him, sticking close behind like a loyal follower. You chose to save the fairy. She's overwhelmed by gratitude and begins to admire your strength. She may even wish to accompany you on future journeys. Companions offer warmth and strength, but they also bring new responsibilities. Consider wisely. Lin Zhengran rolled his eyes. Future journeys? I'm 5. What am I going to do? Drop out and ride a goat across the continent. Recess time, kindergarten yard. The other kids ran around laughing, climbing monkey bars, playing tag. Lin Zhengran sat beside the slide, arms crossed. Heching stood awkwardly in front of him, as if unsure of her crime. Why are you standing there? He asked flatly. You're blocking my sunlight. Oh, sorry. She shuffled to the side. Now you're blocking the breeze. Where should I go? Why not sit down? She looked at the dirt. The ground's dirty. Only next to you is clean. Then sit in the dirt. Okay. She crouched. I'm joking. Sit here, you blockhead. Startled, Heching sat down beside him, hands folded neatly in her lap. Thank you for earlier, she whispered. How can I repay you? You got more snacks? He asked. She shook her head, then brightened. I have some at home. A whole box of candies. My room's full of them. She held out her hands to show the size. Thousands. Lin Zhengran smirked. She doesn't even know numbers. But still, all for me. She nodded quickly. All for you. Do you want anything else? The fairy is overflowing with gratitude. A treasure trove of sect elixirs, perhaps even a rare item hidden among them. Will you accept? He leaned in. Got anything special? She hesitated. There's this big chocolate bar. My dad gave it to me on my birthday. I've been saving it under the wardrobe. A treasured item, hidden, guarded, passed down from the patriarch. A high-grade item of emotional value. I want to see it, he said. Heching nodded solemnly. I'll show you tonight. Dismissal, kindergarten gate. The bell rang. The teacher began lining up the students. Everyone, hand behind your back, eyes forward. Lin Zhengran trailed at the back, spotting his parents waving outside the gate. In this strange new life, he had come to know his new identity well. His father, Lin Kai, nicknamed Lin Handsome by his doting wife, was a stable government worker in town. His mother, Lin Xiaoli, worked at a nail salon, sweet-natured but a little ditzy. She made more money than his dad, and the nickname Lin Handsome came from some cartoons she liked. They weren't rich, but they were close, loving, supportive, and, miracle of miracles, they were alive. In his previous world, he was a typical web novel protagonist, talented, handsome, and orphaned. This time, I won the lottery. Parents, a stable life, and a bug system. Lin Zhengran smiled faintly as he walked out of the gate toward his family. Looks like the legendary tragic Cultivator arc is canceled. Instead, welcome to System Cultivator Kindergarten Edition. Outside the school gate, Lin Xiaoli bent down with a cheerful smile to greet the two children. School's out. How are things today? Ran and Qing. Did you have fun at school? Seeing that her mother hadn't arrived, Heching nodded and replied softly, "It was fun," before hesitantly asking, "Auntie, where's my mom?" Lin Xiaoli, speaking in a tone as gentle as coaxing a child, patted Heching's head. "Your mom has to work overtime tonight, so she asked me to pick you up. You'll have dinner at our house tonight, okay?" She held up a finger and added, "I bought shrimp today. They're really delicious." Your mom already agreed. Heching's sadness over her mother's absence was quickly overshadowed by her love of shrimp. She glanced at Lin Zhengran, biting her lip nervously, afraid he might disapprove. Lin Kai opened the car door. Ran, you and Qing can sit in the back. Let's hurry. Traffic will get bad soon." Lin Xiaoli responded with a cheerful "got it" and ushered the children into the car. Lin Zhengran got into the back seat first, but when he saw Heching still standing outside, he frowned. "What are you waiting for? Get in." "Oh," Heching murmured softly, her face lighting up slightly as she climbed into the car to sit beside him. On the way home, Lin Xiaoli, seated in the front passenger seat, opened a bag of snacks and handed it to the children. Ran, Qing, here's some chocolate for you." Remembering the system, Lin Zhengran took a piece but didn't hear any prompts. Puzzled about why nothing was triggering, he handed the snack to Heching instead. "Here, you eat it," he said. Heching looked surprised, and Lin Xiaoli was even more astonished, smiling meaningfully. "Oh, Ran and Qing are getting along so well now. You're even sharing your snacks with her." "I just don't like sweets," Lin Zhengran replied, turning to look out the window. Lin Xiaoli chuckled, covering her mouth. "Really? There's actually a kid who doesn't like snacks." Heching, less concerned about the deeper implications, looked flustered. "You really don't want it?" "Nope. It's yours." Holding the snack, Heching stared at it but didn't open it, though she did swallow nervously. Lin Xiaoli gently reminded her, "If you're not going to eat it now, save it for later." Ran said he doesn't want it, so he definitely won't eat it. "Okay," Heching whispered, stealing a glance at Lin Zhengran. In a tiny voice, she added, "I'll show you the stuff I mentioned when we get home." He replied. Seeing that he wasn't upset, Heching carefully put the chocolate in her pocket. When they arrived home, Heching ran to her own house first, carrying her school bag. She entered the password and opened the door. Heching lived in a single-parent household. Her mother often worked overtime, so she was used to coming home alone. From behind, Lin Xiaoli called out, "Qing, we'll call you when dinner's ready, okay?" "Got it. I'm just grabbing something." Heching put down her school bag, went to her bedroom, and found a box of candies. Then she crawled under her wardrobe, stretching to reach a small box hidden there. Wiping off the dust, she pursed her lips reluctantly, but remembered what had happened earlier that day and decided to give it to Lin Zhengran. Hugging the two boxes, she went over to Lin Zhengran's house, where Lin Xiaoli and Lin Kai were busy cooking in the kitchen. Heching, naturally intimidated by Lin Zhengran, stood at the doorway of his bedroom, which he hadn't bothered to close. She watched him organizing his things on the bed, but didn't dare step inside. From the doorway, she called out timidly Lin Zhengran. I brought the stuff. He responded without looking up, assuming she had entered. But after a while, he noticed she was still standing there, staring at him with wide eyes. What are you standing there for? Heching hesitated, lowering her head. She was afraid that entering without permission would anger him, but she didn't dare explain. Lin Zhengran patted the bed. Come sit here. Give me the stuff, then close the door. Okay. Heching obediently followed his instructions. She sat on the bed, handed over the boxes, got up to close the door, and then stood there absent-mindedly, looking lost. Even her movements followed his sequence exactly, as if she didn't dare alter them. Though Lin Zhengran wasn't usually quick to anger, a vein throbbed on his forehead at this moment. He walked over, lightly pinched her cheeks, and scolded. Why are you standing there again? Sit on the bed. Sorry. You're making it look like I'm always bullying you, but you're the one who drives me crazy. Feeling wronged, Heching murmured, I don't. Returning to the bed, Lin Zhengran opened the candy box. Jackpot! It's a box full of nourishing elixirs. While the quality isn't particularly high, the quantity is exceptional. For someone new to cultivation, these are invaluable. If you consume and absorb them properly, leveling up several times within half a year is entirely possible. That's odd, Lin Zhengran thought, recalling the chocolate his mom had given him earlier. Could it be that only items from Heching are considered treasures by the system? Where did you get these candies? He asked. They're from my mom. I save a few each time, so I won't run out someday, Heching explained. Opening the second, flatter box, Lin Zhengran found the large chocolate bar Heching had mentioned earlier. Inside was a block of dark chocolate studded with whole nuts. Unfortunately, it looked spoiled, likely due to its age. Black blood paste. Though of excellent quality, environmental corrosion has rendered it ineffective. It is now useless. Lin Zhengran was about to tell her the chocolate was expired, but stopped when he saw her expression. Her small hands were clenched together, and she looked incredibly anxious. Are you reluctant to give it to me? He asked curiously. Heching quickly shook her head. No, it's not that. It's just, she hesitated before whispering, this is the only gift my dad ever gave me. If you really want it, could you leave me a small piece? Just a little. What if I don't? Lin Zhengran asked, smirking. What if I don't leave you any? Not even a crumb. Then where are you throwing the leftovers? I'll go pick them up, Heching replied, tears forming in her eyes. Lin Zhengran, at a loss for words, handed the chocolate back to her. Don't cry. I don't like this stuff. You can keep it. But as payment for me saving you earlier, he shook the candy box in his hand. This box isn't enough. From now on, every time your mom gives you candy, you have to share some with me. And you have to listen to me. Got it? Heching's tears instantly stopped. Hugging the chocolate tightly, she nodded eagerly. Okay, I'll split my candy in half with you every time. I'll listen to you. Good, Lin Zhengran said, nodding. It's a deal. You have chosen to temporarily team up with the fairy. Her naivety and gratitude have led her to agree to follow your lead. Perhaps out of obligation for taking her offerings, you consider teaching her about the dangers of the world during your time together, knowing you won't remain companions for long. This will help her on her future cultivation path. This system really seems to understand what I want. I'm not a terrible person at heart. If I take something from it, I should give something back. From the kitchen, his mom shouted, Ran, Ching, come eat. The shrimp is steamed and ready. Lin Zhengran and little Heching left the bedroom in response. The two kids sat at the dining table, while Lin Xiaoli placed a plate of shrimp in front of them. You two peel and eat these yourselves. Ching, don't hold back here at Auntie's house. Heching hesitated, waiting for Lin Zhengran to make the first move before she dared to take a shrimp. Her timid movements couldn't hide her inner glutton. She snapped the shrimp's head off and bit into it, savoring the flavor. The sweetness of the shrimp brought an unmistakable look of joy to her face. She then placed the body of the shrimp in front of Lin Zhengran. Why are you giving this to me? Lin Zhengran asked curiously. Do you not like it? Are you picky? Heching stammered, I'm not picky. Lin Zhengran understood immediately. She was trying to give him the tastiest part of the shrimp. Heching had a kind heart, a deep sense of gratitude for even the smallest kindness. She just didn't express it aloud, making it difficult for other kids to understand her. Only someone like Lin Zhengran, who had been reborn, could guess her thoughts. "If you're not picky, then take it back," he said firmly. Heching wanted to explain that the shrimp meat was delicious, and that's why she was giving it to him. But Lin Zhengran's stern look silenced her. She reluctantly took the shrimp back, lowered her head, and nibbled on it timidly. That evening, Auntie came home from overtime and took Heching away. Auntie, he was a stern woman, always with a serious expression that gave the impression of a heavy burden. Her strictness, combined with the absence of Heching's father, was likely the root of Heching's timid nature. On their way home, Auntie held her daughter's hand and asked, "Ching, why do I feel like you're afraid of your Ran brother? Don't you like playing with him?" Heching answered without hesitation, "I do." "Then why do you keep calling him Lin Zhengran instead of Ran brother?" At first, Heching had called him Ran brother, but Lin Zhengran didn't like it, so she switched to using his full name. Auntie, he didn't press further when her daughter fell silent again. "Let's go visit Grandma this winter, okay? It's been a long time since we went back home." Okay. That night, in his bedroom, Lin Zhengran ate the box of candy Heching had given him. Each piece made him feel stronger, more energetic, or more vitalized, just like a cultivation elixir. The candy was so effective that he finished the entire box in one night. Good thing kids have strong teeth. Even after eating a whole box, he didn't feel any pain. For the next month, Lin Zhengran made it a habit to ask Heching for snacks every day. In exchange, he would give her some of the snacks his parents gave him. He wasn't interested in the snacks themselves, but in the system rewards they brought. During this time, he also began teaching Heching how to stand up for herself, or, as others might see it, how to cause trouble. For example, during class, if someone whispered bad things about Heching, Lin Zhengran would tell her to throw a paper ball at them. Heching didn't want to. "You heard them bad-mouthing you, didn't you? Throw it," Lin Zhengran demanded. When she still hesitated, he pinched her cheek. "Do as I say. You promised, didn't you? Or do you want to break your promise?" Under the tyranny of Lin Zhengran, Heching had no choice but to comply. But when the other kids saw it was Heching who threw the paper ball, they simply glanced at Lin Zhengran and said nothing further. Lin Zhengran pushed her in other ways too. At lunch, if Heching didn't get enough to eat, she used to stay hungry until dinner. But now, Lin Zhengran would make her raise her hand and call out, "Teacher, I'm still hungry." If her voice was too soft, Lin Zhengran would poke her leg. "Speak up. Who can hear you whispering like a mosquito?" He also made her ask for partners during activities, call for the teacher when she was scared to go to the restroom alone, and more. By the end of the month, Heching didn't know what had gotten into Lin Zhengran. He seemed to be bullying her more than ever. But while she initially couldn't do anything and later realized resistance was futile, she found herself less shy about speaking up as time went on. One day, Lin Xiaoli took Lin Zhengran shopping at the mall. She loved browsing for clothes and shoes, taking forever at each store. Lin Zhengran, bored out of his mind, stood at the entrance and noticed a familiar figure outside the children's taekwondo studio. It was Heching, standing by herself and watching a promotional video on repeat. Today, while out, you accidentally discover he's studying a certain sect's martial art technique. You feel curious and wonder if you should approach her. He walked over and tapped her on the shoulder. "Heching." She jumped, relaxing only when she saw it was him. She clasped her hands nervously in front of her like she'd done something wrong. "Why do you always have your head down when I see you? Next time, try looking up when you talk to me," Lin Zhengran said bluntly. Heching lifted her head, but still looked timid. Lin Zhengran sighed. "What are you doing here? Did your mom bring you?" Heching pointed to a nearby cafe. Following her gaze, Lin Zhengran spotted Auntie sitting with a man. Her expression was as stern as ever, and it looked like she might start yelling at any moment. "That's your dad." Heching nodded. Mom's arguing with him again. I didn't want to hear them fight, so I came outside." Her voice grew softer. "They rarely meet, but they always argue. I hate it." Despite the heavy atmosphere, Lin Zhengran couldn't help but laugh. You actually expressed your feelings? You're learning to dislike things now? Seems like my bullying this past month wasn't for nothing. Heching blushed and quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head to indicate she hadn't meant to slip up. Lin Zhengran pulled her hands away, scolding. Why are you shaking your head? Speaking your mind isn't a bad thing. Keeping silent all the time. Do you think that's good? Do you think people like that? Heching pressed her lips together, wringing her hands nervously before whispering. But if I talk too much, I'm afraid people will get annoyed. Lin Zhengran sighed. He could imagine he coming home after work with a cold expression, making Heching too scared to bother her. Even so, it's better than being silent all the time. When you're with me, just say whatever you're thinking, got it? Heching nodded vigorously. Lin Zhengran turned his attention to the Taekwondo promotional video. Taekwondo? I didn't think you'd be interested in something like this. Are you planning to learn it? Heching blushed and shook her head. Not really. I just think it looks cool, and I wanna... She trailed off again, unable to finish her sentence. Frustrated, Lin Zhengran flicked her forehead. Ow! Heching clutched her head, her eyes welling with tears. Speak up, Lin Zhengran demanded. Didn't I tell you to say what you're thinking? Heching mustered her courage and stammered. I just want to protect you. If someone bullies you in the future, I can protect you. Lin Zhengran froze before bursting into laughter. You're going to protect me? You must have misspoken, right? Heching nodded, then realized something was off and quickly shook her head. She opened her mouth like a nervous little chick. Because you're always making the teachers and classmates mad at you in kindergarten, and none of the boys play with you. I thought if someone bullies you in the future, I could help you teach them a lesson and stand up for you. Lin Zhengran couldn't stop laughing, while Heching's face turned bright red. She lowered her head, too embarrassed to make a sound. But aren't you the one who's always getting picked on? You can't even protect yourself. How are you going to help me? Lin Zhengran teased. Heching bit her lip, her voice dropping even lower. Not anymore. Since you've been teaching me to do bad things, the teachers say I've been led astray by you. Now no one picks on me, except you. Lin Zhengran's laughter came to an abrupt stop. True. Thinking about it, lately, no one but me has been bothering you. But since you know I'm bullying you, why would you still want to protect me? She lowered her head, unsure of the reason herself. It was just how she felt. Lin Zhengran reached out his hand. Heching flinched, thinking he was about to pinch her cheek again, and quickly shut her eyes and hunched her shoulders. But all he did was pat her on the shoulder. Even though I don't expect you to protect me. Thanks anyway, he said with a smile. Then he turned to the Taekwondo ad playing on the screen nearby. As for this Taekwondo thing, if you really want to learn, ask Auntie to sign you up. Who knows? Maybe you'll become pretty awesome at it one day. Oh, really? Heching asked, wide-eyed with surprise. Of course. You never know with these things, Lin Zhengran replied casually. Children don't always fully understand their feelings, but Heching was starting to realize why she didn't dislike being bullied by him. Lin Zhengran never dismissed her ideas. Every time her timidity held her back, he pushed her forward, giving her confidence. From afar, Lin Xiaoli's voice called out, Ran. Time to go. Lin Zhengran turned and shouted back, coming. He waved goodbye to Heching. I have to go find my mom. See you tomorrow at school. Don't forget to bring me snacks. Your words have subtly influenced Fairy He's heart, altering her destiny in some way. Encounter reward, +1 charm. Huh? A hidden event. As Lin Zhengran walked away, Heching waved her small hand, her cheeks tinged pink. A moment later, she turned and headed back to the cafe where her parents were. That night, Auntie returned home in a huff, dragging Heching along. Heching sat watching her mother sob silently on the sofa. Every time her mom met with her dad, it ended like this. But this time, Heching intervened for the first time. She poured a glass of water and handed it to her mom. Mom, you should just divorce Dad. Stop being so upset. Auntie froze in shock, staring at her usually quiet daughter. Tears welled up even more before she suddenly laughed through her sobs. Her voice trembled as she asked, Who taught you to say that? What did you learn to talk like this? Heching had always been quiet, but she wasn't dumb. She wanted to say these things for a long time. Lin Zhengran's month of bad influence had finally given her the courage, and he pulled her daughter into her arms and stroked her hair. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll be happier from now on. A month passed. It was Wednesday morning, and Lin Zhengran was driving Lin Zhengran to school. Sitting in the car, Lin Zhengran flipped through a kindergarten workbook. When the system's voice chimed in, his eyes filled with tears of joy. Finally, after 2 months of conning Heching and diligent cultivation, he'd reached level 10. After 2 months of cultivation, you've finally broken through to level 10. This marks your first milestone on the path of cultivation. You've unlocked your first exclusive ability. As proof of your progress, the low-grade elixirs provided by Fairy will no longer have any effect. Lin Zhengran wasn't surprised by the system's announcement. Over the past 2 months, he'd eaten so many snacks that they no longer tasted as good. In cultivation terms, it was probably a case of developing resistance. Your current attributes are as follows. Strength 3, Stamina 4, Energy 2, Charm 2. You've unlocked your first exclusive skill, Fortune Link. Your bond with Fairy has created a unique change in your cultivation path. Over the past 2 months, you've discovered that whenever Fairy improves, you gain progress as well. In the cultivation world, this is known as a fortune meridian. Establishing a sect often relies on this principle. After delving deeply into this method, you've made modest progress. Skill, Fortune Link. Effect, whenever you form a contract with a willing follower, their cultivation breakthroughs will grant you double the benefits. Note, the contract requires the follower's genuine consent to succeed. A contract? Why does this feel so familiar? Still, this ability was powerful. He couldn't deny he liked the sound of it. Fairy, he is just ahead of you today. After 2 months together, do you want to form a contract with her or choose someone else? Ran, we're here. Dad has to go to work now, Lin Zhengran said as he pulled up to the school gates. Got it. Drive safe, Dad, Lin Zhengran replied, jumping out of the car. Sure enough, not far from the school gates, Heching was standing with her mom. Auntie seemed in better spirits than usual, stroking her daughter's hair and giving her reminders about listening to the teachers. With a bright smile, Heching waved goodbye to her mom. Bye, Mom. Be careful on your way to work. As Lin Zhengran approached, Heching immediately straightened up and greeted him sweetly. Lin Zhengran, good morning. Watching Auntie leave in a taxi, Lin Zhengran remarked, Your mom looks happier today. Heching nodded lightly, following his gaze. Ever since my parents got divorced, they've both been a lot happier. From her pocket, she pulled out a bag of candies and handed it to him. Here, I asked Mom to buy these for you. They're all your favorite flavors. 2 months had passed, and Heching had shed many of her bad habits. She spoke more freely now and wasn't as secretive as before. Though she was still a little reserved at times, it was a big improvement. Lin Zhengran waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to give me snacks anymore. I don't want them. Heching froze, panic flashing across her face. Tears welled up as she stammered. Why? Are you mad at me? Why don't you want them anymore? What do you mean mad? I just don't want them, Lin Zhengran said, exasperated. But why? Did I do something wrong? She asked anxiously. I just don't feel like eating them anymore. Keep them for yourself, he explained casually. They no longer boosted his progress, so there was no point in eating them. Why are you crying now? Lin Zhengran asked, giving her an incredulous look. Seeing Heching suddenly tear up, her eyes red and watery, Lin Zhengran couldn't help but tug at her soft cheeks. Why are you crying? I'm not taking your stuff anymore, so shouldn't you be happy? Now you can have even more snacks every day. Heching whimpered as her face ached from his tugging, staring at him with watery eyes and muttering. But you used to take my stuff every day. Why don't you want it any more today? Lin Zhengran paused, unsure of what to say. Are you sick or something? Have you gotten addicted to being bullied? Heching held her cheeks with both hands, clutching the candy in her tiny fist, still looking pitifully at him. Too tired to continue the conversation, Lin Zhengran changed the subject. Didn't you say you were going to ask your mom to sign you up for Taekwondo? Did you? She shook her head. Not yet. You don't want any more? I do. Before Lin Zhengran could scold her for being too timid to speak up, she quickly waved her hands in explanation. It's not that I don't want to say it. It's just that my mom's been busy with the divorce lately. I was planning to tell her tonight. Lin Zhengran nodded in approval. Good. You're indecisive about little things, but at least you're clear-headed about the big stuff. As the kindergarten teacher began calling the children inside, Lin Zhengran and Heching walked toward the school. Heching said softly, "It's just that my parents haven't shared a bed for a long time. Since they're unhappy together, it's better for them to split up sooner." Lin Zhengran gave her an admiring look. You're starting to sound much smarter than before. It's refreshing. Heching shyly lowered her head, feeling his words sounded a little strange. From a distance, the teacher called out, Heching, are you here? Before Lin Zhengran could habitually call out for her, Heching raised her hand first. Teacher, I'm here. The teacher responded, all right, get in line and don't run around. Watching Heching's shy gesture, Lin Zhengran felt that his 2 months of effort hadn't gone to waste. During the morning self-study session, Lin Zhengran stared at Heching as she held onto the edge of her chair, blinking her big eyes in confusion. What is it, Lin Zhengran? She asked. He smiled. Heching, do you want to stick with me forever? The system hadn't explained how to form a contract, but he figured sincerity on both sides would do the trick. But Heching didn't understand. What do you mean by stick with you forever? At that moment, she overheard some classmates reading an illustrated storybook. It showed a cartoon bride and groom at a wedding, with the caption, two people who will stay together forever. Heching's clever little mind quickly connected the dots. Her face turned bright red. Stick with him forever must mean getting married, becoming a bride and groom, and even sleeping together. Lin Zhengran, oblivious to her interpretation, continued, it doesn't mean anything else. You can think of it however you want. Maybe as just being Good Friday. Before he could finish, she looked back at him, her face still flushed, and nodded shyly. Okay, I'm willing. Lin Zhengran was surprised by her decisiveness and extended his hand. Then let's pinky promise. No takebacks. Heching hooked her little finger around his and repeated earnestly, no takebacks. You successfully formed a fortune bond with Fairy He, stealing talent from a potential rival sect. From now on, whenever Fairy He improves her cultivation, you will gain double the progress. However, it seems Fairy He had other thoughts when forming this bond. Other thoughts? Lin Zhengran asked bluntly, what are you thinking about me right now? Still holding onto his pinky, Heching looked confused and replied naively, Huh? I don't have any thoughts. I'm just thinking I'll follow you from now on. Lin Zhengran retracted his hand, placing a kindergarten book in front of her. As a transmigrator, he didn't consider anything beyond her being a 5-year-old kid. Fine, think whatever you want. Just read your book. Okay. That day passed uneventfully. Lin Zhengran watched Heching flipping through her book and then checked the system's cultivation progress bar. Why wasn't it moving? Did reading not count as cultivation for her? After school, Heching approached her mom. Mom, I want to sign up for a class. Aunt He, who had come to pick her up, was visibly surprised. When she'd been struggling with whether to divorce, her daughter had been so withdrawn and silent. Now, with the divorce finalized, Heching seemed to have become more talkative, and he felt like the entire family was moving toward a brighter future. She knelt to meet her daughter's eyes. Qingqing, what kind of class do you want? Something to prepare for elementary school? Heching shook her head and pulled out a flyer from her pocket. No, it's this one. And he took the flyer and froze upon seeing the title. She looked at her docile daughter, then at the cheerful kids on the flyer. Taekwondo? You know this is all about fighting, right? You want to learn this? Do you think you can handle it? You might get hurt. Heching nodded and muttered, I can handle it. I'm not afraid of getting hurt. And he chuckled and, after some thought, patted her daughter's head. They say kids grow up all of a sudden. Qingqing, you've really grown up overnight. I didn't even realize when you became so strong. She stood up and held her daughter's hand. All right, let's go check it out. If you really want to do this, I'll pay for the class today. Thank you, Mom. Heching beamed. Shortly after, Aunt He brought her daughter to the Children's Taekwondo Center in a nearby mall. Watching the kids sparring, she couldn't help but worry. But Heching's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched her peers, strong and fearless. After the coach reassured her of the kids' safety, he signed Heching up. From that day on, Heching officially began her journey in Taekwondo. It wasn't long before Lin Zhengran noticed something interesting. His cultivation progress bar started moving again. Fairy He, after wandering for months since leaving her sect, has finally found her cultivation path. She is now a beginner martial artist. As her fortune-bound partner, you have automatically advanced to a low-level martial artist. Strength +2. Spirit level +1. Total level 11. So, Heching's cultivation path is Taekwondo. I can already imagine what she'll be like in the future. Winter soon arrived, and this year's snow came early. The kindergarten went on winter break, but Heching's Taekwondo training continued. At the Taekwondo Center, Lin Zhengran sat in the spectator seats, watching Heching sparring in her tiny uniform. Her cute face and powerful kicks created a strange contrast, but it was clear she had a knack for it. In just over a month, the timid girl who used to get bullied had turned into a standout at the Taekwondo Center, even beating many boys. She'd become recognized as one of their top students. Of course, much of this was thanks to Lin Zhengran secretly coaching her during his free time. As for why Lin Zhengran was so skilled in Taekwondo, it could only be attributed to the incredible level 10 talent granted by the system. Whenever Heching improved her skills, Lin Zhengran's abilities would double, and even theoretical knowledge about Taekwondo would naturally surface in his mind. This allowed Lin Zhengran to guide Heching to higher levels whenever she hit a plateau, using both theory and practice. For example, today, on a Saturday, Lin Zhengran and Heching were practicing grappling techniques on the bed. Heching struck a fighting pose, let out a fierce "ha," and tried to throw Lin Zhengran. But with a swift counter, Lin Zhengran flipped her onto the bed. Flat on her back with her legs arched, Heching froze, staring at Lin Zhengran, standing triumphantly over her. Her clear eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Lin Zhengran, you're amazing. How'd you do that?" Sitting down, Lin Zhengran began explaining the key points of the move, and Heching listened intently. But halfway through, Lin Zhengran noticed Heching sitting like a duck, her little hands clutching the blanket as she suddenly giggled. With a stern face, Lin Zhengran asked, "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Heching quickly shook her head, her ponytail swaying. No, everything's right. But, Lin Zhengran, how are you good at everything? You didn't even sign up, yet you're better than me." Crossing his arms and puffing up his chest, Lin Zhengran declared with an adult-like pride, "Why wouldn't I be better than you? Isn't that normal?" Heching nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Normal. The two kids locked eyes, and Lin Zhengran noticed something odd in Heching's gaze, a focused intensity that he couldn't quite describe. "What's with that look?" he asked. Heching hesitated, lowering her head shyly and gripping the blanket tighter. "Nothing, I'm really grateful to you. You've always helped me train. Lin Zhengran, why don't you sign up for Taekwondo, too? Then we could train together every day." Closing his eyes, Lin Zhengran firmly refused. "I'm not signing up for that. I'm not interested in Taekwondo. I'm just helping you, so you can get stronger and not get bullied." Heching blushed, unable to hold back. "You're so good to me." Lin Zhengran's eyes snapped open. "What did you say?" She clammed up immediately, shaking her head. "Nothing." "Nothing? Then focus on practicing what I taught you this week. Don't you want to place in the top 3 at this year's dojo competition?" It was hard to say what exactly Heching thought of Lin Zhengran at this moment. Or perhaps Heching herself didn't know. Her little mind only wanted to spend every day with him, even if it meant being bullied by him. Even though her thoughts were simple, she wasn't oblivious. She knew that many other girls liked to be around Lin Zhengran too. She had noticed it long ago. Lin Zhengran was good-looking, skilled at everything, and difficult not to like. But during the 2 years in kindergarten, Lin Zhengran's aloofness and the small class size kept others at bay. Once they entered elementary school, though, things changed slightly as there were more classmates. This year, Lin Zhengran and Heching turned 7 and officially left kindergarten behind. In first grade, they were miraculously assigned to sit together. But when the second grade started, the teacher reorganized the classes, and Heching was no longer in Lin Zhengran's class. Of course, this didn't stop them from playing together on weekends. After all, being neighbors meant they could see each other anytime. It was Friday. The small town had picked up a beer festival tradition, though it was more of an excuse for a street market. There were more stalls selling liquor than beer. Perhaps because the mayor cared a lot about the festival, there were even police officers patrolling the area. Lin Zhengran was wandering around the festival with his parents. After an hour, Lin Zhengran was still light on his feet, showing no signs of fatigue. It had been 2 years since the system activated. Thanks to weekly taekwondo lessons with Heching and her own dedication, Heching had become the strongest girl at their taekwondo center under Lin Zhengran's guidance. Naturally, Lin Zhengran's abilities had also leveled up significantly. Current spirit level, 18. Small achievements unlocked. Attributes: Strength, 5. Stamina, 6. Endurance, 10. Charisma, 4. The sunny weather and a lively market relaxed you. Perhaps today you could find an ancient map fragment. After all, that's a trope in all fantasy novels. But as you browse the market, you suddenly heard the roar of a magical beast. This alarmed you. A magical beast in the human world? If left unchecked, the festival could become a sea of blood. Will you investigate or flee immediately? A magical beast? Looking at the bustling market, with its excellent security, Lin Zhengran couldn't imagine what the so-called magical beast could be. Could it be a tiger escaped from a zoo? And where was it? Anyway, the system hadn't specified. Ranran's dad, look at this hat. Isn't it cute? Should we get matching ones for Ranran and me? Lin Xiaoli held up an adorable cartoon hat, laughing. If you like it, buy it. Today's a shopping day anyway. Lin Yingjun replied with a smile. I'll see if there are other styles, Lin Xiaoli said, bending over to browse while asking Lin Zhengran. Ranran, do you like this one? How about this cat hat? Lin Zhengran found it too girly and unattractive. Mom, I want to go back to the car and rest. I'm a little tired. Already? We haven't been out long. Mom, I'm just a kid. I can't walk as much as adults. Lin Zhengran feigned innocence. Lin Xiaoli gave him a disdainful look, identical to his own when he looked down on others. Nonsense. You practice taekwondo with Qingqing all the time. Do you think you're dad and I don't know? You're not tired. Lin Yingjun, noting his son's embarrassed face, understood the real reason, his wife's slow shopping pace. She lingered at every stall, making little progress after an hour. Let him rest in the car if he's tired. The festival seems well organized, with plenty of patrol officers near the parking area. He'll be safe. Lin Xiaoli shrugged. Fine. Ranran's dad, take it back to the car. We'll find him there after shopping. Relieved, Lin Zhengran followed his dad back to the car. After his father left, Lin Zhengran pondered where this magical beast might be. On the street, a little girl with pigtails and a yellow dress was holding a small dog and waving a thin stick at a golden retriever in the distance. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call the police. The half-meter-tall golden retriever cautiously moved its paw forward, prompting the pigtail-wearing girl to scream louder while flailing her stick wildly. Stay back. I warned you not to come any closer. The golden retriever whimpered, retreated 2 steps, and froze in place, looking aggrieved. You've successfully detected the magical beast. This creature, with its golden fur and large build, is clearly of substantial cultivation. It appears to be engaged in a battle with a heroic girl. Will you assist her or prioritize your safety? So the so-called magical beast was just this big dog? It didn't even bare its teeth. It looked rather docile. Lin Zhengran got out of the car and walked over. As he approached, the girl seemed vaguely familiar. Even her voice sparked a sense of recognition. When he called out from behind her, the girl panicked, screamed, and crouched on the ground, clutching the smaller golden puppy in her arms. Help! Police! Help me! Baffled, Lin Zhengran took a closer look and recognized her. Jiang Xueli? Hearing a human voice and realizing the big dog hadn't attacked, Jiang Shuili slowly opened her tear-filled eyes. She looked up and blurted, Lin Zhengran. The two were classmates. Jiang Shuili was the discipline officer responsible for maintaining order and correcting disruptive behavior in their class. Lin Zhengran, known for napping during lessons and reading incomprehensible books, left a deep impression on her. What are you doing? Lin Zhengran asked curiously. Why are you yelling so much? As if grabbing onto a lifeline, Jiang Shuili quickly hid behind him, pointing at the big dog. Lin Zhengran, help me protect this little dog. That big dog tried to bite it to death. Look, the little dog is covered in blood. If I hadn't saved it, it would have died. Blood. Lin Zhengran glanced at the puppy in her arms and noticed reddish spots around its mouth and eyes. But the color seemed off. It didn't look like blood. There were no visible wounds, and the redness even contained strange seeds. Suspicious. Lin Zhengran wiped a bit of the red substance with his finger and sighed. This looks like dragon fruit to me. Dragon fruit? What dragon fruit? Jiang Shuili looked puzzled. Lin Zhengran glanced at the big golden retriever, who seemed wronged and pitiful. The truth was clear. If I'm not mistaken, this big dog is probably the little dog's mom. Why don't you put the puppy down and see if it goes to her? Jiang Shuili hesitated, but soon protested vehemently. That's impossible. I saw the big dog biting the puppy's head with my own eyes. Uninterested in arguing, Lin Zhengran gently took the puppy from her arms and placed it on the ground. The little golden puppy immediately wagged its tail and ran to its mother, who licked the dragon fruit pulp off its face before giving Lin Zhengran a grateful bark and walking away. You've saved the magical beast mother and child, earning their blessing. Charisma +1. Jiang Shuili stood frozen, like a statue. What do you have to say now? Lin Zhengran asked. This. He mimicked her stammering. This. Blushing, Jiang Shuili closed her eyes and declared, I meant well, okay. Straightening her arms and clenching her fists, she pouted. Why are you looking at me like that? Like I'm an idiot. Lin Zhengran chuckled. Well, you're self-aware at least. Why so worked up? I didn't even say anything. Jiang Shuili's strong-willed nature made her flush deeper at his remark. Shortly after, a police officer approached, asking who had yelled for help. Without hesitation, Lin Zhengran pointed at Jiang Shuili. Mortified, she frantically waved her hands, her pigtails bouncing. No, officer. I didn't yell. Nothing happened. The officer chuckled and left, treating the incident as child's play. Lin Zhengran turned to leave, but Jiang Shuili, fists clenched, finally shouted, Thank you for saving me earlier. I'm a person who doesn't forget debts. Stopping in his tracks, Lin Zhengran turned to look at her. She bit her lip, embarrassed. After a moment, he teased, What did you say? I didn't catch that. Caught off guard, Jiang Shuili stammered. I said, without changing his expression. Lin Zhengran interrupted. Actually, I heard you. You're welcome. Watching him walk away, Jiang Shuili muttered to herself. What's his problem? Then, covering her face, she whispered, I'm so embarrassed, and hurried off. A week passed. One day, as Lin Zhengran and Heching walked to school, he noticed Jiang Shuili approaching from the opposite direction. Upon seeing him, she froze and quickly ran away, a pattern that had repeated several times that week. Heching, unaware of the girl, saw Lin Zhengran's puzzled expression and asked softly, What are you looking at? Nothing, he replied. Still confused, Heching tilted her head, but Lin Zhengran didn't elaborate. The reason behind Jiang Shuili's behavior became clear during a self-study session in class. The teacher was absent, and the classroom buzzed with chatter and noise. Lin Zhengran, as usual, was napping. Unable to tolerate the chaos, Jiang Shuili stood up. Quiet down. This is a self-study session. If you keep talking, I'll write your names on the board. The class fell silent for a moment, but soon resumed its lively chatter, leaving Jiang Shuili fuming. As the discipline officer, her role often overlapped with the class monitors, leaving her unappreciated and frequently ridiculed. Frustrated, She marched to the blackboard and began writing down the names of the noisy students. But when she got to Lin Zhengran, she paused and skipped over him. Sharp-eyed classmates noticed immediately. Jiang Xueli, why didn't you write Lin Zhengran's name? He's sleeping too. Panicked, she turned and stammered. I was just about to. Why are you rushing me? Liar. You were writing in order but skipped his name. Hearing this, Lin Zhengran opened his eyes curiously and looked over. His gaze met Jiang Xueli's, causing her to quickly turn back to the blackboard and write a single Lin before erasing all the other names. Quiet down. This is your last chance. If you keep talking, I'll really write everyone's names, she shouted before returning to her seat, stealing a nervous glance at Lin Zhengran. A boy in the class, catching on, teased, Discipline officer, do you like Lin Zhengran or something? Huh? Jiang Xueli never expected anyone to say such a thing. But once someone started, the rest of the class eagerly followed, taking it as an entertaining joke rather than a serious matter. Wow, so the discipline officer likes Lin Zhengran. No wonder she didn't write his name earlier. Oh, I see now. Be together, be together, be together. Marry him, marry him, marry him. Jiang Xueli's face turned bright red as she flailed helplessly, unsure of what to do with her hands and feet. She could only shut her eyes and yell, Stop talking nonsense. Who said I like Lin Zhengran? I never said that. If you keep this up, I'll tell the teacher. Marry him, marry him. The class continued their chant, drowning out her protests. Jiang Xueli glanced at Lin Zhengran, then sat back in her seat, buried her face in her arms, and covered her ears, hoping the problem would vanish if she ignored it. Lin Zhengran, however, remained indifferent. He understood that arguing with fools only made you one of them. What a bunch of 7-year-olds even know? Explaining would only encourage them further. Instead, he rolled a large paper ball and threw it at the first kid to start the commotion. Without changing his expression, he said coldly, What's wrong with you? The class quickly fell silent. Everyone knew Jiang Xueli couldn't do much about their antics, but crossing Lin Zhengran could lead to an actual fight, and the teachers usually took his side because of his good grades. Soon, the teacher entered the classroom and put an official end to the chaos. What were you all shouting about? The principal's office is right next door. Do you want to get kicked out of class? After class, Jiang Xueli approached Lin Zhengran. On their way home, she nervously pulled him into a secluded corner when no one was around. Lin Zhengran looked at her quizzically. Lin Zhengran, Jiang Xueli said with a conflicted expression. About what happened in class, don't take it seriously. I don't like you. I just didn't write your name earlier because I was afraid you'd tell everyone about the golden retriever incident. That's all. Please don't misunderstand. Staring intently at him, she added, But since I helped you by not writing your name today, we're even now. So you won't tell anyone, right? Lin Zhengran smirked, suspecting there had been some reason behind her actions. But receiving an unearned, good person card felt absurd. Oh, so that's why you've been avoiding me lately? Caught off guard, she bit her lip awkwardly. Why, yeah, I was afraid if we met, you'd tease me about it in front of everyone. You boys are all the same, always bullying girls. Then in a quieter voice, she added, Though you seem a little different from them. Lin Zhengran sighed. Anything else? Jiang Xueli hadn't expected him to be so nonchalant. Shaking her head, her twin braids swayed. No, that's it. Good. Don't worry. I don't like spreading rumors. And next time I'm asleep, go ahead and write my name on the board. We're even now. I'm leaving. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Xueli watched his retreating figure, muttering to herself, Doesn't he get tired of acting so cool all the time? He's like a little adult. From a distance, Lin Zhengran glanced back, catching her gaze. She quickly turned away, pretending to whistle and look elsewhere. Although most of the class forgot about the incident, a few mischievous kids kept bringing it up whenever Jiang Xueli enforced discipline. Discipline officer, don't write my name on the board. I'm close friends with Lin Zhengran. Each time, Jiang Xueli gritted her teeth and retorted, What does your relationship with him have to do with me? I told you, I have nothing to do with him. I'll write your name first and make sure the teacher punishes you. The absurd rumor lingered through the second semester of second grade and even persisted into the following year. As summer approached and the end-of-term exams loomed, the school announced a sports competition, supposedly to prepare students for future exams. As the star of Class 2-2, Lin Zhengran dominated the competition, easily clinching first place. With the system's rewards, no peer could match his level. This victory, labeled a master-level battle by the system, advanced Lin Zhengran to level 20. Today's martial arts duel earned you first place. You've learned several advanced techniques and made a name for yourself. Spirit level 20. New skill unlocking soon. Rewards: strength +1, charisma +3, stamina +2. The system's commentary reflected reality. The win greatly boosted Lin Zhengran's popularity among his classmates. Girls from various classes began noticing him. There's a boy in Class 2-2 who's super handsome, gets great grades, and is amazing at sports. From the sidelines, Jiang Shuili watched Lin Zhengran take the crown. A boy beside her teased, "Discipline officer, your Lin Zhengran is incredible, but it looks like a lot of girls from other classes are eyeing him. You're in danger." Blushing, she snapped, "Say that again, and I'll rip your mouth off. I told you, I have nothing to do with him." Still, her gaze lingered on Lin Zhengran, lips pursed. "Why should I care if others are watching him? It's so annoying." Her voice softened as her lively eyes flickered with an indescribable emotion. So annoying. In Class 3-3, the quiet Heching sat in the stands, secretly cheering for Lin Zhengran instead of her own classmates. Every time he won, she smiled brightly, thinking he's amazing. He's always been amazing. But today, she overheard a troubling rumor. "Did you see Lin Zhengran from Class 2-2? I heard he has a special relationship with their discipline officer. People are saying they're dating." Heching's cheerful expression faltered. She anxiously glanced at the gossipers. "I heard that too. The discipline officer's name is Jiang Shuili, right? She's a bit fierce, but actually kind of cute. They say they've been like this since the first semester." Clenching her small hands, Heching felt deeply upset. "That's impossible. Lin Zhengran never told me anything like that. It has to be fake. I have to ask him. I need to know the truth." After school in the evening, little Heching was picked up by her mom. When she got home, carrying her small school bag, she had planned to go straight to ask Lin Zhengran about something. However, she happened to catch a glimpse of the comb in the bathroom. Heching dragged a small plastic stool over to the vanity, climbed on, and carefully combed her stray hairs and ponytail in front of the mirror until everything was neat and tidy. Only then did she head to the kitchen to talk to her mom. "Mom, I have something I want to ask Lin Zhengran. I need to go find him." And he was rummaging through the refrigerator for ingredients and casually replied, "All right, once dinner's ready, I'll call you." At that moment, her phone rang. Auntie hesitated when she saw the number, but quickly answered. "Mom, why are you calling me so late? What's wrong?" Moments later, her expression turned anxious. "Are you okay? Should I come back and take you to the hospital?" All right. I'll bring her with me." Heching was about to head out the door when Aunt He, who had just hung up, called her back. Ching, wait." Heching looked back, puzzled. "What is it, Mom?" Closing the fridge door and taking off her apron, Aunt He said, "Don't go looking for your brother Lin just yet. It seems your grandma isn't feeling well. Pack a few things. We'll head to her place tonight. I'll inform your school about your leave." "Grandma's sick? Is it serious?" Heching asked, visibly worried. Auntie hurried to her bedroom to pack clothes. "She just said she's too weak to get out of bed, and she misses you a lot. She really wants to see you." Heching was perceptive enough to notice her mom's uneasy expression and the tense atmosphere. She didn't dare ask more. Reluctantly, she glanced in the direction of Lin Zhengran's house, then went to pack her things, ready to follow her mom to see her grandma. On the drive back to their hometown, Heching noticed her mom making constant calls, asking for leave, and coordinating with the hospital. Sitting in the passenger seat, Heching turned to look out the pitch-black window, her innocent eyes blinking as her mind filled with thoughts far beyond her years. Fortunately, it was just a scare. After a hectic night, Heching saw her mom in tears the next morning at the hospital, though there was a smile on her face. The nurse explained, "It's nothing serious. They're just some minor ailments. You'll need to take better care of her. Maybe visit weekly to prevent any unexpected issues." Andy nodded. "Understood. Thank you. For now, we'll keep her under observation for the week. If she recovers well, she can be discharged. The reason she couldn't get out of bed is probably due to a fall a few days ago. Her leg injury just made it hard for her to stand. Don't worry too much." "All right." After the nurse left, Auntie let out a deep sigh of relief and turned to her mom, who was lying in bed and cheerfully stroking little Heching's head. Her grandma, smiling happily, asked, "Ching, it's been half a year since you visited Grandma. Did you miss me?" Standing by the bedside, Heching nodded. "Yes, I heard from your mom that you've been learning Taekwondo recently, and you're quite good at it. How about showing Grandma when you have time?" "Okay, I'll show you once you're discharged from the hospital." And he, sitting by the bed, asked, "Mom, why didn't you call me right after your fall? You waited until you couldn't get out of bed." Grandma gave her daughter a kind smile. "I didn't think it was a big deal. Everyone falls once in a while. How was I supposed to know getting hurt at my age would mean ending up in the hospital?" And he sighed deeply, suddenly feeling emotional. Her voice choked with tears. "Dad passed away early. Ching is still so young, and you're all I have left. On the way here, I was so scared something terrible might have happened." Obedient little Heching tore off 2 tissues and handed them to her mom, cutely consoling her. "Don't cry, Mom." Auntie smiled through her tears and stroked her daughter's head. "Good girl, Ching." Grandma, still smiling, added, "What are you crying for? Didn't the doctor say I'm fine? I'm not even worried. So why are you? You should learn from Ching. She's braver than you." Auntie glanced at her mom, not sure how to respond, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, just like when she was a child. Though Grandma's condition wasn't serious, Auntie quickly decided to resign and return to their hometown. There, she planned to find a flexible job while caring for her mom. This also meant transferring Heching to a new school. Heching understood her mom's reasoning and didn't complain. But when she overheard her mom arranging the transfer with her school, she couldn't help shedding a few silent tears. It wasn't the school she was reluctant to leave. It was Lin Zhengran, who had been her neighbor and playmate since kindergarten. And he knew Lin Zhengran was Heching's only friend and hugged her daughter. Ching, I know you don't want to leave your brother Lin, but Grandma needs us. We have to go." Burying her face in her mom's embrace, Heching murmured, "Mom, we'll come back someday, right?" "Of course. When you're older, you can return from middle school. I'll enroll you in a school here so you can reunite with your brother Lin. But for now, you'll have to be apart for a while." Heching's small hands loosened their grip on her mom's clothes slightly. Her teary eyes fluttered. "Okay, when are we leaving?" "In a month. You still have a month to say goodbye to your brother Lin. Tell him you'll see him again when you're older." Auntie stroked her daughter's long hair, gazing out the window at the small town where she'd lived for so many years. Her heart was a mix of emotions. "And you can always video chat with him when you miss him." "That's fine too." By Saturday, Lin Zhengran was lying in bed, reading. The system chimed in with a notification about his cultivation progress. "Cultivation multiplier. Your expertise in the path of fortune cultivation has reached mastery. Any fairy bound to you will experience doubled cultivation progress and learning speed under your guidance. Note, this ability is only active during your direct instruction and will not activate during independent cultivation. This skill, it's like I'm being set up to establish my own sect." Lin Zhengran thought to himself. Any disciples he trained would grow at double speed. Moreover, thanks to his first skill, their progress would feed back to him at double efficiency. This was a compounding loop, double, then double again and again. Just then, the system added, "Fairy, he is on her way to see you. She seems flustered, as though it's an urgent matter." Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Since it was Saturday, Lin Zhengran's dad, Lin Yingjun, was home from work. Hearing the knock at the door, he went to check and found Heching standing outside. Today, Heching was wearing a pretty white dress, her ponytail resting on her shoulders. Her big, bright eyes sparkled, and it was clear she had dressed up, like a little white swan. "Uncle, is Lin Zhengran home? I came to see him." Lin Yingjun smiled and opened the door wider. "Oh, it's Qing. Come on in. Zhengran is resting in his room." "Thank you, uncle." Hearing that Zhengran was resting, Heching tiptoed to his room and, instead of knocking, softly called out, "Lin Zhengran? It's me, Heching. I need to talk to you." Lying on his bed with a book in hand, Lin Zhengran replied, "Just come in. Make sure you close the door." "Okay." Heching carefully pushed open the door, saw Lin Zhengran on the bed, and closed it quietly behind her. Standing by his side, she clasped her hands in front of her, like always, looking as obedient as ever. Lin Zhengran turned his head, puzzled. Heching's watery eyes stared at him, her lips pursed. "I have 3 things to talk to you about today. 2 are questions, and 1 is something I need to tell you." "That many? Just say it." Lowering her head, Heching slowly worked up the courage to ask the question that had been bothering her for days. "Last week at the school sports event, I overheard people saying that you and your class's discipline officer are a couple." Lin Zhengran's expression was blank. "Oh, that. Yeah, I heard about it." "So?" His indifference made Heching's heart ache. Her eyes began to redden, and she sobbed as she choked out, "Is it true? Do you really like another girl?" Tears rolled down her cheeks as she finished. Lin Zhengran, exasperated, closed his book and sat up, flicking her on the head. "Why are you crying? Do you always have to cry in front of me? Of course it's not true. Do you even need to ask?" Covering her head where he had flicked it, Heching immediately stopped crying when she heard it wasn't true. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Really? It's fake." Sitting cross-legged with his arms folded, Lin Zhengran scoffed. "Do you think I'd be into little girls like you?" It was the truth. Before his rebirth, he'd been 28. What 28-year-old man would be interested in a 7- or 8-year-old kid? To him, this noisy little group of children was nothing but a headache. He explained, "Something happened before, and rumors started spreading in class. But who cares what others believe?" He glared at Heching. "But you? I spend time teaching you Taekwondo every week, and you still believe it? Where's your brain?" Being scolded by Lin Zhengran only made Heching happier. A shy smile almost appeared on her face, but she quickly suppressed it, muttering, "I didn't believe it. I thought it was fake, just a silly rumor." "Then why were you crying just now?" Blushing, Heching lowered her head and muttered, "Because I don't have a brain. It's empty in here." Lin Zhengran was speechless. "At least you're self-aware. What's your second question?" Now that she knew he didn't like anyone else, Heching grew bolder. "The second question is related to the third thing I need to tell you. Can I say them together?" After receiving his permission, Heching told him about her grandma's situation. "My grandma has been sick lately, and her health isn't good. Mom has to go back to take care of her, so her voice grew softer. So I'll be transferring schools next month. I might not come back until middle school." Lin Zhengran hadn't expected such big news, though he had anticipated it to some extent. After all, and he always went back to take care of her mom during winter and summer breaks, sometimes staying for a month. This showed her grandma's health had been poor for a long time. It was inevitable that they would return someday. This was also why he had been teaching Heching to speak up for herself since kindergarten, to avoid her being bullied after transferring. He patted the bed, signaling her to sit down. Heching cautiously sat beside him, looking at him with clear reluctance. Lin Zhengran chuckled. "Transferring is good. Now that you've learned Taekwondo, no one bullies you except me. Once you leave, not even I can bully you anymore. Isn't that something to be happy about?" Heching shook her head. "Not happy." Lowering her head again, she fidgeted with her hands. "I'd rather you bully me every day. I want to be bullied by you." Lin Zhengran didn't respond immediately, but flicked her forehead again, making her clutch her head protectively. "You're seriously messed up in the head. You're not normal." His face darkened as he leaned back against the headboard. "Listen, I'm your teacher now, and your childhood friend. When you transfer schools, don't embarrass me. Don't let others bully you, okay?" Heching nodded. "They won't. Not many boys can beat me now. I'm really strong. I know you're strong. But the main problem is your temperament. If someone gives you trouble, stand up for yourself. You don't cause trouble, so just focus on protecting yourself. Heching nodded again and again, but felt tears welling up. Even someone as clueless as her had figured out why Lin Zhengran had made her do all those bad things back in kindergarten. But her tears were quickly silenced by one sharp look from him. He reminded her to get to her second point. My grandma knows I've been learning Taekwondo. I told her I'd win a championship to show her during the new year. But if I transfer, I won't be able to do it. So, could you teach me more this month? Maybe I can win it early. Also, the coach said champions get to pick a prize. There's something I want. Without much thought, Lin Zhengran agreed. All right, since you're leaving soon, I can help with that. I made some new insights recently, so winning a championship should be easy. He hadn't expected his latest skill to come in handy so soon. Without the double learning speed, helping Heching win a Taekwondo championship half a year early would have been a tall order. Heching beamed with confidence, trusting his promise completely. Whenever Lin Zhengran agreed to something, he always delivered. From that day onward, Lin Zhengran dedicated as much time as possible to training Heching. Whether it was after school, during lunch breaks, or weekends, the two were almost inseparable. With meticulous instruction, Lin Zhengran not only taught Heching techniques, but also analyzed all her potential opponents at the Taekwondo Center. Meanwhile, Heching trained diligently, taking every lesson seriously. She dared not slack off even a bit. Outside the school gate, Lin Xiaoli bent down with a cheerful smile to greet the two children. School's out. How are things today? Ran and Qingqing. Did you have fun at school? Seeing that her mother hadn't arrived, Heching nodded and replied softly. It was fun, before hesitantly asking, Auntie, where's my mom? Lin Xiaoli, speaking in a tone as gentle as coaxing a child, patted Heching's head. Your mom has to work overtime tonight, so she asked me to pick you up. You'll have dinner at our house tonight, okay? She held up a finger and added, I bought shrimp today. They're really delicious. Your mom already agreed. Heching's sadness over her mother's absence was quickly overshadowed by her love of shrimp. She glanced at Lin Zhengran, biting her lip nervously, afraid he might disapprove. Lin Kai opened the car door. Ran, you and Qingqing can sit in the back. Let's hurry. Traffic will get bad soon. Lin Xiaoli responded with a cheerful, got it, and ushered the children into the car. Lin Zhengran got into the back seat first, but when he saw Heching still standing outside, he frowned. What are you waiting for? Get in. Oh, Heching murmured softly, her face lighting up slightly as she climbed into the car to sit beside him. On the way home, Lin Xiaoli, seated in the front passenger seat, opened a bag of snacks and handed it to the children. Ran, Qingqing, here's some chocolate for you. Remembering the system, Lin Zhengran took a piece but didn't hear any prompts. Puzzled about why nothing was triggering, he handed the snack to Heching instead. Here, you eat it, he said. Heching looked surprised, and Lin Xiaoli was even more astonished, smiling meaningfully. Oh, Ran and Qingqing are getting along so well now. You're even sharing your snacks with her. I just don't like sweets, Lin Zhengran replied, turning to look out the window. Lin Xiaoli chuckled, covering her mouth. Really? There's actually a kid who doesn't like snacks. Heching, less concerned about the deeper implications, looked flustered. You really don't want it? Nope. It's yours. Holding the snack, Heching stared at it but didn't open it, though she did swallow nervously. Lin Xiaoli gently reminded her. If you're not going to eat it now, save it for later. Ran said he doesn't want it, so he definitely won't eat it. Okay, Heching whispered, stealing a glance at Lin Zhengran. In a tiny voice, she added, I'll show you the stuff I mentioned when we get home. He replied. Seeing that he wasn't upset, Heching carefully put the chocolate in her pocket. When they arrived home, Heching ran to her own house first, carrying her school bag. She entered the password and opened the door. Heching lived in a single-parent household. Her mother often worked overtime, so she was used to coming home alone. From behind, Lin Xiaoli called out, Qingqing, we'll call you when dinner's ready, okay? Got it. I'm just grabbing something. Heching put down her school bag, went to her bedroom, and found a box of candies. Then she crawled under her wardrobe, stretching to reach a small box hidden there. Wiping off the dust, she pursed her lips reluctantly, but remembered what had happened earlier that day and decided to give it to Lin Zhengran. Hugging the two boxes, she went over to Lin Zhengran's house, where Lin Xiaoli and Lin Kai were busy cooking in the kitchen. Heching, naturally intimidated by Lin Zhengran, stood at the doorway of his bedroom, which he hadn't bothered to close. She watched him organizing his things on the bed, but didn't dare step inside. From the doorway, she called out timidly, "Lin Zhengran, I brought the stuff." He responded without looking up, assuming she had entered. But after a while, he noticed she was still standing there, staring at him with wide eyes. "What are you standing there for?" Heching hesitated, lowering her head. She was afraid that entering without permission would anger him, but she didn't dare explain. Lin Zhengran patted the bed. "Come sit here. Give me the stuff, then close the door." "Okay." Heching obediently followed his instructions. She sat on the bed, handed over the boxes, got up to close the door, and then stood there absent-mindedly, looking lost. Even her movements followed his sequence exactly, as if she didn't dare alter them. Though Lin Zhengran wasn't usually quick to anger, a vein throbbed on his forehead at this moment. He walked over, lightly pinched her cheeks, and scolded. "Why are you standing there again? Sit on the bed." Sorry. You're making it look like I'm always bullying you, but you're the one who drives me crazy." Feeling wronged, Heching murmured, "I don't." Returning to the bed, Lin Zhengran opened the candy box. Jackpot! It's a box full of nourishing elixirs. While the quality isn't particularly high, the quantity is exceptional. For someone new to cultivation, these are invaluable. If you consume and absorb them properly, leveling up several times within half a year is entirely possible. That's odd, Lin Zhengran thought, recalling the chocolate his mom had given him earlier. Could it be that only items from Heching are considered treasures by the system? "Where did you get these candies?" he asked. "They're from my mom. I save a few each time, so I won't run out someday," Heching explained. Opening the second, flatter box, Lin Zhengran found the large chocolate bar Heching had mentioned earlier. Inside was a block of dark chocolate studded with whole nuts. Unfortunately, it looked spoiled, likely due to its age. Black blood paste. Though of excellent quality, environmental corrosion has rendered it ineffective. It is now useless. Lin Zhengran was about to tell her the chocolate was expired, but stopped when he saw her expression. Her small hands were clenched together, and she looked incredibly anxious. "Are you reluctant to give it to me?" he asked curiously. Heching quickly shook her head. "No, it's not that. It's just," she hesitated before whispering, "this is the only gift my dad ever gave me. If you really want it, could you leave me a small piece? Just a little. What if I don't?" Lin Zhengran asked, smirking. "What if I don't leave you any? Not even a crumb? Then where are you throwing the leftovers?" "I'll go pick them up," Heching replied, tears forming in her eyes. Lin Zhengran, at a loss for words, handed the chocolate back to her. "Don't cry. I don't like this stuff. You can keep it. But as payment for me saving you earlier," he shook the candy box in his hand, "this box isn't enough. From now on, every time your mom gives you candy, you have to share some with me. And you have to listen to me. Got it?" Heching's tears instantly stopped. Hugging the chocolate tightly, she nodded eagerly. "Okay, I'll split my candy in half with you every time. I'll listen to you." "Good," Lin Zhengran said, nodding. "It's a deal. You have chosen to temporarily team up with the fairy. Her naivety and gratitude have led her to agree to follow your lead. Perhaps out of obligation for taking her offerings, you consider teaching her about the dangers of the world during your time together, knowing you won't remain companions for long. This will help her on her future cultivation path." The Taekwondo coach stood to the side and blew the whistle. "It's time for our biannual competition. Just like before, the first place winner will receive 500 yuan to choose their own prize. The second and third places will get special gifts prepared by the center. Now let the matches begin." The competitors lined up neatly and followed the coach's random draw to face off against each other. Lin Zhengran quietly watched as little Heching defeated her opponents one by one. She was nothing like the girl from a few years ago who was constantly bullied. Her aura, strength, and even her gaze had undergone a complete transformation. On the arena before her departure, Hexinzi wielded her celestial sword with an aura that could dominate thousands, as if to tell you that even when she returned to the sect, she wouldn't forget the time spent with you and the days of cultivation together. Her overwhelming presence is proof. However, before the final victory, a trace of hesitation in her expression might affect the outcome. Heching had already made it to the final round. Only 4 people remained in the arena. After her match with the second-to-last opponent, she was thrown to the ground by a boy, though she eventually managed to win. However, it was clear she was in pain. The coach asked if she was okay, and Heching shook her head, saying she was fine. After confirming there was no serious issue, the coach blew the whistle. Take a break. The final match between Heching and Xiao Long will begin soon. During the break, Lin Zhengran walked over. Heching bit her lip and reported her progress. I won again. Lin Zhengran glanced at her arm and asked, "What's going on?" "I won. But why did you zone out during the fight? What were you thinking about?" Heching's voice became soft as she lowered her head slightly. "It's nothing. Just, do you remember when we were in kindergarten?" The rest of her words trailed off into a mumble. Lin Zhengran looked confused. "What are you muttering about?" Heching mustered her courage, her face reddening. "Do you remember the pinky promise you made with me back in kindergarten?" "Oh, that? Of course, I remember." Lin Zhengran looked exasperated. "You're talking about when I promised you'd follow me forever, right?" Heching's eyes trembled, glimmering with disbelief. "You actually remember?" Lin Zhengran lightly knocked her on the head. She closed her eyes with a soft yelp. "I've only made one pinky promise in my life. How could I forget it? Besides, this is a competition. You zoned out over something so trivial and nearly got yourself hurt." Heching thought to herself that it wasn't trivial at all. Looking timidly at him, she explained, "I'm sorry. I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of it and got distracted. I promise it won't happen in the next match." Feeling exhausted, Lin Zhengran didn't reply, but didn't continue scolding her either. Instead, he reached out and gently patted her head, leaving Heching stunned. "For the first time, go for it. If you beat Xiao Long, you'll be the champion today. I believe in you." Heching had never felt so clearly encouraged. Her face turned bright red, and goosebumps rose on her arms. In her memory, this was the first time Lin Zhengran had ever supported her like this. Her heartbeat quickened, and she nodded enthusiastically. "All right, I'll definitely win." Heching's aura grew stronger than ever, almost twice as intense as usual. When she walked onto the stage, the tall and sturdy Xiao Long was shocked. "What's with that expression?" Heching pressed her lips together, her powerful aura intact, while keeping Lin Zhengran's advice in mind. When facing Xiao Long, don't smile. Don't show any expression. Just keep staring at him. Stare until he feels guilty. Only then could she win this psychological battle. However, despite a month of devilish training, Heching still hadn't mastered how to look intimidating. Lin Zhengran watched from the sidelines, covering his eyes. He couldn't bear to look. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Heching's cute but serious expression made Xiao Long blush and falter. She's so cute. How is she this cute?" Xiao Long thought, completely flustered. Putting on her most confident act, Heching said in a sweet yet firm voice, "Again." Xiao Long, his face red, attacked, but Heching noticed his punch lacked strength. Seizing the opportunity, she executed a perfect back throw and pinned him to the ground, securing her victory as the coach blew the whistle. Heching was stunned, while Xiao Long, lying on the ground, turned even redder. "I lost. You're both cute and amazing." "I won," Heching exclaimed, raising her hand excitedly. "I won." She waved at Lin Zhengran from the stage, her eyes shining with delight, as if to say, "Your method worked perfectly." Lin Zhengran sighed, realizing her victory was largely due to Xiao Long being overwhelmed by her cuteness. Still, even without that, Heching's overpowering aura in the final moments would have secured her the win. After the competition, Heching happily received her reward. She led the coach to the mall to claim her prize. When the pretty clerk saw her, she waved enthusiastically. "Back again, little one? End of the month already. Are you just browsing or finally taking a home?" "I'm buying it this time," Heching exclaimed joyfully. "Oh, Did you actually win? Yeah. The coach paid with his phone, and the clerk handed over the carefully packaged item. Here you go. That'll be 499 yuan. Thank you for shopping, and see you next time. Thank you, sis. Heching cradled the chocolate dessert carefully, her face glowing with happiness. As night fell, Heching and Lin Zhengran sat on the steps outside their apartment building. The sunset painted the surroundings a warm orange hue. Placing the chocolate cake on her lap, she announced, Lin Zhengran, this is the champion's prize. Chocolate. Lin Zhengran looked unimpressed. What a kid's prize. Heching handed the cake to him with both hands. It's for you. Huh? For me? Yep. I chose this just for you. The time my dad gave me chocolate, you didn't take any. I know it's because you didn't want to take it away from me, so I picked out a prettier one this time to make it up to you. Lin Zhengran was dumbfounded. His extreme reaction was to laugh. You're ridiculous. That chocolate back then was spoiled. Why would I want it? Still, he didn't refuse her gesture. Instead, he opened the box, broke off one of the swan's wings, and handed it to Heching. Here, let's eat it together. Heching took the wing with her small hands and waited for Lin Zhengran to take a bite before starting. It was sweet. She happily munched on the chocolate, her little feet tapping against the ground, her ponytail bouncing along. Lin Zhengran asked, Are you really coming back here for middle school? There's not much going on here. Heching swallowed her chocolate. I'm mostly coming back to see you. Oh, can I call you when I'm back in my hometown? The fairy won the match and surprisingly gifted you an exquisite red blood elixir filled with her heartfelt intentions. Sharing it with her, you gained +3 strength, +2 charisma, and leveled up. Lin Zhengran replied, Whatever. Call if you want, but I might not pick up. Early the next morning, he finished moving out. She loaded all their belongings into the car, with little Heching dutifully helping out. Carrying a package larger than her own head, Heching was panting heavily from the effort. Ching, are you sure we've got everything? And he reminded her, if we forget something, we won't be able to come back for it. Heching counted the packages carefully. We've got everything. She turned back to look at Lin Zhengran, who was heading out for school. Their eyes met briefly. Everything that needed saying had already been said over the past month, leaving nothing else to add. Lin Zhengran kept it simple, safe travels. Heching's gaze was complicated. She hesitated, then called out, Lin Zhengran. He stopped in his tracks. Heching stammered, While I'm away, could you try not to hang out with other girls too much? Confused, Lin Zhengran frowned in disdain. Do I look that free to you? The adults nearby burst into laughter, amused by the interaction. Their chuckling left Heching so embarrassed that she began nervously fiddling with her hands, wishing she could disappear. Lin Zhengran's father, Lin Yingjun, chimed in, Don't worry, little Ching. I'll keep an eye on Zhengran for you until you come back. Heching bowed her head even lower. Thank you, uncle. You're welcome, huh? And he urged, Ching, say goodbye to Zhengran. It's time to go. Heching waved at Lin Zhengran, and he waved back. The two climbed into their respective cars and drove off in opposite directions. As Heching sat in the car, she kept turning around to look back until finally settling into her seat with a wistful smile. Though they were parting ways, she was already looking forward to seeing Lin Zhengran again in a few years. By then, he'd probably be very handsome. He already was, after all. Surprisingly, Heching and Lin Zhengran didn't drift apart as much as one might expect in a year following their separation. Heching would often call him from her hometown, sharing updates and asking about his life. Lin Zhengran, I showed my grandma the video of me winning the championship. She said I was amazing. I told her it was all thanks to a boy named Lin Zhengran who taught me. Grandma even said she'd like to meet you someday. Is that so? Lin Zhengran, are you walking to and from school alone these days? You're not hanging out with other girls, are you? No. Do you seriously think I have that much free time? Lin Zhengran, my grandma's health was improving, but she got sick again recently. How have you been? I'm a kid. What could possibly be wrong with my health? I'm growing strong. Lin Zhengran, it's been over a year since I moved back. Time feels so slow. We're only in 3rd grade now, and there's still 4th, 5th, and 6th grade to go. When will we finally reach middle school? A year later, in 4th grade, their phone calls became less frequent, dropping to about once a week and later to once a month. By the second semester of 4th grade, the calls were sporadic, happening only when Heching experienced something particularly joyful or upsetting. The thread of their connection, like the telephone line, remained unbroken. Today, in the southern town where Heching lived, it was a drizzly day. 9-year-old Heching dressed for school, as usual. Having grown taller and more beautiful over the years, her ponytail was now longer than ever. She rode with her mom to school, carrying her backpack into the noisy classroom. Heching, did you finish your homework yesterday? Let me copy it. She handed her homework to the girl sitting in front of her. Just don't copy it exactly. The teacher will notice. I know. Thanks, Your Majesty. I told you not to call me that, she muttered. Though Heching's personality hadn't changed much, she had taken Lin Zhengran's advice to heart. Anytime someone tried to bully her, she'd fight back with full force. Her iconic back throws, performed publicly to demonstrate her strength, scared not only the girls but also the boys. This earned her the nicknames Queen of Back Throws and Her Majesty the Queen. Heching disliked these titles, but she couldn't stop people from using them. She had even complained about it to Lin Zhengran. Perhaps because of her tough exterior, Heching still hadn't made close friends at her new school. She suspected her habit of back-throwing people when she first arrived had made her classmates wary of her. At lunch, Heching went to the cafeteria as usual. The rain continued, and she carried her umbrella. As she walked down the path behind the school building, she heard an argument. Curious, she looked over and saw a group of girls surrounding a pretty girl who seemed vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Han Wenwen, a classmate known for her beauty and popularity with the boys. I already told you, it's not my fault he likes me. Han Wenwen, cornered against the wall, didn't back down. One of the girls shouted, Liar! You did it on purpose. I've walked to and from school with him since we were kids. He even said he'd marry me when we grew up. But ever since he saw you, he's ignored me and only pays attention to you. Another chimed in, Yeah, and my brother won't stop talking about you. It's all your fault. Han Wenwen retorted, So your friends come to me, and that's somehow my problem? Do you see me talking to them? Plenty of boys try to talk to me every day. Maybe you should reflect on yourselves instead. How dare you? Are you saying we're ugly compared to you? That we're all unattractive? The group began to shove Han Wenwen, scratching her face and pulling her hair. Heching rushed over. Stop fighting. Despite her intervention, Han Wenwen's face was scratched, and her hair was a mess. Still, her fierce personality shone through as she fought back, leaving marks on her attackers. Heching stepped in front of Han Wenwen and defended her. Stop it. I'm in her class, and I can vouch that she hasn't been flirting with anyone. She barely even talks to the boys. Turning to Han Wenwen, Heching asked, Right? If I'm not mistaken, you usually eat alone, don't you? Han Wenwen wiped the blood from her face and nodded. The girls, now angry at Heching, shouted, Who are you? What's it to you? Heching warned, Don't come any closer. Don't touch me. One girl grabbed Heching's clothes. Without hesitation, Heching performed a back throw, slamming the girl into the muddy ground. With a loud splash, water and dirt flew everywhere. The girl froze, then burst into tears. It hurts. It hurts. I'm going to tell my mom. Panicking, Heching tried to reassure her. You're fine. My back throws are safe. I won't injure anyone. The others, terrified, quickly backed away and ran off. Han Wenwen, who had watched everything in shock, finally understood why Heching was called the Queen of Back Throws. She had heard the nickname before, but seeing it in action was an entirely different experience. It wasn't until the group of girls had run off that Heching felt a wave of panic. What if they told the teacher? Wouldn't she be in big trouble? Still, she reassured herself that even if she got scolded, she had done the right thing. Surely even Lin Zhengran wouldn't criticize her for it. Turning to Han Wenwen, who still had blood trickling down her face, she asked, Are you okay? Did I show up too late? Han Wenwen snapped out of her shock and smiled. No, you were a big help. If they call on the parents, I'll testify for you. Heching breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help noticing how beautiful Han Wenwen was. Her smile gave her a foxy charm, with her delicate oval face and petite features exuding an indescribable elegance. There's no need to thank me. Should I take you to the infirmary? Your face is scratched. It's fine. Han Wenwen pulled a small mirror from her pocket and checked the wound. It's just a small scratch. It doesn't even hurt. I'll take care of it myself. You should head to the cafeteria and get some lunch. With that, Han Wenwen walked off into the rain without an umbrella. Heching, worried by her appearance, hurried to catch up. You don't have an umbrella? How about I go with you? You'll catch a cold like this. Han Wenwen looked at Heching with curiosity, surprised by her kindness. Why are you so nice? If you come with me, you'll miss lunch. Heching gave a helpless smile. If Lin Zhengran were here, he'd instantly recognize that she was mimicking his expression. Skipping one meal won't hurt. The teacher always says helping classmates is the most important thing, right? We're in the same class, after all. Han Wenwen was astonished. She never imagined someone would say such words in earnest. Smiling, she nodded and walked alongside Heching. However, instead of heading to the infirmary, they ended up in the school's small garden, which had pavilions and fish ponds. Heching was puzzled. Why are we here? If you're not going to the infirmary, there's still time to grab lunch at the cafeteria. I'm waiting for someone to bring us lunch, Han Wenwen replied. Bring us lunch? Who? Are your parents staff at the school or something? Do they deliver lunch at noon? Han Wenwen blinked her pretty fox-like eyes. No, you'll see soon enough. By the way, do you like chicken cutlet rice? I heard they're serving it at the cafeteria today. Heching nodded eagerly. I do, but chicken cutlet rice is really hard to get. If you don't line up early, it's impossible. Han Wenwen smiled mysteriously and patted the seat beside her. Sit and wait. Since you helped me, I can't let you go hungry. Still confused, Heching sat down. Soon enough, a group of boys approached, each holding an umbrella and a lunchbox. Han Wenwen, what do you feel like eating today? We brought you everything you might like. Under Heching's astonished gaze, Han Wenwen walked up and selected 2 chicken cutlet rice boxes from the boys. Smiling sweetly, she said, "Thank you. As a reward for bringing me lunch, here, take my hair clip." The 2 boys she chose blushed furiously and accepted the hair clip with giddy smiles. As for the other 3 boys who weren't chosen, Han Wenwen didn't even glance at them. She returned to Heching and handed her one of the lunchboxes, smiling brightly. See, I told you someone would bring us lunch. This one's for you. Heching, as if possessed, accepted the box, staring in disbelief as Han Wenwen began eating with a spoon. The boys, meanwhile, left one by one, though one called out persistently, Han Wenwen, tomorrow, I'll figure out what you want to eat. You have to give me a gift. Han Wenwen ignored him, eating her lunch happily. When the boys were gone, she finally explained. I know you have a lot of questions, so here's the short version. All those boys like me and have confessed to me. I don't like any of them, so I don't bother paying attention to them. Licking a grain of rice off her lip, she continued, but some boys are stubborn. They think that if they keep chasing me, I'll eventually like them. So they bring me gifts and food every day. At first, I found it really annoying. She turned to Heching and said, then I realized, why not just let them bring me lunch? I treat it as them running errands for me. In return, I give them a hair clip or a hair tie as a token of thanks. Everyone's happy. Heching was stunned. I think I understand what you're saying, but also, is this what kids' lives are like now? Don't understand? That's strange. You're so pretty too. Haven't any boys confessed to you? Blushing, Heching waved her hands. And no. Well, actually, yes. One last year and another this year. But I turned them down, of course. I mean, we're still so young, and besides, She stopped herself from saying her heart already belonged to someone. Han Wenwen blinked her enchanting eyes. Maybe you just haven't had enough boys chase you. Let's see. She bit her spoon, counting. This semester alone, at least 7 or 8 boys have confessed to me. 7 or 8? That's so many. I mean, I know you're pretty, but isn't that a bit much? Han Wenwen's eyes curved into crescent moons. Maybe it's because I look like a foxy girl. I might not be the prettiest, but apparently my looks are exactly what boys like. They all seem to want me. She noticed Heching hadn't started eating and urged, "Go on, eat. This chicken cutlet rice cost me a hair clip." That clip wasn't cheap, you know. Opening the box, Heching found the elusive chicken cutlet rice. It was delicious, the kind that was almost impossible to snag during lunch rush. She took a bite and marveled at how good it was before remembering the earlier incident. What about those girls from before? You were wrongly accused, right? I mean, it seems like you don't even like boys. Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes sparkled. Of course. How could I have been flirting with their childhood friends or brothers? I can't stand boys. Relieved, Heching smiled, only for Han Wenwen to add, though, to be fair, their childhood friends and brothers do keep pestering me. Actually, 2 of the boys who just brought me lunch were from that group. If I wanted to, I could tell them their sisters attacked me. They'd probably avenge me. Heching. Han Wenwen's tone softened. It's not like I want to break anyone up. That doesn't benefit me at all. Taking another blissful bite of rice, she said, "I'm telling you this because you saved me. I won't forget it. Even with those boys, I've never taken anything for free. I always give them something in return. I don't take advantage of people." After experiencing Han Wenwen's life firsthand, little Heching finally understood that the gap between people could be even wider than the gap between humans and dogs. At first glance, they seemed to attend school and leave school in the same way, but their experiences couldn't be more different. Out of the blue, Han Wenwen asked, "By the way, when we were talking about confessions earlier, why did you suddenly freeze up? Were you thinking of someone? Do you have a boy you like?" Little Heching's face turned red, and she was too flustered to answer, stumbling over her words. Han Wenwen smiled knowingly. "All right, forget I asked. Let's eat." She clearly understood. That evening, when little Heching returned home, she eagerly shared the peculiar events of the day with Lin Zhengran. She secretly wished every day could bring something unusual, so she'd have a reason to call Lin Zhengran. Otherwise, what excuse could she use? She couldn't very well admit she just wanted to hear his voice. Late at night, little Heching sat against the headboard of her bed in her white pajamas, illuminated by her bedside lamp. Holding her mother's phone, she started chatting with someone. "Lin Zhengran, let me tell you what happened today. I helped a classmate, a really pretty girl that lots of boys are chasing. Then we ended up eating together." Little Heching wanted to share every detail, but felt it wasn't polite to gossip, so she carefully picked what to say. Lin Zhengran, hearing this fragmented story, was confused. "Go on." Little Heching fiddled with her ponytail, twirling it around her fingers. "That's it. Nothing more." Lin Zhengran. Little Heching. After a moment of silence, she added, "What have you been up to lately? Still going to and from school by yourself?" "More or less. Sometimes there are others." "Ah," she asked, puzzled. "Girls?" "Yeah, girls." Little Heching's expression immediately darkened, her eyes turning red as tears welled up. She instantly imagined a mysterious girl walking with Lin Zhengran, eating with him, practicing taekwondo on weekends, and maybe even napping together. But before her tears could fall, Lin Zhengran added, "Our neighbors are away, so their little female dog is staying at our house. She follows me around when I get home." Little Heching gasped in surprise, clutching her chest before bursting into laughter. "So it's just a dog. What about anyone else?" "No one else. Oh wait, there is. Ooh, my parents." Little Heching let out another sigh of relief. Every time she chatted with Lin Zhengran, it felt like she was swinging between heaven and hell. She murmured softly, "When I come back, I'll go to and from school with you. Oh, by the way, Lin Zhengran, I've been meaning to ask you something." She recalled Han Wenwen's question earlier and wanted to ask Lin Zhengran the same. Before 4th grade, kids didn't really grasp the concept of liking someone. But after that, the words seemed to pop up more and more. "Lin Zhengran, I'm curious. Have any girls confessed to you in the past 2 years?" "You're getting nosier by the day," he replied bluntly. "Yeah." Little Heching had expected this answer. Her tone became tense. "So someone did? Were there many?" "Not many. You know, I don't like chatting with little girls. They're annoying, and I'm not interested." Heching thought to herself, "I'm also a little girl." Does he find me annoying too? But if she annoyed him, so be it. I'll keep annoying you, just you. Of course, she didn't dare say this out loud, or she'd get scolded. Little Heching continued to play with her hair, inspecting the ends as the conversation stalled for a moment. Lin Zhengran asked, "We've been talking for a while. Anything else?" "I'm hanging up if there's nothing." "There is. Don't hang up." Little Heching racked her brain for another topic. "Let's talk a bit more." "Oh, the chicken cutlet rice at the restaurant today was really good." "Really? Bring me some next time." "Okay." "Yeah, right. Didn't you say your restaurant's menu changes daily? They might not even have chicken cutlet rice again. Besides, who hasn't had chicken cutlet rice before?" Little Heching stuck out her tongue mischievously, looking delighted despite his scolding. Though Lin Zhengran shared some updates about his life, there was one thing he didn't mention. The incident didn't involve anyone Little Heching knew, and the details were still unclear. The next morning, Lin Zhengran packed his school bag and checked his stats. 2 years had passed, and he was close to breaking through the level 30 bottleneck. However, leveling up had slowed considerably. Today's weather: overcast with possible rain. You are in daily cultivation mode. Current spirit level 28. Total attributes: strength 8, energy 9, stamina 13, charisma 11. Overall power evaluation: unbeatable in the starter village. Ran, it's time for school. The weather's bad today. Want to take an umbrella?" Lin Zhengran asked, putting on his shoes. Lin Zhengran opened the door. "I have one at school. No need to bring another." His father drove him to elementary school. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Zhengran glanced at the desk near the door. It belonged to Jiang Xueli, who was still in the same class as him. She hadn't arrived yet. The mornings in their class were always noisy until Jiang Xueli, with her twin ponytails, walked through the door. Some students stopped talking when they saw her. Once fierce and authoritative, Jiang Xueli now looked like a shadow of her former self. The disdainful glances from her classmates didn't help. She sat at her desk, which felt lonelier than ever. She was no longer the discipline officer. 2 days ago, she was removed from the position following a bizarre incident. The usually honest class monitor had secretly brought a phone to school, which was stolen on the first day. The next day, during a small class fundraiser, half the money collected by the vice monitor went missing. The teacher, furious, demanded the culprit step forward. Jiang Xueli took the lead in searching everyone's bags. But the stolen money and phone were found in her bag instead. Jiang Xueli panicked, hurriedly explaining, "It wasn't me. I'm a discipline officer. Why would I steal? This phone isn't mine either." The class was skeptical until her desk mate, Jiang Xiao, stood up and accused her. "She took the money. I saw her in the classroom during lunch." Jiang Xueli stared at her desk mate in disbelief, her eyes trembling. The classroom erupted in whispers and judgments. The teacher removed Jiang Xueli from her position and notified her parents. "Miss Jiang has been accused of stealing both money and a sword. You have some rapport with her and notice some suspicious details. Helping or not helping will lead to different opportunities." 2 days had passed since the incident, and Jiang Xueli remained in the same fragile state. Rumors about her had even begun spreading to other classes. As the system noted, Lin Zhengran, an utterly neutral observer, had noticed some inconsistencies in the story. Over time, it became easy to spot the discrepancies. During the 3rd and 4th periods in the morning, the class had PE. The teacher instructed everyone to pair up for sit-up exercises, letting them choose their partners freely. As expected, even though there was an even number of girls, no one wanted to pair up with Jiang Xueli. One girl even preferred partnering with a boy rather than teaming with her. Jiang Xueli was left standing alone. The PE teacher asked, "Has everyone found a partner?" "Teacher, Jiang Xueli doesn't have a partner," a boy called out gleefully, clearly enjoying the situation. All eyes turned to her, their gazes hard to describe. Jiang Xueli stood there, pale and silent. The PE teacher looked puzzled. "Jiang Xueli, why haven't you found a partner? If you can't find one, just wait until the first group finishes, and then someone can help you." Someone in the crowd piped up, "Teacher, no one will help her. She's a thief." None of us want to partner with her. Jiang Shuili panicked and tried to explain. I'm not. I'm not a thief. You are. Yeah, you dare say you're not. Even the teacher took away your position. The PE teacher finally recalled the recent incident and stopped the chatter. No more talking about this during PE. We're only here to focus on exercise. Turning to Jiang Shuili, the teacher added, regardless of whether you're a thief, don't you have at least one friend in class? Jiang Shuili's eyes reddened as she met the teacher's gaze, which seemed to confirm the accusation. Yet, she couldn't find the words to defend herself. At that moment, a hand went up in the crowd. Teacher, I'll pair with her. Everyone, including the teacher, turned to see who had spoken. It was Lin Zhengran. Even Jiang Shuili stared at him in disbelief. The PE teacher, surprised but approving, nodded. All right, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Shuili will pair up. Everyone else, get ready and start warming up. The class erupted in murmurs, familiar whispers spreading among the students. I didn't believe the rumors about them being a couple, but now I do. Yeah, but how could Lin Zhengran be into her? She's a thief, and he's the top student in our class. They really are dating, huh? Lin Zhengran glared coldly at the group. What are you talking about? The class fell silent. Nobody wanted to pick a fight with Lin Zhengran. He was a special case, top grades and strong to boot. If he'd wanted to be class monitor, he would have been elected unanimously. The PE teacher instructed everyone to start, and Lin Zhengran looked at Jiang Shuili as she approached. She stared at him as if he were a ghost. Lin Zhengran frowned. What's with that look? You're staring at me like I'm a monkey. I am not. Jiang Shuili pursed her lips and lowered her voice. I just can't believe you'd partner with me. Aren't you afraid of the rumors? You sure do worry a lot. Lin Zhengran's tone was indifferent. First, we've always been the subject of rumors in this class. Second, do you really think I care about what they say? I couldn't care less. Jiang Shuili stared blankly for a moment before muttering. True, you've always been weird. Nobody understands you. The PE teacher called for the class to begin, and Lin Zhengran sat on the grass while Jiang Shuili held down his legs for sit-ups. She hesitated before quietly asking, Do you believe me? Her voice was too soft, and Lin Zhengran didn't immediately respond. Thinking he hadn't heard, she didn't dare repeat herself. After 2 sit-ups, Lin Zhengran finally said, If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have partnered with you. Honestly, in this class, anyone could have stolen the stuff, but not you. I can tell how much you care about being the discipline officer. You wouldn't ruin something you're passionate about. Jiang Shuili didn't know how to feel when she heard that. She just found the boy in front of her increasingly pleasant to look at. Her heart raced, and the heavy weight she'd been carrying for days lightened. Even the air seemed fresher. A faint smile crept onto her face, tinged with an unnoticeable blush. She pressed down on his legs with a bit more force. By midday, the overcast sky had turned to rain, a heavy downpour. When Lin Zhengran finished eating and returned to the classroom, he realized his umbrella was missing. He suddenly remembered leaving it at home after the last rainy day. The classroom was mostly empty. Everyone had gone to the cafeteria. As Jiang Shuili was about to leave, she noticed Lin Zhengran walking out with empty hands. She glanced at her umbrella and, almost instinctively, followed him. At the ground floor of the school building, Lin Zhengran stared at the rain pouring outside. Sensing someone behind him, he turned. Why are you following me? Jiang Shuili froze. From her hiding spot, she stepped forward awkwardly and snapped. Who's following you? I'm just going to eat. This is the way, isn't it? Lin Zhengran gave her a skeptical look. Jiang Shuili avoided his gaze, her twin ponytails bouncing playfully at her waist. She stammered, Did you forget your umbrella? Do you want to share mine? I've never shared with a boy before, but I can't just let you get drenched. She kept her eyes elsewhere, but stole glances at him. To her surprise, Lin Zhengran declined. No need. No need. Jiang Shuili was shocked. She stepped closer. How are you going to get through the rain without an umbrella? And didn't you say you're not afraid of rumors? Are you scared of walking with me? Lin Zhengran replied nonchalantly. Honestly, it's because you don't seem like you want to share. Jiang Shuili froze, clenching her small fists. I don't want to share with you because I'm a girl, and you're a boy. People will talk. But I can't just leave you to get wet. Lin Zhengran studied her expression, which he'd only ever seen in fictional stories. Jiang Shueli, do you know what Sundra means? Sundra? Jiang Shueli blinked, shaking her head. Never heard of it. What is it? Nothing. Just take it as a compliment. Her expression grew skeptical as she muttered. Really? It doesn't feel like one. I'll look it up when I get home tonight. Anyway, will you share the umbrella or not? People are watching, and I'm shy. Indeed, several students in the lobby were watching. Sharing an umbrella between a boy and girl was unusual in elementary school. Lin Zhengran finally thanked her, and Jiang Shueli relaxed, holding the umbrella for him. But as she wasn't tall, Lin Zhengran took over. Let me hold it. Stretching your arm like that must be tiring. Jiang Shueli clasped her hands behind her, walking closely beside him. Well, you're the tall one. Under the umbrella's cover, she hesitated before asking again. Do you really believe me? Believe that I didn't steal? The whole class thinks I'm a thief. I already answered during Lin Zhengran sighed at her persistent gaze. Yes, I believe you. But are you just going to let this go? Jiang Shueli's eyes lit up. She clenched her fists. Of course not. I'm going to find out who framed me and make them pay. And figure out why Jiang Xiao lied. She's clearly making things up. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so determined. You've been moping these past 2 days. Who's moping? She retorted, flustered. I just needed time to bounce back. Lin Zhengran chuckled lightly, deciding not to argue. Jiang Shueli lowered her fists, stealing glances at him as they walked. Her twin ponytails swayed cheerfully with her steps. What are you laughing at? And why does your laugh look so silly? Meanwhile, in the distant doorway of another building, Jiang Xiao stood with 2 pink umbrellas in hand, watching Lin Zhengran and Jiang Shueli leave together. Somehow, things seemed to have taken an ironic turn. Lin Zhengran. That evening, Jiang Shueli returned home with her school bag. Her mother, seated on the sofa, noticed her daughter's improved mood and asked curiously, Shueli, are you feeling better now? Jiang Shueli paused, her twin ponytails bouncing as she replied cheerfully, I'm fine, Mom. I'm heading to my room. Before she could enter, her mother added worriedly, Don't overthink things. At least your mom believes you. Turning to her mom with a smile, Jiang Shueli reassured, Thanks, Mom. I've been the discipline officer for years, so my heart is strong. Something this small won't bring me down. Don't worry. She closed her door and leaned against it. Only Jiang Shueli herself knew how much pressure the situation had caused her. But recalling Lin Zhengran's words from earlier in the day, simple, straightforward trust, made her blush even in retrospect. Who knew his judgment was so sharp? He realized I was framed. She muttered to herself as she set her school bag on the table and took out her mom's old phone from the drawer. Curious about what Lin Zhengran meant by tsundere, she searched for the term online. The result popped up quickly. Reading aloud, she murmured, Tsundere refers to someone who acts contrary to their feelings to hide their embarrassment. The more she read, the redder her face grew, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. She glared at the screen in embarrassment. What is this nonsense? Who's shy around him? I'm not Tsundere. I absolutely despise. She trailed off, recalling his trust and their umbrella-sharing moment earlier. Her tone softened as she bit her lip, staring at the phone. I despise that guy. Then, she searched another question. Do boys like Tsundere girls? The answer displayed. A divine personality since ancient times. Jiang Shueli's eyes sparkled with delight. That's such a high evaluation. Encouraged, she searched again. Would a boy who thinks he's so mature like a Tsundere girl? The next morning, Jiang Shueli's alarm clock buzzed. She yawned, then sprang out of bed. After changing out of her pajamas into her school uniform, she went to the bathroom and styled her long hair into twin ponytails. Examining her playful tiger-tooth smile in the mirror, she made a vow. Today I'll find out what's really going on and clear my name. An hour later, Jiang Shueli had cornered Lin Zhengran in a small alley. You're asking for my help? Why should I? Lin Zhengran asked, puzzled. Jiang Shueli glared at him stubbornly. Why? Because we're classmates, aren't we? I came to you because you're smart. Not just anyone would do. Lin Zhengran yawned and turned to leave, but Jiang Shuili grabbed his arm, panicking. Wait. Okay, fine, I'll be honest. I don't have any leads, and I need help. Besides, she lowered her head, murmuring like a mosquito. I feel like you're the only one I can trust. I didn't catch that. Jiang Shuili clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and shouted. You know, I don't have any other friends. Please help me. I'll do anything if you do. Lin Zhengran's eyes gleamed mischievously. Anything? Jiang Shuili froze, backing up a few steps as she hugged herself, her heart racing. What are you thinking? I'm warning you. Some things come with consequences. Don't do anything impulsive. She backed against the wall, unable to retreat further. Lin Zhengran stepped closer, and Jiang Shuili, trembling, shut her eyes and bit her lip. A moment later, she felt a flick on her forehead. That's the attitude you should have when asking for help. Otherwise, with your usual tsundere behavior, who would even bother? Rubbing her forehead, Jiang Shuili opened her eyes, her defiance returning. Tsundere? I'm not tsundere, she muttered inwardly, idiot, pighead. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. What's with that weird look? Stepping back, he said, Fine, I'll help, but I'm not doing it for free. You'll need to give me something in return. Something in return? Like what? Miss Zhang's matter has been decided. You know the young girl wandering the world must have a few treasure belongings. Helping her today might earn you one, where you could choose to act out of pure chivalry. Something precious? Lin Zhengran thought, curious about what she might have. Could it be something like Heching's chocolates? Jiang Shuili felt uneasy under his gaze. Do you have anything valuable? Something you rarely let others see? He asked. Something valuable? Jiang Shuili blinked, then hesitated. I do, but what do you want it for? So you do have something. What is it? Blushing, she glanced away. I'm not telling you. It's mine. Fine. You don't need to know why I want it. Just tell me if you're willing to give it to me. If you are, I'll help. Jiang Shuili frowned, visibly struggling with the decision. Whatever it was seemed significant. After a moment, she reluctantly agreed. Fine. As long as you help me, I'll give it to you. It took me a long time to get it. She extended her pinky. Pinky promise. You have to keep your word. Lin Zhengran, amused by how girls seemed to love this gesture, extended his hand as well. Deal. From that moment, they officially became an investigation squad. Real-life mysteries weren't as convoluted as those in novels. For Lin Zhengran, figuring out a childish conflict was simple. First, he asked if Jiang Shuili had offended anyone recently, especially in the days before the incident. Jiang Shuili mentioned a few names and added, Actually, the day before the class monitor's phone went missing, another girl in our class brought a phone to school. I reported her to the teacher. Lin Zhengran sighed inwardly. She's almost definitely involved. Next, he told Jiang Shuili to stage a crying scene in the classroom. Why, she asked. You haven't noticed? Since everyone started calling you a thief, the class monitor, who lost the phone, hasn't said a word against you. She won't even look at you. That shows she's feeling guilty. If you cry in front of her, she might spill the truth. Jiang Shuili was amazed. You're a genius. But how do I cry? Lin Zhengran flicked her forehead. You're a girl, and you don't know how to cry? Worst case, use eye drops. After buying eye drops, Lin Zhengran applied them to Jiang Shuili's eyes, perhaps too generously. Tears streamed down her face as she punched him lightly. You put in too much. It's all running down my cheeks. Lin Zhengran laughed at her teary expression. It's perfect. The class monitor's alone, cleaning the classroom now. Go cry in front of her and see what happens. In the classroom, the honest and earnest class monitor was dutifully sweeping the floor. Following Lin Zhengran's instructions, Jiang Shuili walked to her desk, tears streaming down her face as she choked back sobs. This startled the monitor, who hesitated for a moment before choosing to move aside. Jiang Shuili lay on her desk, sobbing for a while. Seeing that the monitor remained focused on her cleaning and ignored her completely, she wiped her tears and sneaked a glance toward the door, where Lin Zhengran was hiding. Her expression said, The monitor isn't paying attention to me. Lin Zhengran clicked his tongue, signaling with his eyes. You're so clueless. Don't just cry. Add some words and make it more dramatic. The worse it sounds, the better. Jiang Shuili nodded. Moments later, she suddenly wailed loudly. I'm sorry. Class monitor, I'm so sorry. The class monitor, startled upon hearing her name, froze mid-sweep and looked at Jiang Shuili with a conflicted expression. Jiang Shuili continued to sob pitifully. Everyone says I stole your stuff, but I really didn't. Boo-hoo, I don't know what's going on. I'm planning to drop out of school. I won't go to school anymore, and without school, I won't be able to find a job. I'll have to scavenge for garbage on the streets to survive. From outside the door, Lin Zhengran, though a bit over the top, it was certainly vivid. Jiang Shuili sobbed on, I'll have to eat rotten apples that others throw away, moldy tomatoes, and even my mom won't want me anymore. Jiang Shuili, are you saying you're dropping out of school? The young class monitor, unable to bear such a pitiful tale, felt this was entirely too tragic. Don't cry anymore, okay? Here, wipe your tears first. Jiang Shuili hadn't expected the monitor to comfort her and cried even harder. Boo-hoo. Class monitor, I know you don't believe me, but I really didn't steal your phone. The monitor put her broom aside and approached Jiang Shuili. Seeing her tear-streaked face, she was moved and at a loss for words. I believe you. I do. Jiang Shuili sniffled, staring at the monitor with wide, teary eyes. Her voice, broken by sobs, was shaky and hesitant. Ray, really? You really believe me? But why would you believe me? Wasn't the phone found in my desk? The monitor frowned, her expression betraying that she was on the verge of spilling something. Sensing the opportunity, Jiang Shuili quickly grabbed her arm. Class monitor, do you know something? Please, just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone it was you. Please. Under the weight of her conscience, the class monitor decided to come clean. She set down the broom and checked to make sure no one else was nearby. Lin Zhengran took the chance to scurry off somewhere else. Fortunately, it was PE class, and everyone was out on the field, so there was little chance anyone would return to the classroom. The monitor handed Jiang Shuili 2 tissues to wipe her tears and began, I'll tell you everything I know. Honestly, this whole thing seems strange to me too. That day, I accidentally brought my phone to school. At noon, I didn't have it with me anymore because Jiang Lin borrowed it. She said she needed to call her mom and took my phone. The monitor continued. Then, that afternoon, Jiang Lin told me my phone had been stolen. The next day, it was found in your desk. But it's all so weird because I remember clearly that I gave her the phone in the cafeteria at lunch. I kept it on me before then because I was worried about losing it. When I asked her for it in the afternoon, she said it had been stolen. But you didn't even go to the cafeteria that day. You stayed back to clean the classroom. Jiang Shuili nodded. Exactly. Because I didn't go to the cafeteria, everyone said I must have stolen your phone while cleaning. The monitor sat beside her. You see, doesn't this all feel fishy? I even suspect someone set you up on purpose. Hearing this, Jiang Shuili felt everything suddenly fall into place. Lin Zhengran, listening outside, had heard the whole exchange as well. After PE class, Jiang Shuili and Lin Zhengran skipped lunch in the cafeteria. Instead, they sat on the steps by the rooftop door, munching on bread. The rooftop was locked, so they couldn't go up. Watching Lin Zhengran chew his bread, Jiang Shuili remarked, so it must have been Jiang Lin and her group. I told the teacher about them playing with their phones the other day, so they must have held a grudge and framed me. Lin Zhengran looked ahead thoughtfully. That seems likely. But why would your desk partner accuse you? So far, this doesn't seem to involve her. Jiang Shuili suddenly recalled something and took small bites of her bread, her face turning red. Actually, if I think about it, I can come up with a reason why she might frame me. Oh, Jiang Shuili looked awkward and muttered. Can't you tell? Seeing Lin Zhengran's blank expression, she added, she likes you. Haven't you noticed how unhappy she looks whenever people joke about us being a couple? And she keeps sneaking glances at you. Huh? How do you know she's sneaking glances at me? Jiang Shuili rolled her eyes. Because I sit next to her. So, I don't know who my deskmate looks at every day. Blushing, she retorted. That's because you're not normal. In truth, Jiang Shuili sometimes sneaked glances at Lin Zhengran herself, which is how she noticed her desk mate doing the same. But she kept this thought to herself. She huffed, took another bite of bread, and muttered, "Forget it. Explaining this to a blockhead like you is pointless. Besides, it's just a guess. I can't be sure she'd accuse me over something like that." Lin Zhengran stared ahead. "Doesn't matter. You've been sticking with me these past few days, and it's clear you're in a better mood. The ones who framed you are bound to get nervous. Let's tail them quietly over the next few days. We'll hear something eventually." "Okay." Jiang Shuili handed him the last packet of pickled vegetables, pretending not to care. "Here, you can have the last one. I don't like them." Lin Zhengran was puzzled. "You don't like them, but you ate 2 packs?" Her face turned red as she snapped back, embarrassed. "Mind your own business. Don't think I'm being nice to you, okay? It's not what you think." "Oh, I wasn't thinking that at all." Grinding her teeth, Jiang Shuili clenched her fists. "Idiot. Big idiot. If you keep this up, no girl will marry you when you grow up. And as if any guy would marry you, always shouting and stomping like that. You." She was too frustrated to continue, mumbling to herself, "Fine, then we'll just end up together." "What?" Jiang Shuili wanted to bury herself in the ground. She hadn't meant to say that out loud. Covering her ears in a panic, she stammered, "I said nothing." A few days later, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Shuili secretly followed the group with a recorder. Sure enough, a week later, they overheard their conversation and obtained the crucial evidence needed to clear her name. The truth was finally revealed that very day. Behind the bushes near the school cafeteria, a group of mischievous girls from the class, including Jiang Lin, were chatting nervously. Jiang Shuili has been sticking with Lin Zhengran these past few days. "Do you think they found something out?" one girl asked. "They shouldn't have. How could they? No one was around when we put the phone in her desk," another replied. "There was no one, but Lin Zhengran is the top student in our class. I'm worried he might figure out it was us. What should we do? I didn't expect things to blow up this much. If the teacher finds out, we'll all get in big trouble. Our parents will be called, and we might even get expelled." The more they discussed, the more panicked they became. For days, they had been restless over the situation. Just around the corner outside the bushes, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Shuili were pressed against the wall, listening. Jiang Shuili held a recorder in her hand, her expression growing darker as she heard their conversation. "These little brats. So was them. I won't let them off the hook." Jiang Shuili growled through clenched teeth. Lin Zhengran hushed her, motioning for silence, as the girls started mentioning Jiang Shao. By the way, one of the girls asked, "What's the deal with Jiang Shao? Why did she accuse Jiang Shuili in class? She wasn't even there when we planted the phone and money." Jiang Lin replied, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Actually, Jiang Shao saw us when we were planting the phone, but she promised not to snitch and said she'd pretend she didn't see anything. I didn't think she'd turn around and accuse Jiang Shuili in class." "Well, it makes sense. Jiang Shao likes Lin Zhengran, doesn't she?" "She doesn't like Jiang Shuili." Behind the corner, Jiang Shuili's eyes widened. Her suspicions were spot on. Turning off the recorder, she whispered to Lin Zhengran, "Now everything's clear, and we've got the evidence." Lin Zhengran smirked. "Your name's about to be cleared. So, do you want to go straight to the teacher, or scare them a bit first? If you walk out there with the recorder now, I bet they'll all start crying." Jiang Shuili clenched her fists, puffing up with anger. "Of course, I'm going to scare them, even if we're in the same class. This was too much bullying. I'm not letting this slide." Tossing her twin ponytails with confidence, Jiang Shuili stepped out from the corner, recorder in hand, and shouted, "Don't you think you've gone too far?" Her voice startled the girls so much they froze in place, their faces pale with panic. Jiang Shuili, and Lin Zhengran, what are you two doing here?" Jiang Shuili held up the recorder. "What do you think? I've recorded everything you just said. You're in for it now. Get ready for the teacher to call your parents." Lin Zhengran stepped out as well, but before either of them could say anything else, over half the girls started bawling. They wailed apologies, sobbing about how they never thought things would go this far. Jiang Lin, the ringleader, was the first to cry. Lin Zhengran watched, speechless. Kids really can't hold it together. Of course, no amount of crying could undo the situation. The incident would inevitably be reported to the teacher. Whether or not Jiang Xueli forgave them would determine how severe the punishment would be. Before reporting the incident, Jiang Xueli sought out Jiang Xiao alone. "This has something and nothing to do with her," she told Lin Zhengran. "I'll handle this myself." Lin Zhengran shrugged. "Suit yourself. I'm just here to help." When Jiang Xueli confronted Jiang Xiao, she revealed she already knew everything and even had the girl's confession recorded. Jiang Xiao hung her head. Although she didn't cry, her face was contorted with guilt and pain, as if she'd anticipated this outcome. She said, "I knew I couldn't keep this hidden. With Lin Zhengran helping you, he was bound to figure it out." "I'm sorry." Jiang Xueli's expression was cold. "It's too late to apologize now. I'm going to ask the teacher to change our seats. We won't be desk mates anymore." As she turned to leave, Jiang Xiao suddenly squatted down, covered her face, and began to cry. "Jiang Xueli, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done it. I don't even know why I did it. I hated seeing you two together." Jiang Xueli hesitated for a moment before speaking frankly. "Honestly, at first, Lin Zhengran and I weren't even that close. If it weren't for all this drama, we probably wouldn't have spent so much time eating and chatting together." Jiang Xiao cried even harder. With that, Jiang Xueli left. She didn't realize how much more painful her words were than outright scolding. That afternoon, Jiang Xueli, recorder in hand, marched into the homeroom teacher's office with a group of girls, Jiang Xiao, and the class monitor. She laid out the entire situation. The teacher, stunned by the revelation, scolded the girls harshly and summoned their parents, except for the class monitors. The office echoed with cries for the rest of the afternoon. Afterward, the teacher apologized to Jiang Xueli privately. "I'm sorry, Jiang Xueli. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way in class. Your role as discipline officer will be reinstated. I'm truly sorry." Jiang Xueli smiled and nodded. The next morning, class February 2nd, Saturday, in their seats, as the teacher addressed them sternly from the podium. After thorough investigation, it has been proven that Jiang Xueli was wrongfully accused in the recent theft case. She did not take the class monitor's belongings or anyone's money. I won't name those who framed her, but you know who you are. It's only because of Jiang Xueli's forgiveness that this matter is resolved. But let this be a lesson to you all. If anything like this happens again, I won't go easy on the culprits. The teacher's voice rose as she lectured for another 10 minutes. Although no names were mentioned, it was obvious who was at fault. Those who had accused Jiang Xueli looked visibly embarrassed. The teacher concluded, from today onward, Jiang Xueli will resume her role as discipline officer. I hope she continues to uphold her duties diligently. Let's give her a round of applause. The class erupted in applause, growing louder and louder. Jiang Xueli, shy and flustered, sat in her seat, blushing. With that, the week-long theft case was officially closed. Everything returned to normal. As kids often do, the class soon forgot about the incident entirely. Jiang Xueli, however, remained the same. She diligently wrote names on the blackboard whenever students talked during class. One mischievous boy teased, "Hey, discipline officer, do you really like Lin Zhengran? If I tell you I'm good friend with him, will you leave my name off the board?" Blushing, Jiang Xueli retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Who said I?" She paused, flustered, and changed her tone. "I'll like whoever I want. What's it to you? I'm putting your name at the top of the list." The class erupted into laughter, and the teasing intensified. The discipline officer really likes Lin Zhengran. Look, she's blushing. Frustrated and embarrassed, Jiang Xueli glanced at Lin Zhengran, who remained indifferent. This made her even angrier. Overwhelmed, she blurted out, "What does it matter to you? So what if I do like him? Anyone who teases me will have their name written on the board." The entire class fell silent, stunned. Even Jiang Xueli froze, realizing what she'd just said. The sudden honesty left the entire class speechless. Some of the boys and girls who had been teasing, just for fun, also stood there, blushing in embarrassment. No one actually expected Jiang Xueli to admit it. After all, the whole point of teasing was just for amusement. No one really believed that just because someone was teased about liking someone, they actually would, or that they'd truly end up together. They were just kids, after all. But Jiang Shuili's unexpected outburst. Not only did she embarrass herself to death, but she also made the entire class mature overnight. From now on, no one in the class would ask, "Discipline officer, do you really like Lin Zhengran?" Instead, the new question would be, "Discipline officer, will you two get married when you grow up?" Jiang Shuili's face was as red as a cooked shrimp. She ran back to her seat, steaming, covered her ears, and buried her head on the desk. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran looked both surprised and unsurprised at the same time. While the others glanced at him to see his reaction, he simply flipped through his book as if nothing had happened. On the same day, far away in the south, little Heching kept sneezing. Her mom asked if she had caught a cold. Little Heching shook her head. "No, I don't think so. I don't know what's going on." She had no idea a thief had broken into their house. 2 days later, Saturday finally arrived. By the way, thanks to a casual question, Jiang Shuili had recently discovered that Lin Zhengran's house was just across the street from hers. It turned out they lived so close to each other. So on Saturday, the two of them met up, planning to check out the so-called treasure at Jiang Shuili's house. When they passed a vending machine, Jiang Shuili stopped and asked, "What do you want to drink?" Lin Zhengran spread his hands. "I didn't bring money." Jiang Shuili rolled her eyes. "I'll treat you." Lin Zhengran said he wanted a pulse drink. Jiang Shuili responded with an "okay," inserted the coins, and mumbled as she bought the drink, "It's not like I want to treat you or anything. I just happen to have money in my pocket and don't want you dying of thirst. I didn't even ask, so why are you explaining so much? Now it really feels like you're going out of your way to buy me a drink." Annoyed, Jiang Shuili threw the bottle at him. "You're overthinking it." Lin Zhengran caught it and casually said, "Thanks." As they walked side by side, Jiang Shuili felt like the distance between them was shrinking. "Lin Zhengran, about what I said last week in class. Don't take it seriously." She lowered her head shyly, not wanting him to see her flustered expression. "I don't actually like you. I just blurted it out in the moment." Lin Zhengran twisted open the bottle and took a sip. "I know." Jiang Shuili waited and waited, but Lin Zhengran never said anything else. Her embarrassment slowly turned into anger. Her cheeks puffed up, and she kicked his calf hard. "Ow! What the heck? You crazy?" Lin Zhengran scolded. "You're such a blockhead." "No, you're the biggest blockhead." She stopped in her tracks, frustrated. "Idiot. Big idiot. Even if I didn't mean it that way, I still said I like you in front of the entire class. Don't you have anything to say about that?" Lin Zhengran looked at her acting all dramatic. Where did an 8 or 9-year-old girl even get this much emotional baggage? Why was she always so hung up on love and relationships? "You literally just told me not to take it seriously. What kind of reaction do you expect?" You, ugh, you're definitely going to end up single for life. Anyone who likes you has to be brain dead." Lin Zhengran thought for a second. Wait, wasn't she basically insulting herself? So he retaliated, giving her a light kick on the butt. Jiang Shuili gasped, covering her behind and glaring at him, completely flustered. "What are you looking at?" "I was just returning the favor," Lin Zhengran said casually. "And don't insult so broadly. There are plenty of people who like me." Jiang Shuili bit her lip, turned her head away, and huffed. "Yeah, right. Who would like you? Enough chit-chat. Just take me to your house already. I only agreed to help you because of that so-called treasure." Jiang Shuili dusted off her clothes, thinking, "Ha, liar. You helped me first and only asked for the treasure later. Clearly, you weren't doing it for the reward." She quickly caught up with him. "Hey, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." At Jiang Shuili's house, Lin Zhengran entered her bedroom. This was the second time he had ever stepped into a girl's room. It didn't look much different from the first one. Pink everywhere. Stuffed animals were scattered on the bed. Yep, girls really were all the same when it came to their rooms. Lin Zhengran sat on Jiang Shuili's bed, watching her fidget restlessly. After a long pause, she finally asked, "So, how do you think my room looks?" "I cleaned up especially for today, since I knew you were coming." "You better not say it looks bad. I spent ages tidying up." Lin Zhengran immediately flattered her. "It looks great. She knew he was just humoring her, but she still felt happy inside. Carefully, she took out a book from her drawer, a handmade compilation of magazine and newspaper clippings. Here, this is my treasure. I spent years collecting and putting it together. Lin Zhengran took it and flipped through it. You successfully helped Miss Jiang clear her name. In gratitude, she has gifted you her personal cultivation manual. This technique is a masterpiece, compiled from countless sources. Although it's not an ultimate grade technique, it's definitely top tier. You carefully study the manual. Charisma +4, strength +4, stamina +1, level +2. You are about to break through to spirit level 30. 2 whole levels. This was the best reward he had ever received. Taking a closer look, Lin Zhengran realized that this cultivation manual was actually a comprehensive guide to music. It contained information on musicians, singing techniques, vocal exercises, and song breakdowns, all incredibly detailed. He glanced at Jiang Shuili, who looked a bit embarrassed. You like singing? Jiang Shuili hesitated, then stubbornly raised her chin. Yeah, so what? Nothing. I just never knew. You've never sung in front of anyone before. She clenched her little fists. Who randomly sings in front of people? They'd think I'm crazy. Sing for me. Jiang Shuili hesitated. I usually don't sing in front of others. But if you really want to hear. Lin Zhengran nodded. Yeah, I do. If you put this much effort into collecting all this, I'm curious about your skill. Surprised by his seriousness, Jiang Shuili stood up. Fine. What do you want to hear? I'm not singing because I want to. You're the one who asked, so don't complain if it sounds bad. Anything's fine, just not a nursery rhyme. Got it. She took a deep breath, adjusted her voice, and started singing. Lin Zhengran's eyes widened. He seriously didn't expect her to be this good. At her age, her voice was already incredible, almost identical to the original singers. With this level of talent and passion, she had a bright future ahead. That evening, as Lin Zhengran headed home, Jiang Shuili walked him to the door. Ever thought about becoming a singer? He asked. Jiang Shuili admitted she had, but the industry was tough. My mom says it's not something just anyone can succeed in. The more I study, the more I realize how hard it is. Lin Zhengran looked ahead. It is hard, but I think you got a shot. It'd be a waste to give up so young. Jiang Shuili was stunned. She had expected him to mock her, not encourage her. Oh, really? You really think so? Yeah, I genuinely do. Her heart skipped a beat. Then, suddenly, she burst into laughter, stepped in front of him, and declared with a serious face. Lin Zhengran, if you really can't find anyone to marry you in the future, I guess I can marry you. She pointed at him, blushing furiously. But it's not because I like you. I'm just taking pity on you. I just think you're such a blockhead that you'll never get a girl, got it? As summer approached, the evening breeze carried a hint of warmth. Standing on the street, the two of them locked eyes. Jiang Shuili's twin ponytails swayed slightly in the wind, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Lin Zhengran heard her words, but simply pressed his hand on her head and continued walking forward. I don't know. And do you even understand what getting married means before saying you'll marry me? Jiang Shuili swatted his hand away. Who says I don't understand? It just means marrying you and having babies, right? Lin Zhengran turned back in disbelief and saw her blushing as she added, but since I'm only marrying you out of pity, I'll only have one kid with you. Don't expect more. He couldn't be bothered to respond. Anyone who took a kid's words seriously would lose. Seeing him walking farther away, Jiang Shuili quickly chased after him. Hey, slow down. You're really not going to react at all to what I just said. You big idiot. When Lin Zhengran arrived home, it was his dad who opened the door. Since it was the weekend, both his parents were home. Ranran's back. Lin Yingjun opened the door at the sound of knocking, only to see Jiang Shuili standing behind his son. This wasn't her first time at their house. Ever since she discovered they lived close to each other, she had come over 3 or 4 times. Jiang Shuili greeted him, looking both shy and reserved. Hello, uncle. I came to bring Lin Zhengran home. Lin Zhengran thought, you didn't need to walk me all the way to my door, though. His father, Lin Yingjun, was usually a laid-back person, but as a parent in this moment, he found himself feeling a little awkward. "Hello, Xiaoli." The reason for the awkwardness was that his wife was in the living room on the phone. Lin Xiaoli heard their son return and rushed over with the phone in hand. "Ran, you're back? Perfect timing. Qingqing called for you. Come take the call." She stopped in her tracks when she noticed Jiang Xiaoli standing at the doorway. Her anxious expression instantly turned into a blank stare. Her brain shut down for a moment. Jiang Xiaoli, only half understanding the situation, continued greeting politely. "Hello, Auntie. I came to drop Lin Zhengran home." Lin Xiaoli exchanged looks with her husband. Lin Yingjun glanced back at her. Then, forcing an awkward yet polite smile, Lin Xiaoli said, "Xiaoli, have you eaten dinner yet? Why don't you stay and eat with us?" Jiang Xiaoli quickly shook her head. "No need, Auntie. I still have homework to do, so I should head back." She then turned to Lin Zhengran. "All right, I'm going home. See you next week, Lin Zhengran." She waved at his parents as well. "Bye, Uncle and Auntie." Lin Zhengran nodded. "Be careful on your way back." "Got it." As soon as he stepped inside, he took the phone from his mom. "Hello. Why are you calling me again?" he asked, heading straight to his room. Before heading downstairs, Jiang Xiaoli took one last glance at Lin Zhengran talking on the phone. Qingqing, that was a girl's name. Why did it sound so familiar? Was she a classmate? She walked down the stairs slowly, lost in thought. Then suddenly it clicked. Back in first or second grade, there was a girl who used to stick around Lin Zhengran all the time. But at some point, that girl disappeared. Did she move away? Transfer schools? But if that were the case, why were they still in contact? Was she a relative? A cousin? As she descended the stairs, her twin ponytails bounced with each step, and she seemed deep in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Yingjun and Lin Xiaoli peeked out from their room, whispering, "Xiaoli, be careful on your way back. You're welcome here any time," Lin Yingjun called out. Jiang Xiaoli paused, then turned around, blushing. "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. I'll come over again if I get the chance." But then she hurried downstairs. Lin Xiaoli nudged her husband with her elbow. "Ugh, that was so awkward. Why didn't you warn me?" Lin Yingjun sighed. "How was I supposed to know she'd walk our son all the way home? I never had this kind of treatment when I was a kid." He glanced at his wife. "You think Qingqing heard all that?" She definitely did. The call was still connected. The couple sighed in unison. Lin Yingjun rubbed his temples. "Why do I have this bad feeling that our son's future love life is going to be a mess?" Lin Xiaoli nodded. "I feel the same, especially with Xiaoli and little Heching. Both of them seem really nice." And she looked at her husband. Ran's still in elementary school. Back in his room, Lin Zhengran closed the door. On the other end of the line, Heching asked, "Did you just get home? Were you out today?" "Yeah, I wasn't home all day." "Oh." Heching hesitated before carefully asking, "I might have misheard, but was that a girl's voice just now?" Lin Zhengran sat down on his bed and answered naturally, "Yeah, just a classmate. I wanted something from her, so I helped her out. I was at her house earlier to pick it up." "Oh." Heching sounded a bit unsure. "Then why did she walk you home?" Lin Zhengran scoffed. "How should I know? Maybe she felt guilty because I didn't take her gift. Anyway, what did you want?" Hearing his usual tone, Heching felt a little relieved. "Oh, I just made a really good friend recently. Remember that girl I mentioned before? The one who looks like a little fox? A lot of boys are chasing after her, but she's actually really nice. She helps me a lot, and I found out we're neighbors. Now we walk to school, eat lunch, and go home together every day." Lin Zhengran glanced at the water cup on his desk and decided to go to the living room to get some water. The moment he stepped out, his parents, who had been casually watching TV, suddenly sat up straight. His mom even asked with concern, Ran, how's your call with Qingqing going? You two aren't fighting, are you?" "Fine." Lin Zhengran filled his glass. "Why would I fight with Heching?" 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. By the time he moved up to 5th grade, he finally broke through the spirit level 30 threshold. After a period of cultivation, you have successfully reached the level 30 milestone. A new hidden ability has been unlocked, making you even more formidable in the martial world. New ability, medium limit. When any of your 4 main attributes reach a certain value, you will gain a transformation effect. Your current stats are as follows. Strength, 13. Reaching 50 will grant the ability to maintain muscle mass without exercise. Stamina, 15. Reaching 60 will grant limitless endurance. Physical energy, 19. Reaching 70 will double stamina and triple endurance. Charisma, 20. Reaching 40 will double the goodwill you receive from others. Looking at the additional effects, Lin Zhengran thought, why do these descriptions sound kind of weird? Another year passed. 6th grade, the final year of elementary school, had arrived. Today was a special day in the southern town. It was Lingqi Festival. Legend had it that tying a red ribbon onto the tree of devotion on this day would bring good fortune. For singles, the heavens would grant them a fated match. For couples, their love would remain blessed and unbreakable. So, Heching made a plan. She invited her best friend, Han Wenwen, and the two of them decided to sneak out, without telling any adults, to tie their ribbons during the festival. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Heching carefully adjusted her hairstyle and smoothed out the edges of her snow-white dress. Mom, I'm going out shopping with Han Wenwen. If Grandma wakes up, let her know for me. Her mother, Aunt He, called out from the kitchen while making breakfast. Ching, you're not eating before you go. I'll just grab something with Wenwen. Bye, Mom. By now, little Heching had grown into a graceful young girl, her beauty blossoming with time. If a few years ago she was simply cute and pure, now the word beautiful finally fit her. Of course, when it came to looks, she still thought she wasn't as stunning as her best friend, Han Wenwen. Ever since Heching met her, she felt that Han Wenwen was growing more and more like a fox spirit. But unlike Heching's sweetness, Han Wenwen's beauty had an indescribable charm, something that wasn't exactly cute, but uniquely captivating. At the street corner, Heching stood waiting. Before long, Han Wenwen appeared from behind, wearing a fitted pink dress with her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Sneaking up from behind, she suddenly covered Heching's eyes and planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Guess who? Startled, Heching yelped, Wenwen, why do you always tease me like this? Han Wenwen giggled, covering her mouth playfully before tilting her head, her fox-like eyes glimmering mischievously. What's wrong? It's just a little kiss between girls. If I don't kiss you now, I might not get the chance in the future. Heching wiped her cheek helplessly and gave her friend a sideways glance. What do you mean not get the chance? Didn't you say we'd go to the same middle school together? Han Wenwen linked arms with her. Of course I'll go with you. But that's not what I meant. I'm saying that once you start going to school with your childhood sweetheart, will there even be room for me? Heching blushed, unable to respond. What nonsense are you talking about? Han Wenwen smirked. So, have you talked to him recently? No, nothing much has been happening lately. But after we finish at Lingqi Festival today, I'll call him. The two best friends walked toward the festival. You sure are diligent about updating him. I'm really curious. How ridiculously handsome does he have to be for you to be this obsessed? Heching mumbled, he was pretty good looking as a kid, but I don't know what he looks like now. Huh, don't you two talk on the phone all the time? You never done a video call? Nope, never. Han Wenwen stared at her in disbelief. You're unbelievable. You're way too timid. 2 years ago, they met on a rainy day at school. Han Wenwen had been moved by Heching's kindness and decided to repay her in whatever way she could. Whenever Heching was assigned classroom cleaning duty, Han Wenwen would stay behind to help. If anyone bad-mouthed Heching, Han Wenwen would clap back without hesitation. Not that Heching needed the help. She was more than capable of fighting back on her own. But Heching was the type who never forgot a kindness, no matter the reason behind it. Since Han Wenwen treated her well, she naturally returned the favor. Over time, the two became inseparable. Now, 2 years later, they were the closest of friends, knowing each other inside and out. The Lingqi Festival was bustling with excitement. Holding hands or linking arms, the two girls wandered through the various stalls, enjoying themselves immensely. At one point, they stopped at a stall selling love letters. This reminded Heching of something. Wenwen, has anyone confessed to you this month? Bending down to inspect the envelopes, Han Wenwen propped her hands on her knees. She recognized quite a few. Oh yeah, maybe it's because of the festival, Just yesterday, I found 3 love letters in my backpack. What? 3? Did you read them? Han Wenwen shook her head. Nope. I can already guess what they say. I like you so much. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not interested in any of them. Then she glanced back at Heching with curiosity. What about you? Has your good brother ever written you a love letter? Flustered, Heching replied, what? It's not like we're at that stage yet. I don't even think he knows I like him. Han Wenwen rolled her eyes. Do you think guys are that dumb? Okay, maybe a little, but I doubt your good brother is an idiot. Yeah, he's really smart. He's good at everything. The 2 girls wandered for hours from the base of the hill to the heart of the festival, the Tree of Devotion, located halfway up the mountain. This was the busiest spot at Lingqi Festival. Interestingly, as they walked, a group of boys suddenly stepped out from the crowd, holding flowers. It seemed like they had been waiting there on purpose. The one in the center held out a bouquet toward Han Wenwen and confessed his feelings. Judging by his uniform, he was from another school. Heching let out a sigh. Even she was getting used to this by now, let alone Han Wenwen. Sure enough, Han Wenwen turned them down cheerfully, but directly. Sorry, I don't like you. Then, with a mischievous smile, she added, but you're pretty handsome. Maybe some other girl will like you. Before leaving, she even pulled a hair clip from her pocket and handed it to him. Here, take this as a souvenir. Anyway, we're off to shop more. Bye-bye. That was just Han Wenwen's way. She always rejected people with a compliment. Maybe that was why even the guys she turned down still kept liking her. Finally, they reached the Tree of Devotion. The massive, ancient tree was covered in fluttering red ribbons, swaying in the wind like a breathtaking sea of red. Seeing it for the first time, Heching's eyes sparkled with wonder. It's like something straight out of a romance novel. I heard that 1,000 years ago, a couple was separated for some reason, but after tying red ribbons on this tree, they found their way back to each other. Han Wenwen nodded. Yeah, that's the story. Did you bring your own ribbon? Heching pulled a red ribbon with a small cloth tag from her pocket. Of course. What about you? Han Wenwen waved hers. Got it right here. Let's find a spot to write our wishes. People say writing them on the spot makes them more likely to come true. They squatted down and began writing. Heching carefully wrote, I hope I can see him soon, and that we'll always be together. She glanced over and saw Han Wenwen chewing on her pen cap, lost in thought. Wenwen, you're not done yet? I'm thinking. I've never really considered what kind of guy I like. Heching chuckled. Every kind of guy has confessed to you, and you haven't picked a single one. I'm curious too. Suddenly, Han Wenwen's eyes lit up. Got it. She scribbled on her ribbon. I want my future man to know exactly what I want. Heching looked confused. What does that mean? It means I hope my future boyfriend is someone who understands me on a deeper level. They both burst into laughter. Heching covered her mouth, giggling. Wow, that sounds so poetic. After tying their ribbons onto the tree, they noticed a nearby stall offering wooden tokens that revealed the surname of one's future lover. Han Wenwen grabbed one at random. It had a single character on it, Lin. Heching's eyes widened. Lin. Han Wenwen raised an eyebrow. What? Don't tell me your childhood sweetheart's last name is Lin. Yeah, it is. Han Wenwen laughed, linking arms with Heching and holding up the token. Looks like we really are best friends. Even our future boyfriends have the same surname. Maybe he has a long-lost brother. The 2 girls continued strolling through the festival, joking and laughing. Meanwhile, the 2 red ribbons they had tied onto the tree swayed in the wind, twisting together as if bound by fate. Before heading home, Han Wenwen teased Heching a few more times. As always, Heching got flustered, pretended to be angry, and then Han Wenwen had to coax her back into a good mood. Oh, right, Heching. What's the name of the school you're applying to? My uncle is taking me on a trip up north this year, so I'm thinking of checking out the area. I haven't asked yet. I'll ask him tonight. All right, let me know when you find out. See you tomorrow. Ching. Bye, Wen. That evening, Heching was so distracted that she didn't even taste her dinner properly. After quickly finishing her meal, she grabbed her mom's phone and rushed to her bedroom to make a call. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Jiang Shuili was at Lin Zhengran's house. And just as she was about to leave, she saw Lin Zhengran's mother answering the phone with a peculiar expression. Hello. Oh, Ching. Ran is. Lin Xiaoli glanced toward the door where Jiang Shuili stood, then turned to her son. She smiled helplessly. Ran, it's Heching calling. Oh, Lin Zhengran responded casually. Tell her to wait a bit. I'll walk Jiang Shuili downstairs first, then call her back. His relaxed attitude was a stark contrast to his mother's awkwardness. Lin Xiaoli nodded. All right, I'll let her know. She relayed the message word for word. Since Heching had been in a good mood all day, she didn't overthink it and cheerfully replied, Okay, Auntie, I'll wait for him. Lin Zhengran stepped outside and saw Jiang Shuili staring into space. What are you daydreaming about? Come on, I'll walk you downstairs. I also wanted to talk to you about school applications. Jiang Shuili glanced back at Annie Lin talking to that mysterious girl, and then at Lin Zhengran. Her curiosity about the girl on the phone only grew stronger. Who is she? Why did she call this big idiot so often? A year had passed since the fourth-grade confession fiasco. With Heching's departure, Lin Zhengran's life had fewer strange encounters. But fate had a way of balancing things out. One childhood friend left, and another one, who just so happened to love singing, appeared. 1 year ago, when Jiang Shuili was struggling with a bottleneck in her singing, Lin Zhengran had casually asked, You seem stuck. Want me to teach you? Jiang Shuili had been so stunned that she burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. You? Teach me? Do you even know how to sing? Instead of explaining, Lin Zhengran simply demonstrated. During music class that day, he sang a song in front of everyone. He wasn't professional level, but he had studied a bit in his past life. Even their teacher praised his voice and technique, saying he had a lot of potential. Jiang Shuili had been shocked, and so were many of their classmates. After class, she pulled him aside, staring at him with wide, dazed eyes. You actually sing that well? How did I not know? Lin Zhengran smirked. There's a lot you don't know about me. Then he got straight to the point. So, do you want me to teach you or not? If you do, just nod and say you'll follow my lead. If not, forget it. I'm not forcing you. Jiang Shuili completely ignored the key part of his sentence. Follow your lead. Her face turned bright red. This time, she didn't even try to act Sundara. She just nodded quickly. I do want to learn. If you're really that good, then teach me. I'll stick with you forever. Just like Heching had done back then, she held out her pinky. Lin Zhengran hooked his pinky with hers, and at that moment, the system activated. You have successfully established a fortune link. With Miss Jiang, from now on, every time she cultivates, you will receive double the feedback. Additionally, due to your level 20 skill, any cultivation technique you teach will double the learner's progress speed. From then on, Lin Zhengran spent his free time, between classes, after school, and on weekends, coaching Jiang Shuili in singing techniques and songwriting. They didn't even bother avoiding rumors anymore. They had already spread everywhere. And thanks to the system's feedback, every time Jiang Shuili improved, Lin Zhengran's growth doubled. Whenever she struggled, he gave her just the right guidance to help her break through. It amazed her, and though she refused to admit it, she started to admire him. You actually know this much about music? If I had met you earlier, I might already be a celebrity. Ever since I started learning from you, my progress has skyrocketed. Lin Zhengran flicked her forehead. Ow! Jiang Shuili rubbed the sore spot. What was that for? It's not too late. I found out there's a children's talent agency in our town. They accept kids 12 and older, so once we start middle school, you can apply. It's a legit agency with proper management. If you really want to go pro, you should give it a shot. Jiang Shuili felt like he had everything planned out. The time he told her, I think you can do it, he really meant it. Blushing with excitement, she asked the same question again. I really do love singing, but becoming a pop star? Are you sure I can do it? Everyone says it's so hard to make it in this industry. You really think I have what it takes? Lin Zhengran answered confidently, why not? Even if you can't, I'm here to teach you. She froze. She knew in that moment. She was going to fall for this idiot. Some things were just impossible to avoid. How could she ever like anyone else after hearing something like that? A year later, today, winter days were short, and the streetlights had already turned on. Jiang Shuili's ponytail bounced as she followed Lin Zheng ran downstairs. We'll be in middle school in half a year, Lin Zhengran said. I checked the talent agency's forums, and they've been scouting potential child stars in different schools. Sometimes, they even attend school performances. Our future middle school is on their observation list. That means your best chance will be the first-year talent showcase next semester. He turned to look at her. Your parents don't mind you learning music. If the agency reaches out to them, they won't refuse. Jiang Shuili nodded firmly. Got it. They continued walking under the streetlights. For the next 6 months, I won't teach you anything new. We'll focus on strengthening your stage presence and refining your techniques. Stage confidence is a huge plus for kids. Then suddenly, smack. Lin Zhengran flicked her forehead again, this time harder. Ow, what was that for? Jiang Shuili clutched her forehead angrily. What do you mean, Were you even listening? Of course I was. I'll work hard, okay? Well, have I not taken this seriously? Lin Zhengran narrowed his eyes. Then what's with that face? Jiang Shuili puffed up her cheeks and turned away with a humph. Nothing. After a moment, she finally blurted out what was really on her mind. Who was that girl on the phone just now? Her name's Qing, right? She muttered under her breath. She calls you a lot. What's your relationship with her? Lin Zhengran answered honestly. She's my childhood sweetheart. She transferred schools a while back, but we still keep in touch. Huh? Jiang Shuili's face scrunched up in disbelief. Your childhood sweetheart? I'm her childhood sweetheart. I've known you since first grade. If you put it that way, I suppose you're right. Lin Zhengran's expression remained calm. But she's known me since kindergarten. You? Jiang Shuili was momentarily speechless, then suddenly puffed up in frustration. She clenched her little fists, leaning forward like a plane about to take off. Then what about me? I've known you the longest. Technically, you could also be considered a childhood friend. As for who knew me first, it's about the same. She was with me from small class through second grade, while you were from first to sixth grade. The more Lin Zhengran explained, the angrier Jiang Shuili became. She puffed up her cheeks and raised her tiny fists, ready to hammer him. You're so infuriating. Her punches, however, were completely harmless. What's there to be angry about? There's no rule that says I can only have one childhood friend. Lin Zhengran effortlessly caught her flurry of phantom punches. Besides, I'm just stating facts. You wouldn't want me to lie to you, would you? Well, that's true. If you lied and I found out later, I'd be even angrier. She stopped punching but still clenched her eyes shut and yelled. But something about this just feels wrong. She stared at Lin Zhengran, feeling both frustrated and strangely unsettled. In the end, she could only huff, flip her twin ponytails, and storm off. Lin Zhengran stood there and called after her. Walking so fast? You don't need me to walk you home. No need. I live right across the street anyway. Go back and call your other childhood friend. She's waiting for you. All right then. Walk carefully. Jiang Shuili suddenly stopped in her tracks, gritting her teeth. Her tiny fists clenched even tighter as she turned around abruptly. Come walk me home. Huh? Didn't you just say you didn't need me to? I never said that, she huffed. You always bully me, but now you're suddenly listening so well. If you want to walk me home, don't let my words change your decision. Lin Zhengran wanted to say that he honestly didn't care either way. He had only come downstairs to talk about singing practice. Jiang Shuili knew that if she kept arguing, he might really just leave her behind. So instead, she walked right up to him, tilted her head, and looked up at him. Big dummy, walk me home. Lin Zhengran sighed as he met her gaze. These little girls are such a hassle. After walking a very jealous Jiang Shuili home, Lin Zhengran returned to take his call. The first thing Heching asked was, who was just at your place? Was it a girl? Lin Zhengran. That winter, the snowfall was heavier and came earlier than usual. Although Jiang Shuili had been grumbling ever since she learned about his other childhood friend, she was still very serious about learning to sing. As the 12th lunar month approached, Lin Zhengran planned to visit the mall to buy some materials for Jiang Shuili's vocal training. The snowflakes fell thickly as he walked along the still thin layer of snow toward the mall. At a street corner, he found himself walking the same path as a girl dressed in a down jacket, wearing skin-colored tights and a scarf wrapped around her neck. A subtle jasmine fragrance wafted from her. At first, Lin Zhengran paid her no mind, but then he noticed that she was walking at the exact same pace as him, just slightly ahead. Her long, draped hair covered a scarf that reached down to her waist. It swayed with each step, resembling a fox's tail. After a while, the girl seemed to sense someone behind her and turn around. It was then that Lin Zhengran realized it wasn't just the scarf that looked like a fox. She did too. She had a delicate, oval-shaped face with striking features, especially her naturally seductive eyes. She looked just like a reincarnated fox spirit, incredibly distinct. Because the mall was near the junior high school he was set to attend, Lin Zhengran was very familiar with the area. However, the fox girl seemed a bit lost. She stopped at a bus stop, blinking her fox-like eyes in confusion. "Where's First Middle School? It's snowing so much that I can't recognize the streets." Lin Zhengran casually pointed. "Go straight to the end of that road." She looked at him curiously and smiled. "Thanks, handsome." After that, they went their separate ways. At the mall, Lin Zhengran carefully selected the materials he needed. In the middle of shopping, he received a call from Jiang Xueli. "Big dummy, you went shopping? Why didn't you take me with you?" Lin Zhengran continued browsing. "Why would I? I'll just buy what I need and find you after. Be good and wait at home." After purchasing everything, he was about to leave when, once again, he ran into the fox girl at the entrance. She seemed to have just arrived. Recognizing him, she nodded politely. Lin Zhengran nodded back. As they passed each other, she took out her phone and reported to her best friend. "Hey, Ching, I want to check out First Middle School. It looks nice. I couldn't go inside, but it's so pretty." She giggled as she listened to her friend's response. Okay, I'll take some pictures for you later. I'll tell you all about the trip when I get back." Since he had to take the bus home, Lin Zhengran walked to the stop. Buses in town only came once every half hour. The snow was getting heavier, covering the entire town in a thick, white blanket. The bus stop was also piled with snow. He stood alone at the stop for about 10 minutes. Then, someone else arrived. It was a familiar face. Han Wenwen, carrying her shopping bags, noticed the same boy she had now encountered for the third time. Even she tilted her head in slight confusion. Lin Zhengran was just as puzzled. They exchanged a brief, knowing smile and stood on opposite sides of the bus stop. As he stared off into the distance, something clicked in his mind. A fox. Wasn't Heching's southern best friend also nicknamed Little Fox? And wasn't her name Wenwen? But surely it wasn't this Wenwen. On the other side, Han Wenwen scrolled through her phone, her fingers slightly pink from the cold. After chatting with her best friend for a bit, she scrolled through her photos and found one from 6 months ago, taken during the Lingqi Festival. They said that if you made a wish for love at the Lingqi Festival, your fated partner would appear within a year. Even if you weren't together right away, you'd definitely meet in some unexpected way. Han Wenwen smiled and sent pictures of the school to Heching. She had been curious all these months. How would her destined one show up? A soft meow interrupted both their thoughts. They turned around at the same time. A small cat was stuck in the tree behind a bus stop, meowing pitifully from the cold. Without speaking, they both instinctively stepped forward. The tree was too tall and straight, and with the snow making it slippery, climbing was impossible. "Can we get it down?" "It'll freeze to death up there," Han Wenwen asked. Lin Zhengran looked up at the trembling kitten. "Find a cardboard box. I'll get something to stand on." "Okay." Both quickly gathered supplies. Lin Zhengran set a broken chair under the tree while Han Wenwen held it steady. He lifted the box and called to the kitten. Sensing their kindness, the kitten tried to jump into the box but slipped. Luckily, Lin Zhengran caught it in time. Han Wenwen let out a startled gasp. Afterward, she crouched down and stroked the kitten's head, grinning. "It's not a stray. It has a collar. Then let's wait. Maybe its owner will come looking." She nodded. Looking up, she smiled. "I'm Han Wenwen." Lin Zhengran suddenly had a strange feeling. Lin Zhengran. Han Wenwen blinked. "You're a Lin?" "Why?" She tilted her head, fox-like eyes glimmering. "Oh, nothing. Nice name." She continued petting the kitten, wondering, could the Lingqi Festival really be this accurate? She smirked. "If we're meant to be, we'll meet again. Lin Zhengran thought, if you're Heching's best friend, then we definitely will. Maybe. Today, you had a brief encounter with the demon cult's enchanting maiden. She mentioned that you may meet again in the future. What kind of fate could this be for you? Demon cult maiden. That title actually suited her quite well. Later, the little cat's owner rushed to the bus stop, relieved to have found their pet. Lin Zhengran and Han Wenwen handed the kitten over, receiving heartfelt gratitude before they parted ways. Winter passed, and spring arrived once more. This was the final semester of elementary school. After the new year, little Heching had asked her mother, "Mom, when can I go to junior high and study with Lin Zhengran?" And he replied, "Probably in September. When junior high starts, you'll see him again. I'll register you in August during summer break." What day in September? That depends. It's usually at the start of the month, but the exact date changes every year. Little Heching smiled and responded with an "okay" before running to her bedroom. She flipped open a brand new planner and began counting down the days until September 1st. Every day, she crossed out a date. Every day, she got one step closer to seeing Lin Zhengran again. Auntie stood at the bedroom door, watching her daughter lie on the bed, resting her cheek on one hand, gleefully kicking her legs as she counted the remaining days. For years had passed, yet Heching still longed to return to that northern town. And he had once thought that their childhood connection would fade with time. But now, it seemed stronger than ever. Having gone through a failed marriage herself, she gently reminded her daughter, "Qing, when you finally meet your Ran again, keep a close eye on him. Don't let him run away this time." Hearing this, Heching's face turned bright red. She stammered, "Mom, what are you saying?" And he sighed, speaking from the heart. "I mean exactly what I said. I truly hope my Qing can stay with the person she likes, forever." Then, she left for the kitchen, completely ignoring her daughter's flushed embarrassment. The final 6 months passed with Heching marking off days in her notebook, counting each one with her fingers. She watched the countdown go from over 100 days to 50, then from 50 to 10. The start of school, midterms, finals, summer break. Her smile grew with each passing day. Just 10 more days, 10 more days, and I'll see him again. 2 days later, Lin Zhengran was lounging at home, watching TV with his parents. The family sprawled lazily on the couch. Lin Yingjun hugging his wife, Lin Xiaoli resting against his chest, and Lin Zhengran stretched out, legs propped up. Lin Xiaoli patted her son's leg and asked, Ran, you only have 5 days left before junior high registration. Are you nervous? Once school starts, you won't be able to come home every day. It's a boarding school." Lin Zhengran chuckled. "What's there to be nervous about? It's just junior high, and it gives you 2 lovebirds more alone time. You should be thanking me." Just then, the phone rang. Lin Xiaoli checked the caller ID and immediately sat up, delighted. "It's Qing. Hurry and answer. Ask if she's coming back soon." Lin Zhengran picked up the phone. Before he could even say hello, he was met with the sound of sobbing. Lin Zhengran, are you listening? I have bad news." She choked on her words, sniffling. "I might not be able to see you when school starts." Lin Zhengran's heart skipped a beat. He knew how much she had been looking forward to this. Every time she called, she would count down the days. He quickly retreated to his bedroom for privacy and asked, "What happened?" Heching explained between sniffles. "Mom said there's been an issue with my school registration. I might have to wait a whole month before I can join you. We won't be able to meet at the start of the semester." Hearing that, Lin Zhengran let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. For a second, I thought you weren't coming at all." Over the phone, Heching sat curled up on her bed, hugging her knees and wiping her tears. "How could I not come? I'd crawl back if I had to. We promised. No one's allowed to go back on their word." Lin Zhengran chuckled. "So she can joke now, huh?" Still sniffling, Heching murmured, "I had everything planned out. I even asked Mom exactly when I could go back to town. But now I have to wait another whole month. It's just a month. What's the big deal? We haven't seen each other in years. What's another month?" "It is a big deal," she mumbled, burying her face in her knees. "A month is so long, and I already made you a gift for when we meet. I spent so much time learning how to make it. It's a chocolate dessert." Her voice grew more pitiful. If I wait another month, it'll spoil. And even if I make a new one, it won't turn out as good. This batch was the best I ever made. Lin Zhengran hummed. Got it. So basically, you're crying because of your chocolate. Heching sniffled, then burst into laughter. No, that's not what I meant. Stop teasing me. She blushed, tracing Lin Zhengran's name on her bedsheet with her finger. Then, taking a deep breath, she whispered, I miss you, Lin Zhengran. I want to see you. She hesitated for a moment, then added, so I came up with a plan with Wen. I don't know if you'll agree. Lin Zhengran was curious. What plan? Timidly, Heching explained her idea. Lin Zhengran was stunned. Is this really the same timid Heching? She actually wanted them to leave home at the same time and meet halfway between the north and south. His eyes widened. Are you insane? Do you know how far apart we are? Even by high-speed train, a round trip in one day is impossible. And where would we even stay? Your courage is way too much. I'm not agreeing to this. But Heching's voice, though teary, was firm. I'm not scared, and it's only halfway. There will be places to stay. She tried to persuade him. Please, just this once? I'm begging you. She pleaded with him for a long time, insisting that she was older now, almost a teenager, with her own ID card. She wasn't a little kid anymore. She even lied. I'm already on the way. Lin Zhengran couldn't believe it. Are all girls this reckless now? Do they even think before acting? After hanging up, he turned to his mother and said, I need to go find Heching. Lin Yingjun and Lin Xiaoli, who were still watching TV, were stunned. Mouths hanging open, they were speechless. After Lin Zhengran half-explained the situation, the couple exchanged a look. Today's kids were truly something else. Lin Yingjun handed his son a phone. Take this. Check in with us while you're traveling. Thanks, Dad. I'm heading out. And with that, Lin Zhengran boarded a train south. Sitting by the window, he watched the scenery blur past and let out a tired sigh. What the hell am I doing? I could have spent these last 2 days sleeping in, but instead, I'm wasting time and energy on this nonsense. He gritted his teeth. That dumb girl is getting an earful when I see her. Meanwhile, Heching, overjoyed by Lin Zhengran's agreement, packed a small bag, carefully placing her dessert inside. She nervously told her mother, Mom, I'm going to Wenwen's. I'm sleeping over at her place tonight. And he, tending to Grandma, raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're not coming home? Heching guiltily avoided her gaze. We're having a sleepover. I'm heading out now. Slow down. Why are you in such a rush? She had already bolted. With her ticket in hand and Wenwen's borrowed phone, Heching boarded the train north. Her heart pounded in anticipation. Just a few more hours, and she would see Lin Zhengran again. Since this was her first time traveling alone, she kept her phone on, following Lin Zhengran's instructions every step of the way. On the way, Lin Zhengran asked her, Where are you now? Didn't you say you got on the bus a long time ago? Report your location to me. Little Heching had just managed to hail a taxi and hesitated, stammering, Lin Zhengran's expression turned speechless as he realized something. Why are you stuttering? Don't tell me you just lied to me and haven't even left yet. Afraid that he would get mad, little Heching quickly explained, I left. I already got in the taxi. I'm almost at the station. Heching, are you actually lying to me now? You told me you got in a taxi hours ago, and you're still not at the station? Does your house happen to be hundreds of kilometers away from the station? His yelling startled Heching, making her quickly move the phone away from her ear. She closed one eye cutely as if bracing for impact, then comforted him after he finished scolding her. Don't be mad, okay? I only lied because I was afraid you wouldn't want to meet me. By the way, how do I buy a ticket when I get to the station? I've never done it before. Lin Zhengran, just wait until you get there. I'll deal with you then. There was no other choice now. He could only guide her step by step. Don't hang up the call. When you arrive, find the front desk clerk and tell her you need a ticket to. With Lin Zhengran's guidance and her firm resolve to meet him, the journey went relatively smoothly. From morning till now, she had bought tickets, transferred buses, and navigated stations. Of course, there were a few hiccups along the way, like her panicking over buying the wrong ticket or not knowing how to respond to staff inquiries. But thanks to Lin Zhengran's help, nothing major went wrong. Finally, at 4:30 p.m., she arrived at Xinchuan bus station. Following the crowd, Heching stepped off the bus, looking around at the unfamiliar yet beautiful city. This was her first time traveling alone after getting her ID card. Even though it wasn't too far, it was still a significant experience for her. Lin Zhengran, I'm at Xinchuan bus station. Are you here yet? Where are you? She clutched her phone, standing off to the side while scanning the crowd. Lin Zhengran reminded her, don't wander around. After getting off, go stand at the service counter and wait for me. Stand under the security camera, and I'll come to you. I'll say it again, don't run around. There are a lot of people. Okay, I got it. Don't worry, I'm really obedient, Heching said as she walked to the service desk, growing more excited. She glanced at the reflective glass doors in the distance, using them as a mirror to fix her hair. Thinking her ponytail looked messy after the long trip, she carefully retied it. Feeling satisfied with her appearance, she checked the desserts in her backpack. Everything was perfect. Now, all that was left was to wait. A few minutes later, Lin Zhengran, who had arrived at the station much earlier, finally called. I see you. Look to your right. Hang up the phone. Hearing his voice, Heching turned her head. Her mind went blank. In her memories, Lin Zhengran had always been a small kid. Even though he was strong in her eyes, he was still just a child. But 4 years had passed. Both of them had grown a lot during their teenage years. The person standing before her now, this tall, handsome young man, looked nothing like the boy she remembered. He was at least half a head taller than her. His outfit was simple, just a t-shirt and long pants, but his presence was commanding. His bright, confident gaze still had the same intensity, making it hard not to feel shy when meeting his eyes. Heching fidgeted with her fingers, her face growing redder the longer she looked at him. Slowly, she lowered her head. Even though he was annoyed at how reckless she had been, Lin Zhengran couldn't help but be surprised when he first saw her. The little kitten-like Heching from before had now grown into a beautiful young lady. She was slender, about 150 centimeters tall, with a delicate and sweet face. Her pure almond-shaped eyes only made her look even more innocent. At first glance, she had the aura of a first love straight out of a romance novel. As they got closer, Heching bit her lip and whispered shyly, a long time no see, Lin Zhengran. Lin Zhengran took a deep breath, then slowly raised his hand, and knocked her on the head several times, thud, 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 thud. Ow, 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 Heching yelped. With every hit, she seemed to shrink lower until she finally crouched on the ground, hugging her head like a scolded puppy. Long time no see, my ass, Lin Zhengran snapped. Do you even realize how far apart we live? You've never traveled alone before, and yet you dared to come all this way without even knowing how to buy a ticket. If I hadn't guided you, would you even know where you are right now? Crouching, Heching hugged her head and whimpered, stop scolding me. I know I was a little impulsive this time, but I just really wanted to see you. Besides, with you guiding me, I knew nothing would go wrong. And anyway, you still came, didn't you? I only came because you told me you were already on your way. What else was I supposed to do? If I didn't come, you just end up crying to me every day about how much you missed me and how miserable you were. And now, you even dare to lie to me? I won't lie to you ever again, Heching said, pouting. Even though she was being scolded, she actually felt incredibly happy. It had been so long since she was last yelled at in person like this. She was so pleased that she even stuck out her tongue playfully, only to get another flick on the forehead from Lin Zhengran. Ow, Heching whined. You're even sticking out your tongue now. Are you even listening? She pursed her lips and cautiously looked up. Don't be mad. It's been years since we last saw each other, and you've gotten so tall and handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. But seeing how fierce you are, I knew it was definitely you. Lin Zhengran. He let out a long, deep sigh, wondering why he even knew someone like her. Self-mocking, he muttered, I could have just told Auntie to keep an eye on you and stop you from running around. Even if you got on the bus, she could have made you turn back. That would have been much safer. But instead, I somehow ended up coming all the way here myself. I must have lost my mind. Heching smiled happily, But the moment Lin Zhengran shot her a glare, she quickly covered her mouth, just like when they were kids. Forget it. What's done is done. Let's eat first. Lin Zhengran extended a hand. Come on, you must be hungry after traveling all day. Let's find a place to eat, then figure out where to stay tonight. Beaming with joy, Heching grabbed his hand and stood up, her head already filled with happy little bubbles. What do you want to eat? There are plenty of options at the station. Anything's fine. I'll eat whatever you eat. Let's just get some noodles. There's a noodle shop over there, and it's not too crowded. Okay. As they walked together, Heching carefully snuck glances at him, studying how much he had grown. So handsome. She smiled unconsciously. Lin Zhengran caught her staring and raised an eyebrow. Why are you smiling at me like that? Snapping out of it, Heching quickly put on a serious face and shook her head. Nothing. I wasn't smiling at anything. Lin Zhengran looked at her thoughtfully before casually remarking, It's been a few years, and I didn't expect you to grow up looking this pretty. Her face instantly turned red as her mind went completely blank. Lin Zhengran continued, By the way, we won't be able to head back tonight. What did you tell Aunt He? She'd never agree to let you stay out overnight. I told her I was sleeping over at Wenwen's. If my mom calls tonight, I pre-recorded a message for Wenwen to play as a cover. Lin Zhengran was speechless. So you really didn't learn a single good thing in these past years, huh? Not true, Heching explained. I know girls shouldn't stay out alone, but I'm with you, so I'm not scared. Besides, she blushed and mumbled, looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes, Isn't that right? Lin Zhengran froze. Just what kind of nonsense had her best friend been teaching her? There was no other choice. He had to knock some sense into her again. Right? Right what? What nonsense are you trying to say? Heching clutched her head, feeling wronged. I didn't say anything. I really didn't think of anything this time. Night was falling, and the lights in every household began to flicker on. In a small apartment in the southern town, a certain fox-like girl lay sprawled on her bed, munching on potato chips while flipping through an adult romance novel she had no idea where she had bought. The sudden ringing of her phone made Han Wenwen tense up. Seeing the caller ID, she smirked. Just as she expected, and he was calling. She carefully retrieved a recorder from under her pillow before answering the call. Hello, Auntie. Auntie asked straightforwardly. Wenwen, is Ching with you? Sitting up and leaning against the headboard, Han Wenwen lied without a trace of guilt. Yeah, she's in the bathroom right now. Do you want me to call her for you? Auntie replied, No need. As long as I know she's with you, I'm relieved. Sorry to trouble you again for letting her stay over. Auntie, don't be so polite. I crash at your place sometimes too, don't I? I'm more than happy to have her here. Auntie chuckled. All right then, have fun, you too. I was just calling to check in. If you're free tomorrow, come over for dinner. Okay, Auntie, goodbye. Bye-bye. After hanging up, Han Wenwen let out a sigh of relief and immediately called Heching. Lying back on her pillow with a mischievous grin, she answered in a deliberately sultry tone. Little Ching, what are you up to? You probably met up with your dear big brother by now, haven't you? On the other side, Heching was eating dinner with Lin Zhengran at a noodle shop. Her face instantly flushed as she lowered her voice. We're eating right now. How's it going on your end? Did my mom call you? She did, but Annie didn't suspect anything. Just enjoy your date. Heching blushed even harder and refuted shyly. It's not a date. It's just a meeting. Noticing Lin Zhengran glancing at her, she quickly ended the call. All right, I'm hanging up now. Thanks for covering for me today. I'll be back tomorrow. Okay, I won't disturb you too then. Have fun. After hanging up, Han Wenwen put down her phone and stared at the white ceiling. Muttering to herself, she said, traveling across the country to reunite with a childhood sweetheart after years apart. How romantic. For some reason, she suddenly recalled an encounter at a northern bus stop during her trip 6 months ago. Blinking her fox-like eyes, she murmured, That boy, could he really be my future boyfriend? Expressionless, she picked up her romance novel and continued flipping through it. Feels a little surreal. Can I even really like a guy? She didn't dwell on the thought for long. At the Xinchuan bus station noodle shop, Lin Zhengran finished paying for dinner. Leading Heching away from the station, They walked past numerous lodges meant for travelers. With her small backpack on, Heching trailed behind him, glancing at the tightly packed motels they passed. Eventually, they reached a smaller, quieter inn, and she murmured, "This one doesn't seem too busy. There should be rooms available." At first, Lin Zhengran didn't catch her meaning, but when he saw her shy expression, he immediately understood. Fuming, he grabbed her cheeks and pulled. "You're thinking of staying at a hotel, huh? Do you have any common sense?" Heching winced at the slight pain, squeezing her eyes shut, completely unaware of what she had said wrong this time. "Aren't we supposed to? I have an ID card. I've stayed in hotels with my mom before. What does having an ID have to do with this? Do you even know how old you are? You want me to go in with you?" Still confused, Heching clutched her sore cheeks and blinked innocently. "Go in? What do you mean? I didn't say anything about that. I'm not even going to bother explaining." Lin Zhengran sighed and kept walking. "Anyway, a hotel is out of the question. We'll just make do somewhere else for the night." "Oh, wait for me. So we can't stay at a hotel? I really didn't know. Then where are we going?" Luckily, it was summer. Otherwise, if it were winter, Lin Zhengran wouldn't have come all this way just to meet this clueless girl. He stopped by a small convenience store, bought 2 blankets, and scanned his surroundings. Eventually, he found an abandoned junkyard with a few scrapped vehicles and piles of metal debris. The place was overgrown with weeds. Climbing over the wall, he spotted an old car with intact windows. He opened the door, checked the inside, and found it acceptable. Returning to the wall, he reached out his hand. "Come up." Heching grabbed his hand, stepped on the wall, and climbed over with him. They made their way to the scrap car and opened the door. The interior was relatively clean since it had been sealed off from the wind. There was only a thin layer of dust, nothing a little padding couldn't fix. Lin Zhengran spread a blanket over the back seat. "We'll just stay here for the night. Tomorrow morning, you're heading straight home." Heching nodded obediently. She didn't care where they stayed. What mattered was that they were together. She even helped Lin Zhengran lay out the blankets. "This is all my fault. Now you have to sleep here because of me." Lin Zhengran gave her a sidelong glance. "At least you know that. But this is a one-time thing. If you ever make me travel this far just to meet you again, I'm not coming. You won't have to, because from now on, we'll always be seeing each other." As the night deepened, the vast junkyard turned eerily quiet. Darkness engulfed the surroundings, and the occasional croaks of frogs and chirps of insects echoed in the air. Yet, with Lin Zhengran by her side, Heching didn't feel scared at all. In fact, she even found the small space cozy. Opening her backpack, she carefully took out a dessert she had prepared, a swan-shaped chocolate truffle. "Look, this is your gift. What do you think?" Lin Zhengran was genuinely impressed. It looked just like the one they had shared years ago, though a bit smaller, maybe because they had grown bigger. "How long did it take you to learn this?" he asked. "A long time." She started unboxing it. "At first, I had no idea what I was doing. I spent months practicing, from shaping the swan to perfecting the taste. This one was a lucky success. The next batch I made didn't turn out as nice." She handed it to him expectantly. "Here, try it." Lin Zhengran broke off a piece and put it in his mouth while Heching watched eagerly. After chewing for a moment, he nodded in appreciation. "You've really improved since we were kids. It's delicious." Heching bit her lip and grinned. "Really? Then I'll try some too." As she chewed on the chocolate, she suddenly asked, "By the way, won't your parents ask about you staying out overnight?" Lin Zhengran casually took out his phone. "I called them on my way here. I'll check in with them again now." He dialed home. "Mom, Dad, I met up with Heching. Do you want to talk to her?" "Okay, I'll pass the phone to her." "Wait, I have to say hi." Heching panicked, fumbling with the phone. Hello, Auntie, Uncle." "Yes, I met up with Lin Zhengran this afternoon." "Don't worry, everything's fine." After hanging up, she stared at him in surprise. "You actually told them you came to see me?" "I'm a guy. Of course, they'd be less worried. Though I did lie about a few details. Otherwise, would they have let me come?" Heching gazed at him in a daze. "Yep." Lin Zhengran was still Lin Zhengran. "Thank you for coming to see me." They chatted for a while longer before settling in for the night. Just as Heching hesitated over sharing the blanket with him, she spotted a massive spider on the car window, spinning its web. Startled, she let out a yelp and instinctively burrowed into Lin Zhengran's shoulder. Lin Zhengran tapped on the glass, scaring the spider away. There are a lot of bugs at night. If you're scared, stay close. Seeing him close his eyes to sleep, Heching whispered, shuffled closer, and carefully rested her head on his shoulder. Feeling his warmth, she shut her eyes, pulling the blanket up. With a silent prayer of gratitude, she murmured, "Thank you, Mr. Spider." Outside the car, the spider turned back, as if saying, "These humans are scarier than me. I'd better get out of here." With that, it scurried away on its 8 legs. Although Hexinzi will soon leave the sect again to venture with you, she missed you too much and secretly ran out to meet you in advance. She also brought the black blood paste she carefully crafted to share with you. You consume the exquisite black blood paste, strength +3, charisma +2, stamina +4, level +2. Current spirit level, 36. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating Heching's face. She groggily opened her eyes. She paused for a moment, staring at the unfamiliar surroundings before remembering where she was. Turning her head, she saw Lin Zhengran still fast asleep. Her small mouth held her breath as she took in his features under the soft light. His sharp jawline looked even more handsome from the side than from the front. A shy Heching noticed that part of his blanket had slipped off. She reached out to pull it back over him, but as she moved her hand, she accidentally bumped into something hard in Lin Zhengran's pocket. A card? Curious, she lowered her gaze. Since a corner was already exposed, it was easy to pull it out. Opening it up, she realized it wasn't a card but a small, folded poster. Children's Talent Agency? What's this? She flipped the poster over and suddenly felt a strange substance on her fingers. It was from the poster, colorless but with a familiar scent. She brought it to her nose and sniffed. It smelled nice and somewhat familiar, but she couldn't immediately place it. Her movements stirred Lin Zhengran awake. Instinctively, she hurriedly shoved the poster back into his pocket. Lin Zhengran rubbed his eyes. "You're awake." Heching sat up. "Yeah." She smoothed the stray hairs on her face, worried about looking messy in front of him. "Did you sleep well?" "I slept really well next to you." Lin Zhengran yawned and checked the time. "Not bad." He sighed internally. Being young really was great. Even in such an environment, he could sleep soundly. "It's 7 o'clock. I'll take you for breakfast, and then you should catch your train back." "Okay." She nodded eagerly, helping him fix his messy hair. The two of them left the courtyard and grabbed a simple breakfast. Lin Zhengran bought Heching's ticket for her. The whole time, the little girl remained cheerful, though she was still trying to recall where she had smelled that scent before. It wasn't until they waved goodbye and boarded trains in opposite directions that Heching's eyes suddenly widened in realization. Hand cream, a girl's hand cream. By evening, there was one more heartbroken person in this city. In Han Wenwen's bedroom, the fox hugged a pillow and stared at the tearful Heching in confusion. What's wrong?" "Nothing." Heching sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears. "Didn't have fun with your good big brother yesterday?" Heching wiped her tears but spoke non-stop, her voice both happy and aggrieved. "It was fun. We ate noodles, and he even ate the chocolate I made. He said it was delicious. We talked for a long time last night. I was so happy." Han Wenwen frowned. "Then did he bully you? Did he do something you didn't want?" "No. He treats me very well. He'd never do anything like that." Her voice grew more pitiful. Han Wenwen blinked her fox-like eyes in confusion. "Then why are you crying? Don't tell me you're crying because you're too happy." Heching whimpered, her voice choked with sobs. "It's all my fault. I should have been by his side all these years, but..." Her face crumpled. I think there's another girl around him now, and she's probably really pretty. What do I do, Wenwen?" Honestly, Heching had long expected Lin Zhengran to be popular. He was already like that before she left, and over the past 4 years, she had noticed from their phone calls that there always seemed to be girls around him. She had mentally prepared herself for battle. But when she personally, with her own nose, smelled another girl's scent on him, She just couldn't hold back her emotions. Still, Heching was no longer the same little girl from years ago. Crying didn't mean surrender. Until Lin Zhengran made a clear statement, she absolutely refused to back down. A few days later, under the lingering heat of late summer, first middle school officially started. Lin Zhengran went to register with Jiang Shueli. Hey, idiot, do you even know where to go? Just follow me. Jiang Shueli clasped her hands behind her back, fantasizing to herself, but she refused to admit it aloud. You don't think we'll be in the same class, do you? Ugh, I really don't want to see you every day, but life is full of disappointments, huh? A few minutes later, they arrived at the registration area. Lin Zhengran pointed at the class list. See? You got your wish. We're in different classes. Happy now? Jiang Shueli clenched her fists in frustration and snapped. Happy, my ass. You're the worst. Women were such strange creatures. She got what she wanted, yet she still wasn't happy. But as Lin Zhengran looked more closely at the class list, he suddenly froze. Something about it seemed off. Class 1, Lin Zhengran and Han Wenwen. Class 3, Jiang Shueli and Heching. Sweat formed on Lin Zhengran's forehead. Nothing had happened yet, but he already had a bad feeling about this school year. Leaving the fuming Jiang Shueli behind, he headed toward his classroom. Class 1 was lively and bustling. Though everyone was new, they already seemed familiar with one another. Small groups had already started forming. Han Wenwen arrived a little late, and by then, the classroom was packed. But the moment she walked in, Lin Zhengran knew this fox was about to steal the attention of every boy in the room. Her figure, her face, her eyes, her expressions. None were perfect on their own, but together they achieved an almost perfect balance. In the coming years, many boys would likely remember the middle school girl they never had a chance with. Some would sigh to themselves, if only I had tried a little harder, not that it would have made a difference. On the first day, every new student had to introduce themselves on stage. Han Wenwen stood up there, smiling with her eyes narrowed. Hi, everyone. I'm Han Wenwen. I hope we can all become great friends this year. Lin Zhengran watched from below, already predicting the inevitable, boys blushing left and right. This girl really was dangerous. But fortunately, it had nothing to do with him. Or so he thought, until the teacher announced. All right, Han Wenwen, please take the seat next to Lin Zhengran. You two will be desk partners from now on. Lin Zhengran froze. Even Han Wenwen raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at him. As their eyes met from across the room, Han Wenwen gracefully walked over and sat beside him. She smiled, her expression carrying a hint of flirtation. Didn't I say we'd meet again if we were destined to? Her voice was smooth, playful. Looks like fate really did bring us together, Lin Zhengran. Lin Zhengran, you have once again encountered the demon cult maiden. The moment she appeared, she bewitched countless cultivators. You sense that, for some reason, she seems particularly interested in you. The world is truly full of dangers. You must tread carefully. Of course, this may also be a kind of opportunity. Middle school life had begun. But in the month before Heching arrived, Lin Zhengran's school life felt a bit strange, because a certain fox had been observing him the whole time. The first instance was on the very first day of school. After they were assigned as desk partners, Lin Zhengran was reading out of boredom when he noticed Han Wenwen resting her face on one hand, gazing at him with undisguised interest. She stared at him like that for an entire morning. Lin Zhengran finally asked, "Do you need something?" Han Wenwen shook her head slightly, smiling. "Nope, nothing." But the moment she spoke, she jotted something down in her little notebook. Although not very obvious, Lin Zhengran does care about how other girls perceive him. She made no attempt to hide what she was writing. It was right there for him to see. Lin Zhengran. Another time, about a week later, the class was selecting a class monitor. Because Lin Zhengran was a top student and good-looking, many girls blushed and whispered about him. Han Wenwen took note of this as well. Lin Zhengran excels academically and is very popular with girls. The homeroom teacher looked at him. "Lin Zhengran, how about you take on the role of class monitor?" Lin Zhengran declined without hesitation. Han Wenwen immediately added another note. Does not like being in the spotlight. Good personality. If he were a novel, he'd survive for a long time. Lin Zhengran. Situations like these happened repeatedly. Even during meals, while she never sat with him, she always chose a table just 1 or 2 spots away. She would quietly eat while discreetly watching him. If she saw him eating with Jiang Xueli, she would pull out her notebook again. No signs of picky eating. Also, his taste in girls seems varied. Omnivorous. This is debatable. Might just have a thing for ponytails. One time, Jiang Xueli, chewing her food, asked curiously, "Hey, idiot, what's up? Your eating speed seems different lately." Lin Zhengran let out a long sigh, visibly drained. "Why are you suddenly sighing? Did I do something to annoy you?" she asked, confused. But after nearly a month of being observed, this peculiar routine finally came to an end one day, when Lin Zhengran was staring absent-mindedly out the window. It was the last period on a Friday. Han Wenwen had been writing as usual, but suddenly, she realized her little notebook was completely full. She blinked in surprise. "Didn't think I'd fill it up so quickly." Lin Zhengran snapped out of his daze. "It's finished? Does that mean you'll stop staring at me every day now?" Han Wenwen tilted her head, flashing a sweet smile. "Yep, I'm done. Thanks for letting me observe you all this time. If you had deliberately avoided me, it would have been much harder to take notes." Letting her observe him? Lin Zhengran didn't recall ever agreeing to that. With a sigh, he said, "Even if I told you to stop, you wouldn't listen, would you?" Han Wenwen nodded without hesitation. "Nope, but if you had, I just wouldn't have done it so openly." She rested a finger on her cheek, playfully tilting her head. "I'd have observed you in secret instead." Lin Zhengran. Han Wenwen clasped her hands together, resting her upper body lazily on the desk like a lounging fox. "By the way, aren't you even a little curious why I've been watching you every day? Don't you wonder why I've been staring at you like some crazy fangirl?" "Not curious at all. I just hope that now you're done, we can go about our own business. Do you even realize how many guys have been glaring at me for the past 20 days because of you? It's like they think I stole their goddess." Han Wenwen glanced around the classroom and indeed noticed that Lin Zhengran had become the enemy of every boy in class because of her behavior. She smiled apologetically. "Oops, my bad." As the dismissal bell rang, she tucked her notebook into her pocket and stood up. "But after observing you, I've confirmed that you really are different from other guys. Mature, handsome, almost a perfect score in my book." With that, she strolled out of the classroom. The students were in a rush to leave as well. Lin Zhengran watched Han Wenwen's retreating figure, then listened to the girls in class gossiping about her. He sighed. This fox was eccentric, but at least she treated Heching well. That silly girl really had found herself a good best friend. That Friday night, the dormitory was almost empty, aside from a few out-of-town students who stayed over the weekend. One of them was a certain fox. After dinner, Han Wenwen filled a basin with hot water, pulled the curtains shut, and took a relaxing bath. Drying her hair and body, she casually wrapped a towel around herself and sat on her bed, flipping through her notebook. Judging by his personality, it's going to be tough for Qingqing to get together with him in middle school. He seems easygoing, but he actually has strong principles. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling. Then again, if he didn't have principles, when Qingqing spent the night with him last time, wouldn't they have already? Her mind wandered back to a month ago, the day Heching and Lin Zhengran met after taking separate trains. That night, after Heching tearfully complained that Lin Zhengran might have another girl around him, the two best friends had a long discussion. In the end, spurred by Heching's unwavering determination, they decided to strike first. Of course, this was entirely Han Wenwen's idea. No matter how bold Heching was, she would never have suggested such an approach. That night, Han Wenwen sat on the bed, looking at Heching seriously. "Qingqing, even if another girl is around him, you have the advantage of being his childhood friend. Plus, he came all this way just to see you. That means you're still more important than that girl. We have to act first. We can't just sit and do nothing." Heching's eyes were red. "But I won't be in the north for another month. It'll be a long time before I can see him again." Han Wenwen hugged her pillow, a knowing look in her fox-like eyes. You won't see him for a while, but don't forget, I can start school as usual. Give me his name and a photo. I'll watch him for you. I'll take note of all his habits so that when you get there, you'll know exactly how he's changed over the years. It'll make your strategy easier." Heching, already determined, felt even more convinced. "But how will you observe him? That sounds difficult." Han Wenwen tapped her cheek, deep in thought. It'll be a bit tricky, but as your best friend, this is nothing I can't handle. Just give me his name and a picture, and I'll take care of the rest." The next day, Heching found an old childhood photo of Lin Zhengran and handed it to Han Wenwen. "Wenwen, this is the only photo I have of him when he was a kid. But after seeing him yesterday, I think he still looks pretty much the same. You should be able to recognize him." Han Wenwen eagerly accepted the picture. Even as Heching's best friend, she had never known what her childhood sweetheart looked like or even his name. Heching had always kept it a secret, and Han Wenwen had never pried. But in truth, she had always been curious. As soon as she saw the photo, her fox-like eyes widened in shock. Heching said, "His name is Lin Zhengran." The boy in the photo overlapped with the one she had seen at the bus stop that day. Han Wenwen looked up, smiling slyly. "Got it. Leave it to me. Ching. I won't let you down." The wooden slats of the upper bunk were spaced apart, and Han Wenwen lay on her bed with only a blanket covering her. She curled up, stretching out a long, snow-white leg to try and reach the wooden board above. Even with her soft pink foot fully extended, she still couldn't reach it. Even now, thinking about it still feels unbelievable. The boyfriend that fate granted me just happens to be the childhood friend that Xiaoqing has been dreaming about day and night. To be honest, I was completely shocked when I saw the photo. Her expression was blank, or maybe just dazed. Good thing Xiaoqing didn't notice anything that day, or it would have been a real hassle. Flipping through her little notebook, Han Wenwen casually skimmed over its contents. If she looked closely, she could tell that many of Lin Zhengran's habits matched her own, and in the areas where they differed, they actually complemented each other quite well. Looking at it this way, we're actually pretty compatible. The Lianqing festival is really something. But honestly, whether I have a boyfriend or not doesn't really matter. She turned over and lay on her stomach, picking up her phone and dialing her best friend. After a few rings, the call connected. Han Wenwen grinned. "Xiaoqing, what are you up to? Did your school enrollment go smoothly?" Her legs swung up and down in a rhythmic motion. "Oh, you're coming over next week? That's great. I'll pick you up at the station. By the way, I took care of everything I promised you. Your amazing brother is really outstanding and super handsome too." A week later, little Heching arrived at the junior high school as planned. Han Wenwen personally went to the station to pick her up, along with Auntie. As soon as the two best friends saw each other, they squealed, covering their mouths with their hands before hugging tightly, calling out each other's names. And he gave Heching some last-minute advice and handed her some money. She had been a little worried about her daughter, but knowing that Han Wenwen would be studying with her put her mind at ease. While helping Heching settle into the dorm, Auntie watched her daughter, who was practically beaming with joy, and reminded her, "Ching, you're a big girl now. Even though you and your brother Ran are close, you can't just go to his house whenever you want like when you were little. If you do go, you should bring a gift for Aunt Lin. You have to be polite now." Heching obediently helped her mother make the bed, with Han Wenwen assisting on the side. "I got it. If I go see him, I'll bring something for Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin." After everything was sorted, Auntie stood up. "All right then, everything is settled here. I'll take the bus home this afternoon. You and Wenwen will stay in the dorm on weekends, and if anything happens, just call me. When the holidays come, we'll all go home together." Then she turned to Han Wenwen. "Wenwen, I'm leaving Ching in your care. Look out for each other, all right?" Han Wenwen tilted her head and smiled. "Auntie, you're too kind. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her." Heching, trying to prove she was all grown up, also responded seriously. "Mom, you can trust me." Without adding too many more words of farewell, Auntie said her goodbyes at the school gate and left town. As they waved goodbye, Heching and Han Wenwen turned to each other and suddenly burst into laughter, teasing each other in giggles. Han Wenwen leaned close to whisper something in Heching's ear, making her blush and glare in mock anger. Wenwen, what are you saying? I'm saying you have great taste in picking a brother. Come on, I left my notebook in the dorm. It's all written down in detail. Everything you want to know is in there. Heching was obviously interested, so she linked hands with Han Wenwen and they returned to the dorm to check the notebook. On the way, Han Wenwen asked, "Oh yeah, tomorrow afternoon you're picking up your dear brother at the school gate, right?" Heching blushed. "Of course I am. Otherwise, how would he know I'm here? And didn't you say I need to take the initiative if I want a chance?" While the two of them were happily enjoying their weekend, Jiang Xueli, back at home, kept sneezing nonstop. It was eerily similar to what had happened to Heching years ago. "What's going on? It's so hot. There's no way I caught a cold," she was confused. Sunday evening arrived, and the junior high students trickled back to school, ready to start a brand new week under strict dormitory rules. Since entering junior high, Lin Zhengran and Lin Xiaoli rarely accompanied Lin Zhengran to school anymore. Instead, they just gave him money so he could take a taxi or bus on his own. Of course, this was something Lin Zhengran had requested himself. He felt that he wasn't a little kid anymore, and there was no need to be dropped off and picked up every day. On his way to school, he rarely checked his status panel, but this time he did. Current spirit level, 36. You have stepped out of the beginner's village and taken your first steps into the vast world of martial arts. Although you have yet to make a name for yourself, with your current strength, it's only a matter of time. Strength, 27. Reach 50 to unlock the ability to maintain muscle mass without exercise. Endurance, 23. Reach 60 to unlock the ability to last 7 rounds in one night without fatigue. Stamina, 30. Reach 70 to unlock double stamina and triple endurance for any activity. Charisma, 33. Reach 40 to unlock double favorability when speaking or taking action. Every time Lin Zhengran saw these upgrade perks, he struggled to keep a straight face. Not a single one sounded like a serious ability, yet somehow they were all undeniably useful. Ding dong. The bus arrived at its stop, and a sweet female voice announced, "Heching First Middle School has arrived. Passengers heading to Heching First Middle School, please exit through the rear door." Repeating, "Heching First Middle School has arrived." Lin Zhengran and the other students lined up to get off the bus. The bus stop was only 2 intersections away from the school, fairly close. Just then his phone rang. It was Jiang Xueli. As soon as he picked up, her exasperated voice came through. "You big idiot, did you make it to school yet? I didn't ride with you today. Don't tell me you got lost." Lin Zhengran was unfazed. "You really want to talk? Who was it that couldn't even find the registration office on the first day of school?" Jiang Xueli huffed. He could practically see her sunder a pout through the phone. That was just me testing you. Of course I knew where it was. Whatever. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. My mom came shopping nearby this morning and dropped me off early. Otherwise, I would have ridden with you. So why are you waiting for me at the gate?" Jiang Xueli huffed again, contradicting herself. "I was worried you'd get lost, okay? Not like I want to wait for you or anything." Then she suddenly spotted him. "Oh, I see you. Hanging up now." At the school gate, dressed in her uniform with twin ponytails, Jiang Xueli spotted Lin Zhengran from a distance. Flashing a grin with her little tiger teeth, she waved excitedly. "Big idiot. Over here." She ran toward him. "Lin Zhengran, you're here." Before she could finish, another girl, her long ponytail swaying, had also been waiting at the gate. As soon as she saw Lin Zhengran arrive, she ran forward too. The two girls spoke at the same time, stepping forward in unison. Their eyes met, and both of their pupils widened. This was technically their first formal meeting. Maybe they had seen each other before, but neither had remembered the other's face. But now, as they stared into each other's eyes, both instantly realized that the girl in front of them was the one who had been by Lin Zhengran's side all these years. From a distance, Lin Zhengran also saw them. Heching, Jiang Xueli, and Han Wenwen, who had just arrived late with a drink in hand. The four of them stood at the four directions of the intersection, frozen. Cars and pedestrians bustled past the crossroads. Meanwhile, the school gate security guard leisurely admired the calligraphy in his newspaper and sighed in appreciation. Now this is true art. On the way to the teaching building, to Lin Zhengran's left, the twin ponytailed girl had her hands behind her head, tilting her face away. Lin Zhengran himself walked calmly in the middle, as if nothing had happened. On his right, little Heching had her hands clasped in front of her, head slightly lowered. Han Wenwen, meanwhile, was holding onto Heching's arm. Whenever Lin Zhengran looked at her direction, the little fox would flash him a playful smile and wave. "Good afternoon, Lin Zhengran." No one spoke along the way. After their brief introductions, the four of them walked forward in a slow but steady rhythm. The atmosphere was so subtly tense that even the passing dog seemed tempted to buy some sunflower seeds, squat by the roadside, and watch the show unfold. Jiang Shuili discreetly observed Heching, fair-skinned, delicate, and stunningly beautiful even from the side. Meanwhile, Heching sneaked a glance at Jiang Shuili, lively, adorable, and full of energy, the type that was naturally likable. Their gazes met, and immediately both looked away, one turning her head, the other lowering her gaze. Fortunately, Lin Zhengran was unaffected. "When did you get here?" he asked. Both Jiang Shuili and Heching looked at him at the same time. Han Wenwen stood to the side, clearly enjoying the drama, her expression practically screaming, "He's not asking me, right?" Lin Zhengran blinked. "Why are you all staring at me?" "I was asking Heching." Jiang Shuili turned away, her lips pursed, while Heching whispered shyly, "I came with my mom yesterday. I've already completed my enrollment, so I'll be studying here for the next few years." Lin Zhengran nodded. "Did Annie go back already?" "MHM, my mom already left. From now on, I'll be staying at school on weekends, so if you ever need me." Heching glanced at Jiang Shuili's turned face, her voice growing softer. "You can come find me anytime, or just call me." "Got it." As they continued walking, Lin Zhengran suddenly noticed Jiang Shuili puffing up her cheeks like a pouting frog. "What's with that face?" he asked. Heching fell silent, while Jiang Shuili muttered, "Nothing. This is just how my face naturally looks." Lin Zhengran rolled his eyes and changed the subject. "When did you arrive this afternoon?" Jiang Shuili's puffed-up cheeks immediately deflated. Though she was clearly pleased, she tried to act indifferent. "A little after noon. I had lunch with my mom, then came straight to the dorm to sleep." "Oh." After a few more steps, Han Wenwen suddenly let out a snicker. All three turned to look at her. Covering her mouth, she blinked innocently. "Sorry, I just thought of something funny." "Don't mind me. Carry on." Both Jiang Shuili and Heching blushed, staying silent. Heching nudged Han Wenwen with her elbow, signaling, "What are you laughing at?" Still covering her mouth, Han Wenwen whispered into Heching's ear, "Sorry, Xiaoqing, but you guys are just too entertaining. I couldn't hold it in." Heching pouted adorably, pressing her lips together in silent exasperation. They walked all the way to the first floor of the teaching building before parting ways, without saying anything else. There was nothing left to say. Standing in the hallway, Lin Zhengran told the girls, "All right, I'm heading to class. You two are in the same class, right?" Jiang Shuili nodded, and Heching, who had been surprised when Han Wenwen told her yesterday, nodded as well. She hadn't expected to be in the same class as Jiang Shuili. "All right then, I'll see you after evening study. Bye." Jiang Shuili and Heching waved. "Bye." The atmosphere remained awkward as they turned and left. Han Wenwen, however, stayed put, watching them walk into class 3 to 3 before covering her mouth and laughing again. Lin Zhengran glanced at her. "What now?" Han Wenwen tilted her head playfully. Unlike the others, she never blushed when looking at Lin Zhengran. But her gaze wasn't ordinary either. Her eyes always carried an innate allure. "Oh, nothing," she teased. Hasn't Lin Zhengran ever found something amusing before? But, "Lin Zhengran, when did you realize I was Xiaoqing's best friend? You didn't seem surprised at all when you saw me earlier." Lin Zhengran sighed. "I've known for a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you follow me around all month." Han Wenwen tapped her chin with a finger, pretending to think. "That makes sense. I did wonder why you never stopped me from observing you. You must have already figured out who I was." She smirked. But we really are fated, aren't we? Last winter, we kept running into each other at the bus stop. And now, not only are we in the same class, we're even desk mates. If this were a novel, at this rate, I'd start wondering if I'll end up having your kids someday, waiting for you to come home from work and eat dinner. Lin Zhengran, you better not start wondering. Ignoring her, he turned and walked into the classroom. Han Wenwen watched him go, amused. He's really not interested in me at all, huh? If it were any other guy, he'd at least be flustered by that comment. After all, there was once a boy who, upon seeing Han Wenwen smile, immediately declared, Han Wenwen, I just thought of the names for our future kids. I really, really like you. Han Wenwen elegantly took her seat beside Lin Zhengran. Then, in a voice only he could hear, she whispered, but Lin Zhengran, secretly two-timing girls isn't good, you know? It'll break their hearts. I suggest you pick Heching soon. I'm firmly on team Heching. Lin Zhengran stared at the blackboard, completely baffled by these girls who thought about nothing but romance. Can you guys focus on something serious for once? And don't worry, I wouldn't do something like secretly two-timing. Han Wenwen smirked. Oh, so you do it openly? That's even harder. She rested her chin on the desk, her fox-like eyes gleaming mischievously. And just so you know, I don't support that. She locked eyes with Lin Zhengran, scrutinizing him with a knowing look. After a moment, her gaze shifted in mild surprise. Then, she smiled meaningfully. You really don't seem like a junior high student, Lin Zhengran. You act more like an adult who's been in society for years. Your way of thinking is completely different from everyone else in class. Morning sunlight shone warm and bright. Jiang Shuili, Heching, and Han Wenwen washed up in separate dorms, then headed to different classrooms for class. But ever since that morning, they found themselves spending every school break, mealtime, and lesson change with the same boy. No one talked much. This strange, awkward atmosphere lasted for over a week, until Tuesday of the second week. That day, the teacher assigned a classroom cleanup. By coincidence, Heching and Jiang Shuili were paired together. At first, things were a little awkward. They hadn't spoken all week despite being in the same class. But when it came to cleaning, they worked together surprisingly well. It wasn't until they were both standing on desks, wiping the blackboard, that Heching accidentally dropped her blackboard eraser. Jiang Shuili picked it up. Heching said, "Thanks." But when Jiang Shuili handed it back, she hesitated, her hand paused midair before she withdrew it. Heching blinked in confusion, then stared at her in surprise. Jiang Shuili grinned. "This one's kind of worn out, isn't it? I'll get you a new one." Heching quickly whispered, "It's fine, really. I just dropped it by accident. I could still use this one." Just then, the class monitor walked by, snatched the eraser from them, and started wiping the board. "What are you two doing? Arguing over a blackboard eraser? There's still so much left to clean. Hurry up. School's almost out." Jiang Shuili and Heching watched as the class monitor waved her arm, erasing the chalk marks on the blackboard. When their gazes met again, they suddenly burst into laughter. They both understood, despite neither of them being the type to act straightforwardly. In this matter, neither was willing to take a step back. That left only one option: to see who would emerge victorious in the end. Heching was the first to speak. "Jiang Shuili, let's clean the blackboard first." The other nodded. All right. Each of them grabbed a new eraser and started wiping the board from opposite sides. Chalk dust flew into the air. Their speed gradually increased from slow to fast. Heching pursed her lips, her gaze unusually determined. Jiang Shuili bit her lip, her twin ponytails swaying with her movements. Caught in the middle, the class monitor watched as their speed escalated, turning into what looked like a competition, and sighed, "You two sure are fast at this, huh?" But soon, she realized something. Hey, speed isn't everything. You have to clean it properly, or the teacher will scold you. Are you even listening? Inwardly, Heching and Jiang Shuili both declared at the same time, "I will win." And so, the silent battle for Lin Zhengran officially began that day, and lasted for a whole month. For the next month, the battle raged on. Every morning, whether at the dormitory entrance or after class, Lin Zhengran would find Heching and Jiang Shuili waiting for him, at the exact same time. Not only were their actions perfectly in sync, but they also started bringing him snacks. The choices were even strategically different. Mealtime was another battlefield. Under Han Wenwen's subtle eye signals, Heching would gracefully place a piece of food into Lin Zhengran's bowl and gently say, "Lin Zhengran, you should eat more meat. Junior high boys need to grow strong." Jiang Shuili, blushing but stubborn, huffed, "Idiot, I don't have much of an appetite today, so I'll just give you my meat. Otherwise, it'd go to waste." Seeing the move, Heching countered softly, "I'll give you some vegetables too. They're good for you." Not to be outdone, Jiang Shuili immediately fired back, "I have no appetite at all today, so just take all of mine." Lin Zhengran watched as their chopsticks moved at lightning speed, his plate stacking up like a small mountain while theirs remained empty. Finally, he snapped, his face darkening. "What the H*LL is wrong with you two? How am I supposed to eat like this? Are you guys even eating at all?" On the side, Han Wenwen leisurely chewed her food, enjoying the show. Their tactics continued to escalate. On weekends, they each claimed portions of Lin Zhengran's time. But as the battle wore on, Han Wenwen, an outsider to the fight, started noticing a shift. The scales of victory were tipping. She propped her head on one hand, watching as Jiang Shuili crossed her arms, pouting after getting scolded. "I already gave it to you. How am I supposed to take it back now? Idiot, always yelling." Meanwhile, Heching, having been scolded, quickly apologized. Seeing Lin Zhengran displeased, she hurriedly retrieved the food she had given him, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, don't be mad." Chewing on a piece of skewered meat, Han Wenwen mused to herself, "This is why tsunderas always end up losing. Their personality is flawed. They refuse to be straightforward, so they never truly win." And sure enough, her prediction held true. Jiang Shuili's stubbornness made her unwilling to admit anything outright. As a result, she repeatedly let prime opportunities slip away. Opportunities that Heching, though not loud, was at least honest enough to take. In the end, even though their strengths seemed evenly matched, Heching was the fresh contender, while Jiang Shuili had already spent 4 years practicing music with Lin Zhengran, seeing him almost every week. But now, Heching had taken over more than half of that time. And so, by the end of the month, this battle, fought without a single bullet, was nearing its conclusion. It was a Saturday morning, 3 weeks before the Freshman Talent Showcase. The event should have happened earlier, but the town's middle school had a habit of delaying things, dragging it out until now. Jiang Shuili needed more practice time to impress the talent scouts from the music agency. Meanwhile, Heching had also enrolled in the town's Taekwondo center after returning and had encountered a formidable opponent, so she needed Lin Zhengran to help her train. That morning, the 4 of them gathered before heading home. Han Wenwen clung to Heching's arm and smirked. "So, Lin Zhengran, who are you going to spend the weekend with this time? Jiang Shuili or Little Qing?" She asked the question openly in front of both girls. Both of them looked at Lin Zhengran. But Lin Zhengran simply said, "I can't spend every weekend with you two, right? This week, I'm just going to stay home and sleep." Taking a break. Jiang Shuili's reaction was immediate. She turned her head, arms crossed. "If you're resting, then rest. It's not like I need you to be there. The competition is still far away. I can practice by myself." Heching, on the other hand, asked, "Are you feeling tired? Then rest up. But can I visit your house to meet your parents? I can even give you a shoulder massage or something." She waved a hand. "Don't worry, I won't be a bother." Han Wenwen's eyes flickered toward Jiang Shuili, curious about her reaction. Jiang Shuili froze. That one sentence left her at a loss for words. Lin Zhengran shrugged. "Do whatever you want. I'm not practicing today. I'm just going to sleep." Heching smiled and nodded. "Okay, I promise I won't disturb you." Then she turned to Jiang Shuili. "Jiang Shuili, do you want to come too?" Jiang Shuili scoffed. Who? Who would want to go? That idiot just said he's resting. Unless he really needs a shoulder massage, who would even bother? But the moment she said it, she regretted it. Lin Zhengran, carrying his backpack, walked out of the school gate. "Best if none of you come." Heching, Han Wenwen, and Jiang Shuili watched as he left. Heching turned to Jiang Shuili once more. Are you really not coming? Jiang Shuili forced a smile. No, I have other things to do today. Besides, I don't know how to give massages. You go ahead. Heching gave her a bright smile, waved goodbye to Han Wenwen and Jiang Shuili, and ran after Lin Zhengran. Lin Zhengran, wait for me. I need to stop by the store first. Should I buy some bananas for your dad? As the two figures disappeared into the distance, Han Wenwen turned to Jiang Shuili. This weekend isn't like the others, she said. It's not about practice. It's a chance to be alone with him. The perfect time to grow closer. Are you really going to let Heching take this opportunity? If you had insisted, I doubt Lin Zhengran would have refused. Jiang Shuili stared at them, then at Han Wenwen. Aren't you supposed to be on Heching's side? You're her best friend. Why are you worried about me? Han Wenwen tilted her head and smiled. We're all friends. Just thought I'd ask. She waved. I'm heading back to the dorms. See you next week. Jiang Shuili stood there, suddenly feeling drained. How many times had she given Heching a free pass? If this keeps up, I'm going to lose. No, I will lose. She pulled out 2 movie tickets from her pocket. They were for tomorrow, her birthday. But just as Han Wenwen had said, Tsunderas could only play their game when the other person took the first step. They were incapable of making the move themselves, unless, at the critical moment, they chose to take that step. Jiang Shuili clutched the tickets and slowly walked home. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Heching carried 2 bunches of bananas and made her way to Lin Zhengran's house. After 4 years, she finally returned to this familiar place, her heart filled with nervous anticipation. When she knocked on the door, she found that Lin Zhengran's home hadn't changed much. Although some appliances and minor details had shifted, everything still felt so familiar. On the sofa, Lin Yingjun and Lin Xiaoli were watching TV. When they saw a girl at the door, their first reaction was to assume their son had brought home another admirer. But once they recognized her, they were so shocked they couldn't even speak. Hello, Uncle Annie. Heching greeted them shyly. Hearing her voice, Lin Xiaoli, in particular, was stunned. The little girl who used to be so shy, barely reaching their thighs, had now grown into a sweet and beautiful young lady, standing at 1.5 meters tall. She couldn't help but exclaim, Wait, is this really Qingqing? Little Qing, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've grown so pretty. Lin Yingjun also straightened up and marveled. It really is Qingqing. You've gotten so tall. Feeling a little embarrassed, Heching handed over the bananas. Uncle, Annie, it's been so long. I brought these for you. They're not expensive, but it's a small token of my gratitude. Thank you for taking care of me when I was younger. Lin Xiaoli laughed heartily and walked over to Heching. Oh, come on. You don't have to bring gifts when you visit. Are you treating us like strangers? Didn't I tell you back then to think of this place as your own home? Heching smiled, slightly embarrassed. I remember. Lin Xiaoli examined her closely and clicked her tongue in admiration. Qingqing, you've really grown into a beauty. Do you and Zhengran spend a lot of time together now? Heching shook her head slowly. Not really, Annie. We're in different classes, so we don't see each other often. But we do eat together and walk home after school. Lin Xiaoli nodded. That's still good. You know, ever since you left, Zhengran kept thinking about you every day, always hoping you'd come back. She turned to her son. Isn't that right, Zhengran? Heching's eyes widened in surprise, curious if it was true. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran had just come inside, busy changing his shoes before heading to the bathroom to wash his face. He hadn't heard a single word of their conversation. Huh? Mom, what did you say? He asked, confused. Lin Xiaoli didn't bother repeating herself. Instead, she leaned closer to Heching and whispered, See? You just said, huh? That's basically the same as nodding. Heching turned red and was left speechless. She didn't know if Lin Zhengran had actually missed her, but she definitely missed him. She had waited years for this moment. Lin Zhengran finished washing his face and headed to his room, acting just as he always did when he got home. Lin Xiaoli gestured for Heching to follow. Heching let out a quiet "Ahem" and walked after him. As they entered the room and closed the door, Lin Xiaoli and Lin Yingjun exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. Qingqing turned out so beautiful. Who would have thought they'd meet again after 4 years? Lin Zhengran nodded. Girls change so much as they grow. Their fate is definitely something special. Inside his room, Lin Zhengran flopped onto his bed without hesitation. Heching hesitated for a moment before offering. So, do you want to rest? I can give you a massage. It's really relaxing. Lin Zhengran, eyes closed, muttered, "Go ahead." Hearing his approval, Heching's face lit up with joy. She quickly shook her head like a little rattle drum. "It's no trouble at all. I used to massage my grandma all the time. I'm really good at it." Biting her lip, she hurried over and sat beside him, her small hands gently kneading his shoulders. Seeing Heching again after so many years made Lin Zhengran's parents especially happy. At lunch, they even prepared a full table of dishes, chatting and laughing with Heching as if no time had passed. Like when they were kids, Heching still quietly placed the first shrimp she peeled onto Lin Zhengran's plate, keeping only the head for herself. And just like when they were kids, Lin Zhengran frowned. "Why are you giving me your food? Are you picky or something?" Heching lowered her voice nervously. "I'm not picky. I just wanted you to have it first." She rushed to the balcony, looking toward the source of the cheers. It turned out that a newlywed couple in her neighborhood was receiving well wishes from their friends. Her teary eyes fixated on the happy couple. For a moment, in her daze, she saw them as the future Lin Zhengran and Heching. She opened her mouth, about to call out, "Idiot, don't." Reality snapped back into focus. Jiang Shuili stared at the unfamiliar newlyweds below, slowly clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth, her gaze firming with determination. It was as if she had made a decision. She turned and ran out of the house. Her lively twin ponytails seemed to sense their owner's emotions, bouncing anxiously with every step as she rushed downstairs. While running, Jiang Shuili pulled out her phone, found Lin Zhengran's number, and called him without hesitation. The call connected quickly. Lin Zhengran, sounding bored, answered. "Huh? What's up?" Jiang Shuili shouted. "Idiot, you're home, right? Come downstairs now. I need to talk to you." "What?" "I just got back from the supermarket. I was just about to." "I'm coming to you. Don't go home yet. Wait for me downstairs," she cut him off. She hung up and sprinted toward Lin Zhengran's place. The images from earlier burned vividly in her mind, as if that was truly the ending that awaited her hesitation. Jiang Shuili wiped away her tears as she ran, her eyes growing even more determined. "Idiot, even if we end up apart, at the very least, I need to hear you say you don't like me with your own mouth. I won't just hand you over to someone else like this." Crossing the intersection, Lin Zhengran stood at the entrance of the apartment complex, holding his groceries. Seeing Jiang Shuili running toward him, panting heavily, he asked curiously, "What's with the rush? What's so urgent?" The moment Jiang Shuili saw Lin Zhengran, she suddenly felt half her anxiety ease. Her steps slowed. Hiding the movie tickets behind her back, she tried to steady her breathing and walked up to him. Lin Zhengran asked again, "So, what's up?" Jiang Shuili's face was flushed. Her Sundara nature fought against her instincts. She knew Lin Zhengran well. If she simply handed him the tickets, he probably wouldn't go with her. He hated doing things he found boring, and this was exactly why she couldn't bring herself to ask. "But, I idiot," she suddenly shouted, making Lin Zhengran jump in surprise. She stretched out her arm, eyes shut tight, her mind going blank. "See, could you go watch a movie with me?" She said it. Even she was shocked by her own boldness. When she calmed down and opened her eyes, she felt utterly humiliated by Lin Zhengran's stunned expression. She quickly hid the movie tickets behind her back, turned her head away, and felt like she could never show her face again. Her cheeks were burning. "I just happened to find these 2 tickets in the trash. It'd be a waste not to use them." She forced a laugh, trying to play it off, her fingers nervously clutching the tickets. But, honestly, wasting them wouldn't be a big deal either. It's just some crappy romance movie. Even elementary schoolers wouldn't watch something like this anymore. So whether we go or not, it's not real. She froze. She stopped mid-sentence, looking back at Lin Zhengran. Her voice softened. "Would you go with me? I know you probably won't agree, though." Lin Zhengran's shocked expression turned neutral. He exhaled and took the tickets from her hand. That's what this is about. You made such a big fuss over something so small. Jiang Shuili was dumbfounded. SS small, she stammered, feeling utterly insulted. She clenched her fists and leaned forward in rage. Small. Do you have any idea how much courage it took for me to ask this? You idiot. You pighead. How can someone like you even have girls liking you? Even if you don't want to go with me, you don't have to. I can go with you. Lin Zhengran interrupted. A car drove past. Jiang Shuili froze mid-rant, staring at him blankly. What did you say? Lin Zhengran spoke softly. I said I can go with you. Today's your birthday, right? Watching a movie with you isn't a big deal. Consider it half of my birthday gift to you. Heching carried 2 bunches of bananas and made her way to Lin Zhengran's house. After 4 years, she finally returned to this familiar place, her heart filled with nervous anticipation. When she knocked on the door, she found that Lin Zhengran's home hadn't changed much. Although some appliances and minor details had shifted, everything still felt so familiar. On the sofa, Lin Yingjun and Lin Xiaoli were watching TV. When they saw a girl at the door, their first reaction was to assume their son had brought home another admirer. But once they recognized her, they were so shocked they couldn't even speak. Hello, Uncle Annie. Heching greeted them shyly. Hearing her voice, Lin Xiaoli, in particular, was stunned. The little girl who used to be so shy, barely reaching their thighs, had now grown into a sweet and beautiful young lady, standing at 1.5 meters tall. She couldn't help but exclaim, Wait, is this really Qing? Little Qing, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've grown so pretty. Lin Yingjun also straightened up and marveled. It really is Qing. You've gotten so tall. Feeling a little embarrassed, Heching handed over the bananas. Uncle, Annie, it's been so long. I brought these for you. They're not expensive, but it's a small token of my gratitude. Thank you for taking care of me when I was younger. Lin Xiaoli laughed heartily and walked over to Heching. Oh, come on. You don't have to bring gifts when you visit. Are you treating us like strangers? Didn't I tell you back then to think of this place as your own home? Heching smiled, slightly embarrassed. I remember. Lin Xiaoli examined her closely and clicked her tongue in admiration. Qing, you've really grown into a beauty. Do you and Zhengran spend a lot of time together now? Heching shook her head slowly. Not really, Annie. We're in different classes, so we don't see each other often. But we do eat together and walk home after school. Lin Xiaoli nodded. That's still good. You know, ever since you left, Zhengran kept thinking about you every day, always hoping you'd come back. She turned to her son. Isn't that right, Zhengran? Heching's eyes widened in surprise, curious if it was true. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran had just come inside, busy changing his shoes before heading to the bathroom to wash his face. He hadn't heard a single word of their conversation. Huh? Mom, what did you say? He asked, confused. Lin Xiaoli didn't bother repeating herself. Instead, she leaned closer to Heching and whispered, See? He just said, huh? That's basically the same as nodding. Heching turned red and was left speechless. She didn't know if Lin Zhengran had actually missed her, but she definitely missed him. She had waited years for this moment. Lin Zhengran finished washing his face and headed to his room, acting just as he always did when he got home. Lin Xiaoli gestured for Heching to follow. Heching let out a quiet and walked after him. As they entered the room and closed the door, Lin Xiaoli and Lin Yingjun exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. Qing turned out so beautiful. Who would have thought they'd meet again after 4 years? Lin Yingjun nodded. Girls change so much as they grow. Their fate is definitely something special. Inside his room, Lin Zhengran flopped onto his bed without hesitation. Heching hesitated for a moment before offering. So, do you want to rest? I can give you a massage. It's really relaxing. Lin Zhengran, eyes closed, muttered, Go ahead. Hearing his approval, Heching's face lit up with joy. She quickly shook her head like a little rattle drum. It's no trouble at all. I used to massage my grandma all the time. I'm really good at it. Biting her lip, she hurried over and sat beside him, her small hands gently kneading his shoulders. Seeing Heching again after so many years made Lin Zhengran's parents especially happy. At lunch, they even prepared a full table of dishes, chatting and laughing with Heching as if no time had passed. Like when they were kids, Heching still quietly placed the first shrimp she peeled onto Lin Zhengran's plate, keeping only the head for herself. And just like when they were kids, Lin Zhengran frowned. "Why are you giving me your food? Are you picky or something?" Heching lowered her voice nervously. "I'm not picky. I just wanted you to have it first." Hearing their little whispers, Lin Zhengran's parents burst out laughing. This feels just like when they were in kindergarten. They used to huddle together and chat all the time back then, too. In the afternoon, after lunch, Lin Zhengran said he needed to go out to buy something. Heching tagged along. Curious, she asked, "What are you getting? Do you really need to go all the way to the mall?" Lin Zhengran replied casually, "A birthday gift for someone. She got me something last year, so I should return the favor. Also, my mom told me to pick up some snacks for you." That Saturday, Heching spent the entire day with Lin Zhengran. When they finally parted ways, she walked home with a bright, happy smile. Across the street, in another residential complex, a girl in casual shorts sat cross-legged on her bed, strumming a guitar. Her long twin ponytails draped over her chest, swaying gently as her fingers plucked the strings. Normally, the soft pink hues of her room made it look dreamy and charming. But tonight, Jiang Shuili couldn't find any joy in it. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." She played the melody slowly, her voice gentle but melancholic. Through the window, she couldn't see anything but other apartment buildings. Yet in her mind, she could vividly picture a certain idiot sitting in his bedroom, chatting and laughing with a certain girl. A knock came at her door. It was her mother's voice. "Shuili, are you busy?" Jiang Shuili answered. "Mom, what's up?" Her mother laughed from outside. "Tomorrow's your birthday. Are you planning to go out? Or do you want to celebrate at home with us?" Jiang Shuili paused. "I'll think about it. We could decide tomorrow night. No rush." Her mother didn't press further. "All right. I have the afternoon off, so you can decide later." "Thanks, Mom." As her mother's footsteps faded, Jiang Shuili plucked her guitar strings absent-mindedly. Then, suddenly, she flopped onto her bed, her twin ponytails draping lifelessly across her chest. "Idiot, what were you doing with Heching all day? Probably having the time of your life. Huh? Even getting a massage." She huffed. What kind of guy lets a girl massage him anyway? Just sleep longer, problem solved. She placed her guitar aside, her bright eyes staring into the distance. That night, Jiang Shuili barely slept. She lay in bed, holding 2 movie tickets in one hand and her phone in the other. Tossing and turning, sitting up and lying down, she hesitated over and over again. She wanted to call Lin Zhengran. She wanted to invite him to the movie. She even typed out a message. "Idiot, do you know tomorrow's my birthday? It's not like I need you to celebrate with me, but I happen to have 2 extra movie tickets. Want to go? Otherwise, they'll just go to waste." But she flushed red and immediately deleted it. This sounds way too much like a confession. Anyone would misunderstand. She buried her face under the pillow, escaping reality. Why hasn't humanity invented dream messaging yet? If I could just tell him in a dream. But then she muttered, "Even if I could, I'd still be too embarrassed to say it." The next morning, birds chirped outside her window. With dark circles under her eyes, Jiang Shuili still sat there, staring at her phone and the 2 tickets. From the living room, her mother called, "Shuili, we're heading to work. If you go out, don't forget your keys." She finally snapped out of it. "It's morning already. What the heck was I even doing all night?" Gritting her teeth, she glared at her phone. "No, I have to send it. If I don't, I'll really lose." "Just send it. Send it already," she shouted after typing the message, her finger hovering over the send button. Jiang Shuili walked to the sink and filled it with hot water, then removed the hair ties from her twin ponytails, placing them beside her phone. The screen still displayed her chat with Lin Zhengran. However, the message in the input box, "Lin Zhengran, today is my birthday," remained unsent. With her long hair draped over her shoulders, Jiang Shuili gazed at her own weary, lifeless reflection in the mirror inside. No wonder that idiot always says I yell too much. Maybe he's not entirely wrong. What the hell am I even doing? She washed her hair and dried it off. While blow-drying, she suddenly got the idea to tie her waist-length hair into a single ponytail. Placing her hands together in front of her, she imitated the demeanor of a pure-hearted girl. Blushing, she looked at the mirror as if it were a certain someone. Idiot, today is my birthday. She closed her eyes and muttered against her own will, not that I absolutely have to spend it with you, but I just so happened to pick up 2 movie tickets. Jiang Shuili stared blankly at her reflection and muttered, so the result is the same, huh? I guess it's not about the hairstyle after all. She tied her hair back into twin ponytails, deciding that a single ponytail didn't suit her. Once she finished blow-drying, she sat on the couch, opened her phone again, and searched for a phrase she had looked up years ago. What does tsundere mean? Baidu's answer remained unchanged. An ancient god. Back then, Jiang Shuili had ignored the words ancient times and only saw God, thinking it was high praise. But now, she suddenly became curious. Why was tsundere referred to as an ancient god? She searched again. Why is tsundere called an ancient god? Baidu's response. Why is tsundere called an ancient god? Because in the past, the tsundere personality was highly favored. A girl's push and pull, her shy yet stubborn attitude, were all considered adorable traits to boys. However, this personality has a fatal flaw. If taken to the extreme, a tsundere will never be able to take the first step or speak their true feelings. This leaves an opening for others to swoop in, leading to only one possible ending: missing their chance, growing apart, and ultimately watching the one they love end up with someone else. Jiang Shuili's tired eyes suddenly widened at the explanation, especially at the word separation. Her pupils trembled. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from staying up all night, but she suddenly saw flashes of scenes that had never actually happened in real life. In her mind, Lin Zhengran and Heching were playing around, growing up together, hugging, kissing, moving in together. And as they grew closer, her hesitation would only push her further away. In the end, she would be sitting in the audience at their wedding, staring blankly as they exchanged vows. Congratulations to the newlyweds. A loud cheer erupted from outside the apartment complex. Jiang Shuili snapped out of her daze, jolting up in terror. Her vision blurred, and when she wiped her eyes, she realized tears had fallen. She rushed to the balcony, looking toward the source of the cheers. It turned out that a newlywed couple in her neighborhood was receiving well wishes from their friends. Her teary eyes fixated on the happy couple. For a moment, in her daze, she saw them as the future Lin Zhengran and Heching. She opened her mouth, about to call out, "Idiot, don't." Reality snapped back into focus. Jiang Shuili stared at the unfamiliar newlyweds below, slowly clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth, her gaze firming with determination. It was as if she had made a decision. She turned and ran out of the house. Her lively twin ponytails seemed to sense their owner's emotions, bouncing anxiously with every step as she rushed downstairs. While running, Jiang Shuili pulled out her phone, found Lin Zhengran's number, and called him without hesitation. The call connected quickly. Lin Zhengran, sounding bored, answered. "Huh? What's up?" Jiang Shuili shouted. "Idiot! You're home, right? Come downstairs now. I need to talk to you." "What?" "I just got back from the supermarket. I was just about to." "I'm coming to you." "Don't go home yet. Wait for me downstairs," she cut him off. She hung up and sprinted toward Lin Zhengran's place. The images from earlier burned vividly in her mind, as if that was truly the ending that awaited her hesitation. Jiang Shuili wiped away her tears as she ran, her eyes growing even more determined. "Idiot, even if we end up apart, at the very least, I need to hear you say you don't like me with your own mouth. I won't just hand you over to someone else like this." Crossing the intersection, Lin Zhengran stood at the entrance of the apartment complex, holding his groceries. Seeing Jiang Shuili running toward him, panting heavily, he asked curiously, "What's with the rush? What's so urgent?" The moment Jiang Shuili saw Lin Zhengran, she suddenly felt half her anxiety ease. Her steps slowed. Hiding the movie tickets behind her back, she tried to steady her breathing and walked up to him. Lin Zhengran asked again, "So, what's up?" Jiang Shuili's face was flushed. Her Sunderen nature fought against her instincts. She knew Lin Zhengran well. If she simply handed him the tickets, he probably wouldn't go with her. He hated doing things he found boring, and this was exactly why she couldn't bring herself to ask. But, I idiot, she suddenly shouted, making Lin Zhengran jump in surprise. She stretched out her arm, eyes shut tight, her mind going blank. See, could you go watch a movie with me? She said it. Even she was shocked by her own boldness. When she calmed down and opened her eyes, she felt utterly humiliated by Lin Zhengran's stunned expression. She quickly hid the movie tickets behind her back, turned her head away, and felt like she could never show her face again. Her cheeks were burning. I just happened to find these 2 tickets in the trash. It'd be a waste not to use them. She forced a laugh, trying to play it off, her fingers nervously clutching the tickets. But, honestly, wasting them wouldn't be a big deal either. It's just some crappy romance movie. Even elementary schoolers wouldn't watch something like this anymore. So, whether we go or not, it's not real. She froze. She stopped mid-sentence, looking back at Lin Zhengran. Her voice softened. Would you go with me? I know you probably won't agree, though. Lin Zhengran's shocked expression turned neutral. He exhaled and took the tickets from her hand. That's what this is about? You made such a big fuss over something so small. Huh. Jiang Shuili was dumbfounded. SS small, she stammered, feeling utterly insulted. She clenched her fists and leaned forward in rage. Small. Do you have any idea how much courage it took for me to ask this? You idiot. You pighead. How could someone like you even have girls liking you? Even if you don't want to go with me, you don't have to. I can go with you, Lin Zhengran interrupted. A car drove past. Jiang Shuili froze mid-rant, staring at him blankly. What did you say? Lin Zhengran spoke softly. I said, I can go with you. Today's your birthday, right? Watching a movie with you isn't a big deal. Consider it half of my birthday gift to you. The 2 of them stood at the entrance of the apartment complex, looking at each other. The twin ponytailed girl slowly pressed her lips together, her heartbeat drowning out all other sound around her. At this age, when feelings were just beginning to bloom, some things left a deep imprint. She looked up at him, eyes shimmering. You, how do you know today is my birthday? I don't remember telling you. Lin Zhengran answered casually. Are you seriously that dumb? Who do you think has been helping you practice singing all this time? Who's been checking the requirements for the Children's Talent Agency whenever they update? Of course, I know your personal details. Otherwise, how would I know you just turned 12? Without waiting for her reaction, he continued. Besides, I was planning to call you at noon. I went to the mall yesterday and picked out a birthday gift for you. If you're not in a hurry, I'll go upstairs and get it now. A gift? You even prepared a birthday gift for me. She murmured like a mosquito, her face visibly lighting up with happiness, the whole world around her turning dreamy and unreal. Her brain completely stalled for a good 10 seconds before she finally cupped her mouth, hunched her shoulders, and stared at him with shy, sparkling eyes. When she saw Lin Zhengran turning to head upstairs, she grabbed the hem of his shirt, waving her arms in a panic, completely overwhelmed by emotions. Wait. First, explain this birthday thing properly. I don't quite get it. Lin Zhengran turned back. What don't you understand? Jiang Shuili was now all smiles, her hands hovering near her flushed cheeks as she glanced away. I just feel like something doesn't add up. If you've always known my birthday, then how come, after all these years of knowing each other, we've never celebrated together? Doesn't that contradict what you just said? Oh, that. Lin Zhengran wasn't quite sure how to explain. For guys, birthdays basically stopped being a thing after turning 18. At least, that was how it had been in his previous life. Especially for someone like him, who had no parents and no one to remind him after graduation, birthdays had become insignificant. Even after transmigrating, he still saw them as the smallest of small matters. I don't know if you'll get it, but for me, birthdays aren't that important, so I don't really care about them. Not important? Jiang Shuili knew this guy was weird, so she believed him, but something still felt off. Then, if you always forgot birthdays before, why didn't you forget this year? You even went out of your way to buy me a gift. She fidgeted, fingers nervously twisting behind her back, biting her lip as if imagining something. Could it be that now that we're in middle school, you think we're grown-ups and this year has some special meaning? I'm telling you, I'm not that easy to fool. I mean, I am a girl, after all. At the very least, Lin Zhengran, seeing her start to act all self-important, immediately shattered her fantasy with a flick to the forehead. What are you a Heching about? Jiang Shuili snapped out of it instantly and frowned. Why'd you hit me? Lin Zhengran explained. I'm giving you a gift this year because last year when my parents celebrated my birthday, you gave me something too. At that, Jiang Shuili suddenly remembered. Last year, she had gone to find Lin Zhengran to hang out, only to stumble upon his parents celebrating his birthday. She had panicked, hurriedly bought a gift, and asked his mom to give it to him on her behalf. Lin Zhengran continued, Of course, if you really want a special meaning, there is one. This year is your first step into the music industry, so consider this a little encouragement gift. Jiang Shuili clenched her small fists again, then suddenly blurted out, Why you idiot? Lin Zhengran, confused, knocked her on the head again. What's with the yelling? You crazy? I give you a gift, and you start shouting? You don't want it or something? Jiang Shuili, embarrassed and angry, gritted her teeth. Who said I don't want it? You already bought it. Of course, you have to give it to me. I was yelling because... She pouted. Girls' thoughts aren't for you to guess. She thought to herself, I knew this idiot wouldn't suddenly have an epiphany. I even thought he was going to confess. I got all nervous for nothing. I didn't even know how I'd answer. How I'd reject him. And in the end, this was it. Lin Zhengran ignored her and turned back toward the stairs. Wait here, I'll grab it. And since it's your birthday, I'll humor you and watch that movie with you. Seeing this, Jiang Shuili quickly followed, grinning from ear to ear. I'll go with you. No need. Isn't it annoying to go up just to come back down again? What's it to you whether it's annoying or not? I want to go. She huffed and hopped after him. Before long, Lin Zhengran handed her the gift he had bought the day before. The package was pretty big. Wow, this is huge. What is it? Can you tell me? Jiang Shuili hugged the gift like a treasure. Just open it and see. It's a pair of over-ear headphones. Really? That's perfect. My old ones were about to break. I'll just use these from now on. Honestly, it didn't matter to her what he got. If he had given her a rock, she probably would have said, My balcony was missing a rock. Great choice. Jiang Shuili carefully cradled the gift. She said she'd take it home first, since carrying it to the movies would be inconvenient. Lin Zhengran reminded her she could open it now. If she didn't like it, the store said they could exchange it. But Jiang Shuili hugged it tightly. Nope, I want this one. After dropping off the gift, Jiang Shuili and Lin Zhengran headed to the theater. On the way, Jiang Shuili was extremely nervous. After knowing this idiot for so many years, this was the first time they were going to the movies alone together. She was so anxious she could barely walk straight. Lin Zhengran noticed her strange expression. Did you not sleep well last night? You look like you're both hyper and sleepwalking. Jiang Shuili, flustered, denied it immediately. No, I slept great. Super well. But barely 3 minutes after they sat down in the theater with their popcorn, Jiang Shuili fell asleep. She clutched the bucket and curled up in her seat, completely knocked out. The extreme excitement from earlier had drained what little energy she had left. Lin Zhengran had no idea what this girl had been up to last night. As she dozed off, her head tilted onto his shoulder. He didn't wake her. It was her birthday, after all. She didn't sleep for long, but it was a sweet, deep sleep. Only when the movie ended and Lin Zhengran shook her awake did Jiang Shuili clutch her head in regret. I fell asleep. I fell asleep while watching a movie with you. I didn't see a single thing. Then what was all my agonizing over last night, even for? Luckily, Lin Zhengran suggested they grab a meal together, which cheered her up. She grudgingly agreed. After spending the entire day together, when they finally parted, Jiang Shuili even went home to cut him a big slice of cake. Idiot, this is your reward for keeping me company today. Lin Zhengran accepted it as the system's voice chimed in. Thanks. Happy birthday. Jiang Shuili smiled shyly, waved goodbye at her apartment entrance, then turned around, balancing on the curbside like a tightrope. Idiot, idiot, idiot. She took a few more steps before hopping down, her twin ponytails bouncing along with her as she skipped back home. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. She hummed cheerfully, stretching out the words, "How I wonder what you are." Lin Zhengran walked down the street, carrying a large slice of strawberry cake. Using a fork, he slowly scooped bite after bite, savoring the sweetness as he swallowed. Tasty, but a bit too sweet. Today is Miss Zhang's birthday. As your longtime companion in this journey through the martial world, she spent a hefty sum to acquire 2 prestigious theater tickets and invited you to join her. After watching the performance, your charisma +2, stamina +1 dot. Miss Zhang has also gifted you the rare 7-colored snow oil paste, something she only allows herself to eat once a year. This delicacy is of supreme quality. After consuming it, your cultivation increases spirit level +1, strength +1, and energy +1 dot. After finishing the cake, Lin Zhengran found the lingering sweetness cloying, so he decided to stop by the nearby mall for a bottle of water. He had only walked a few steps when he suddenly heard a heated argument in the distance. It seemed to be a young couple quarreling over something serious. The woman's voice was filled with disbelief. "I can't believe you secretly raised a daughter behind my back. And to hide it from me, you even sent her away to study in another city. If I hadn't found out myself, how much longer were you planning to keep this from me? How am I supposed to marry you after this?" The man, standing next to an Audi, sighed. "I've told you a dozen times, she's not my daughter. She's my niece. I'm her uncle." "Oh, so now you remember you're just her uncle?" The woman's voice dripped with sarcasm. "She has a mother, doesn't she? Why is it your responsibility to raise her?" The man hesitated, seeming somewhat guilty. His voice lacked confidence. "Why, you're being unreasonable. I raised her because my sister wanted to abandon her back then. I pitied the kid, so I supported her education and helped her grow up." The woman lifted a hand, as if trying to keep herself from getting angrier. "You don't need to explain. I'm not being irrational. I actually understand your reasons. I even acknowledge that you meant well. But Heching, as long as you keep raising that girl, my parents will never agree to our marriage." She tried to reason with him. "Heching, you've already done enough. This is just the way things are. In 2 years, she'll graduate from middle school. At that point, I can even help by giving her some money so she can support herself. If she has the ability to continue her studies, she can work part-time, and we can offer financial aid. But if not, she'll have to find a job after graduation. Either way, she cannot keep living with you. Otherwise," she placed a protective hand over her belly. "Otherwise, when I give birth to our child, what will people think of me? How will I explain this to my parents? Do you really intend to take care of that girl forever?" Since we're already here, let's just be honest with her." The woman continued decisively. "We raised her until middle school. That's enough. We'll give her some money, and she can visit us during holidays, but she can't live with us anymore. She needs to stand on her own. If you can't say it, I'll say it for you." Since this road led to the supermarket, Lin Zhengran happened to pass by and overheard the entire conversation. Then he noticed the woman turning her head, looking at someone in the distance. "There she is. I'll talk to her, you just stand by and watch." She sounded like she was comforting her fiancé, but also convincing herself. "I don't think we're being unreasonable. After all, she's old enough to understand, right?" Lin Zhengran had already walked ahead, but when he heard that, he instinctively turned back. And when he saw the girl they were talking about, he was shocked. At the same time, his system chimed in. "The demon cult maiden has been appearing around you quite frequently. Today, you set out for training, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene. You overheard her true origins. Her guardian intends to cast her out. You know this is a sensitive matter, and whether or not you intervene will lead to different fates." The girl walking toward them wore a school uniform, her slender frame exuding grace. It was, of course, Han Wenwen. As always, she carried a faint smile. Her fox-like eyes were captivating, as if nothing in the world could truly affect her. When she reached the couple, she even bowed politely. "Uncle, you're here. And you must be Auntie? It's nice to meet you." The woman was momentarily stunned by Han Wenwen's beauty. She really did take after her mother. Gorgeous, but utterly wretched. Glancing back at Han Sheng, she then stepped forward and smiled. Wenwen, you're such a lovely girl. Since this is our first time meeting, there's something I need to tell you. Normally, I wouldn't bring this up right away, but I have my own difficulties too. If you have any thoughts after hearing me out, feel free to share them with me. Lin Zhengran didn't hear the rest. By the time he finished buying water and stepped out of the store, Han Wenwen's uncle and soon-to-be aunt had already driven away. She stood by the roadside, her expression unchanged, as if she had already expected everything that had happened. She turned to leave, passing by the supermarket. When she spotted Lin Zhengran, she tilted her head and smiled playfully. Lin Zhengran? What a coincidence. Lin Zhengran smiled back. Yeah, pretty coincidental. Han Wenwen's expression showed a trace of fatigue. It's just like last year. No matter where I go, I always seem to run into you. But I'm a little tired today, so I'll head back to school first. See you tonight. She waved casually, her fox-like eyes glancing toward the distant school as she walked away. It was impossible to tell that she had just gone through something so heavy. Lin Zhengran twisted open his bottle of water, took a sip, and walked off without a word. That afternoon, Jiang Xueli was excitedly hiding in her bedroom, carefully unwrapping the gift Lin Zhengran had given her. A pair of yellow over-ear headphones, simple and stylish. She put them on and tested the sound. Absolutely perfect. Lying on her bed, she reminisced about the day's events. Raising her hand, she declared, "So what if I'm Sundara? I, Jiang Xueli, will never be a loser in love. I'm definitely going to win." She clenched her fists determinedly. Sunday night, middle school had mandatory evening classes, so everyone except A students had to attend. When Jiang Xueli and Lin Zhengran arrived at school together, both Heching and Han Wenwen were waiting at the school gate. Each of them held out a small gift. Jiang Xueli, happy birthday. Jiang Xueli was stunned. Why you two? How did you know? Heching, looking demure, spoke softly. I followed Lin Zhengran home on Saturday. He mentioned that today was your birthday, so I bought you a little present. It's nothing fancy, just a small token of appreciation. Han Wenwen smiled. Same here. We're all friends. Giving a birthday gift is the least I can do. Thank you. Jiang Xueli accepted the gifts, feeling flustered. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran quietly observed Han Wenwen's seemingly composed demeanor. At just 12 years old, her mental fortitude was already on a completely different level compared to Heching and Jiang Xueli. But no matter how strong a facade might be, it was still just a mask. The armor shielding her heart was paper thin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worn that expression when she left this afternoon. Time flew by, and just like that, 3 more weeks had passed. The annual Freshman Talent Showcase at Heching First Middle School was finally about to begin. Over these 3 weeks, since Jiang Xueli's situation was more urgent, Lin Zhengran had spent more time with her. He would go see her on weekends and lie on her bed, listening to her strumming the guitar or humming softly while sitting on the edge of the bed. If something was off, he'd give a bit of advice like tapping the back of his hand on her thigh. Your breath control is off. Lower the pressure for the first line. Start again. Jiang Xueli would respond and rub the spot he had just touched, her heart skipping a beat. Then she'd sneak a glance at Lin Zhengran, who was lying on her pillow staring up at the ceiling. She'd think this big idiot's never even been seen practicing, yet his musical talent is so off the charts. I'll never catch up to him. This part is really tricky to practice. Even when I worked on it by myself for a long time, I kept making mistakes, she explained. That's because I wasn't there. With me around, it's fine. Big idiot is so full of himself. Jiang Xueli thought. She followed his instructions and ran through it again. And this time, the improvement wasn't just a little, it was a lot. She looked genuinely surprised. Lin Zhengran looked at her with satisfaction. Not bad. If you're still not smooth with it, just sing it a few more times. Follow my method. Adjust the pitch. Jiang Xueli nodded and sang it a few more times, each time better than the last. She couldn't help but marvel. It's seriously weird. I actually noticed this a while ago. Whenever you teach me, I learn at least twice as fast as I do on my own. It's not just about technique either. There are lots of techniques I know, but it still takes me forever to get them right. Yet if you're around, I can pick them up instantly. Isn't that just too freaky? She looked at Lin Zhengran curiously. Big idiot, did your mouth get blessed or something? Lin Zhengran sat up unhurriedly, and under Jiang Shuili's confused gaze, curled his fingers and flicked her on the forehead. She yelped in pain, pouting and rubbing her head. Why'd you hit me? Lin Zhengran lay back down. Quit talking nonsense, and keep practicing your breath control. The Freshman Talent Showcase is coming up. Whether you get selected or not is all up to your skills. This is the first step toward achieving your dream. Take it seriously. He yawned, turned over, and pulled her blanket over himself like he was about to sleep. Jiang Shuili blushed as she saw her personal blanket now wrapped around him, thinking, how am I supposed to sleep with you using that tonight? Don't you know I don't like wearing pajamas when I sleep? She shut her eyes in frustration and snapped, Big idiot. With his eyes still closed, Lin Zhengran replied, You know, every time you insult me, it sounds like you're being all cutesy. Can't you at least tell me why you're mad? Otherwise, how am I supposed to know what I did wrong? Jiang Shuili's face turned bright red at a visible speed, her voice stammering, See, cutesy? Her little fists launched rapid punches against his back like she was giving him a high-speed massage, the force surprisingly perfect. Who's being cutesy? I'd never act like that with you. And who cares why I'm scolding you? I'll do it even without a reason. Big idiot. I hate you. You're the absolute worst. Lin Zhengran ignored what she said, only noticing the pressure from her tiny fists. He calmly reminded her, Hit a little higher. You think I'm actually giving you a massage? She grumbled, but still moved her fists up a bit, grumbling under her breath after she was done. Well, how was it? Not bad, he murmured. Decent pressure. Oomph, you're sick. She muttered one more ugh, so annoying, then went back to practicing. But there was something Lin Zhengran never knew. Every time he lay on her bed, Jiang Shuili would tell herself she had to change the blanket right away. It had been contaminated by that big idiot. But when she returned to her room alone and stared at the blanket he had used, her cheeks would flush red as she bit her lip. This girl in the middle of her youth would sit down ceremoniously, gently place her guitar aside, and hug the blanket to her chest to sniff it. Her face would turn even redder, and she'd mumble, Ugh, now the whole blanket smells like him, though actually smells kind of nice. She'd take off her shoes, sit properly against the headboard, pull more of the blanket into her arms, and pout, Well, I just changed it yesterday. It's a pain to wash again. I guess I'll just sleep with it tonight. She even lied to herself. It's all that guy's fault for messing up my blanket. She'd curl up under the blanket that still carried Lin Zhengran's scent, eyes closed, looking so happy and content, like he was right there beside her. A week before the competition, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Shuili were walking through school. Jiang Shuili, trailing slightly behind, asked, Big idiot, if I do get picked, does that mean I'll have to spend a lot of time practicing in the training room? Lin Zhengran replied, Not necessarily. It depends. Most new people do train in the studio, since they have professional instructors. But if the singer has their own resources, then yeah, they might not need to. Jiang Shuili hesitated and looked ahead. But I don't really like practicing with other singers. I still want you to help me with my singing practice. She lifted her chin arrogantly. Don't get the wrong idea, though. I just think you're actually really good at this singing stuff. That's all. Lin Zhengran shot her a disdainful look. Oh, really? Then I should thank Miss Jiang for thinking so highly of me. She bit her lip and huffed. What do you mean, thank me? That sounded so passive-aggressive. Lin Zhengran had already made plans. That children's talent agency, still running in a small town despite struggling, was owned by a middle-aged woman who was deeply committed to her dreams. She didn't cut corners, only valued real skill. So Lin Zhengran's plan was to help Jiang Shuili build up popularity before the audition. Then, once he had saved up enough money, he'd buy the agency outright. That way, Jiang Shuili would become a singer under his company, and her future would be secure. It would also prevent her from being affected by unnecessary nonsense. After all, he'd be the boss. Lin Zhengran said, Relax. I'm letting you join the studio just to give you a platform. a place to see more of the world for now. With that platform's help, you can participate in all kinds of performances and build experience. That way, you won't get tricked trying to navigate the scene alone. I'll be there when I can, but I can't always go with you. Why not always? She asked softly. He answered honestly, because I have to teach Heching too. She'll be entering competitions later as well. I need to help her too, right? You're such a player. Hope you get so busy you drop dead. She fumed, stomping her foot. Lin Zhengran went on. As for the training, I'll still be the one teaching you. You're basically a singer I personally cultivated. I'll definitely be charging you later. Jiang Shuili didn't deny that part. Without his help, she definitely wouldn't be as skilled as she was now. But when it came to that payment, she ran up ahead of him, completely unaware that not far away, a ponytailed, innocent-looking girl had spotted Lin Zhengran. She had wanted to run over, but stopped when she saw the two of them. Jiang Shuili turned toward him, body leaning forward, hands behind her back, and with that little bit of confidence she'd gained from being more assertive last time, said, "Big idiot. Even if I become super famous in the future, I'll still keep my promise. I said I'd repay your kindness, so I'll marry you, but only because I don't want you growing old and lonely. Okay? Don't read too much into it." Lin Zhengran flicked her on the forehead as he walked past. "Who said that's the payment I want? And do you, a 12-year-old girl, even understand what getting married means?" Jiang Shuili fumed. "I'm not a little kid anymore. I used to not know, but I do now. It just means getting married to you, right?" She clenched her little fists and yelled, "I'm not scared at all, and I'm just paying you back, that's it." The two of them bickered and laughed as they walked off into the distance. Little Heching stood there in a daze, watching Lin Zhengran and listening to what had just been said. Married? Jiang Shuili actually said she wanted to marry Lin Zhengran someday. A moment later, Han Wenwen walked up, seeing her best friend frozen in place. She asked what was wrong, then suddenly saw Heching start crying again and throw herself in her arms. "What do I do, Wenwen? It feels like the two of them are getting closer and closer. Am I going to lose? What should I do?" Han Wenwen tilted her head to comfort Heching and thought, no way. Can Thunder types really win? If little Qingqing really was falling behind, then she'd just have to step it herself and give them both a little push, help speed up their romance a bit. "Don't worry, I'll help you come up with something. The Freshman Talent Showcase is about to begin. Welcome to all the teachers and students joining us today. Now, let's invite our principal to the stage for a speech." In small-town middle schools, it's rare to see an official Freshman Talent Showcase. Most schools just have the principal gather the new students during the day for a quick talk, and that's it. It was only in the past 2 years, as the town's economy improved and the school gained more funding, that they started emphasizing the event for promotional purposes. The showcase took place in front of the teaching building, utilizing its steps as a makeshift stage. The front row of the audience consisted of judges, including the principal and the head instructor. Behind them sat the homeroom teachers of each class, followed by the students. Hundreds of people sat in neat rows, banners hung around the venue, and spotlights moved back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. It actually looked quite professional. As the top student in his class, Lin Zhengran wasn't performing in any acts, but he had the privilege of acting as a student supervisor, moving between the audience and backstage. Why did he have such authority? Simple. Good grades make everything negotiable with teachers. During the principal's speech, Lin Zhengran stood to the side with Jiang Shuili, glancing toward the second row where a few casually dressed outsiders were holding professional filming equipment. Because he often looked into the staff of the Children's Talent Agency, Lin Zhengran recognized them right away. Those people with cameras are probably from a Children's Talent Agency. Our school collaborates with them, so they're in charge of filming and editing this event. If your voice is strong, your breathing steady, and your technique impressive, they'll definitely notice you. Jiang Shuili clutched her chest, taking deep breaths in and out. She looked incredibly nervous. Lin Zhengran glanced at her. As expected, Jiang Shuili snapped back. "Idiot, what are you looking at? I'm not nervous at all." For once, Lin Zhengran didn't tease her like he usually did. Instead, he smiled. It's okay to be nervous. I believe in you. With your skills, you'll be fine. Words like this were rare from him. He only said them at critical moments. Jiang Shuili hadn't seen this gentle side of him in a long time, and it made her even more anxious. She looked away shyly and muttered, "You're so annoying." "I got it." Her chest still rose and fell heavily. "Your act is seventh in line. You got some time to adjust. I'll check out the rest of the venue." Just as Lin Zhengran turned to leave, Jiang Shuili suddenly called out to him, "Idiot!" Lin Zhengran turned back. Jiang Shuili stared blankly at him. Around him, she always found confidence, because in her heart, Lin Zhengran was capable of anything. "Say that again, what you said just now." Lin Zhengran instantly understood. "I'll be in the audience watching your performance. I believe in you." Jiang Shuili slowly smiled. "I won't let you down." Once the performance has started, Lin Zhengran returned to his class and sat down to rest. Han Wenwen sat beside him, eyeing him with amusement. "Jiang Shuili seemed a bit nervous just now, huh? I saw her clutching her chest the whole time while talking to you." Lin Zhengran looked forward and casually responded, "She's just a kid. It's normal to be nervous. But with her skills, she'll stand out regardless. Even if she makes a small mistake, it won't matter." Han Wenwen smirked. "Lin Zhengran, you sound like such a big brother." So this whole plan to get Jiang Shuili to perform was really so she could get scouted by the Children's Talent Agency? That honestly shocked me. Most kids our age are just playing around, but you two are already scheming about future careers. Jiang Shuili doesn't have connections. In an environment like this, if no one gives her a chance, even with her talent in singing and songwriting, she'll just end up blending into the crowd and living an ordinary life. Even gold sinks if it's buried deep in the ocean. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Han Wenwen looking at him oddly. Her gaze was filled with admiration and intrigue. Leaning on her knees with her hands supporting her chin, she smiled slyly. "So, Lin Zhengran, can you help me become a singer too?" She grinned. "Name your price. Once I start making money, I'll definitely repay you." Lin Zhengran continued watching the stage. "Honestly, if you were really talented at singing, I don't think you'd even need my help. Besides, you're much more ambitious than Heching and Jiang Shuili. You're not the type to just sit around and wait for opportunities." Han Wenwen paused, momentarily surprised. "Huh, that's an unusual way to compliment someone. But you're right. I've met plenty of guys before, but you're the only one I can't figure out." She straightened up. "And you're right about another thing. If I had any special talent, I would have already found a way to use it. But talent isn't something everyone has. I just wish someone could tell me what I'm really good at." She added softly, "If that ever happens, I'll be sure to thank them properly." As they watched the first act together, Han Wenwen suddenly asked in a gentle tone, "Lately, you've been spending a lot of time with Jiang Shuili. Have you noticed that Qingqing seems a little upset? You haven't spent much time with her these past 3 weeks." Lin Zhengran hummed in acknowledgement. "I'll make it up to her once this is over. Must be tough having 2 childhood friends. So what do you really think of them? Want to tell me in secret? I don't have any thoughts on 12-year-old girls. What do they even know? Their minds haven't matured yet." Han Wenwen chuckled and leaned on her knees, tilting her head as she studied him. "I don't buy it. No way a 12-year-old boy isn't at least a little interested in pretty girls. Let me be blunt. Qingqing will win. By the time we graduate middle school, I'll make sure you two are together." Lin Zhengran gave her a bored glance, but then he remembered something. After middle school, Han Wenwen would be homeless. With her personality and current grades, getting into high school on her own would be nearly impossible. She wasn't joking about this. This sly little fox was well aware that her days of casually eating lunch, going to school, and walking home with Heching as her best friend were numbered. Han Wenwen noticed him staring and smirked confidently. "Staring at your childhood friend's bestie like that is a bit much, don't you think? If you were any other boy, I'd assume you're into me instead of Qingqing." Her gaze was as mesmerizing as ever, but Lin Zhengran remained unaffected. The two of them locked eyes, neither backing down. In the end, Han Wenwen was the first to avert her gaze. Images of the snowy day at the bus stop flashed through her mind, and she lost to Lin Zhengran. Her slender fingers clenched slightly, a faint blush appearing on her face. Her voice lowered. "Stop staring already. I'm a girl too, you know. I can get shy." But whether that blush and shyness were real or fake, who could say? "Just watch the show," Lin Zhengran said. The two sat close together. Han Wenwen opened a pack of snacks and shared half with Lin Zhengran. From a distance, they looked surprisingly well-matched. Of course, Lin Zhengran accepted. To the system, anything this fox gave him was basically a spiritual elixir. Jiang Shuili's performance began. Everything went exactly as Lin Zhengran had expected. With 4 years of careful guidance, her skills far exceeded most kids her age, even those with professional training. An original song, an impressive voice, flawless technique, and an adorable stage presence. The moment she started performing, the talent scout in the audience gasped in shock. "One incredibly gifted girl. I've never seen someone this talented before." Even Han Wenwen, hearing Jiang Shuili sing for the first time, was stunned. And she realized something. Jiang Shuili's confidence wasn't natural. It had been shaped over years. She glanced at Lin Zhengran. Was all of this his doing? And if that were the case, could he help me take control of my life too? As the stage lights converged, Jiang Shuili finished her song, gasping slightly as she looked out at the audience, listening to their applause. The bright lights made it hard for her to see their faces, but she knew, without a doubt, that a certain big idiot was definitely smiling at her. Once her performance ended, Jiang Shuili bowed and stepped off the stage, immediately heading to find Lin Zhengran. In a corner outside the audience area, Jiang Shuili, torn between wanting to show off and acting nonchalant, put on a proud front. "Hey, idiot, how was my performance? Pretty good, right? Let me tell you, when I was up there just now." She laughed, chattering excitedly about her experience on stage. Watching from the Class 3 to 3 seating area, Heching saw everything. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but her pure, round apricot eyes stared blankly at them. She saw Jiang Shuili's radiant smile and Lin Zhengran responding to her from time to time. Heching clasped her small, fair hands together. Lin Zhengran. Before the showcase even ended, the children's talent agency owner couldn't contain her excitement and went straight backstage to find Jiang Shuili. Seeing the young singer chatting with a boy, she walked over without hesitation and handed Jiang Shuili her business card. "Hello, I'm the owner of Children's Talent Agency. Our company has an ongoing collaboration with your school. I just listened to your performance, and I absolutely loved it. That song, was it an original? Your breath control and technique are excellent. Have you had formal vocal training?" Jiang Shuili hadn't expected her to come so soon. She hesitated, slightly nervous, and nodded. "It's an original, but I've never had professional training. I just practice at home with my friend." The talent scout was even more shocked. If this was her natural ability, then with just a bit of professional coaching, she'd dominate the industry. She quickly launched into a detailed pitch. The gist: was Jiang Shuili signed with an agency? If not, they wanted to recruit her. They would contact her parents tomorrow. She wouldn't have to miss school. Performances would only be on holidays or special occasions. She could also train with them if she had free time. The company even offered a generous performance commission. Jiang Shuili pretended to listen attentively, but kept stealing glances at Lin Zhengran. When it came to matters like this, she knew her limits. She was still young. If she made the wrong decision, she'd get scammed for sure. That's why she had her big idiot he'd figured out for her. The talent scout finished her pitch. "All right then, I'll visit your parents tomorrow. We'll talk again soon." "Okay." As soon as the scout left, Jiang Shuili bounced over to Lin Zhengran. "Hey, idiot, you heard everything just now, right?" Lin Zhengran crossed his arms. "Yeah, her offer is about what I expected. The terms seem decent. She genuinely appreciates your talent. I think it's worth considering. What do you think?" Jiang Shuili tilted her head and smugly replied, "I think it sounds good. But mostly, I trust you." She grinned. "I'll just do whatever you tell me to, idiot." Lin Zhengran sighed, speechless. It was obvious she hadn't actually processed anything the woman had said. Oh well, as long as she listened to him, things wouldn't go too far off track. He smirked. You're so lucky to have such a multi-talented friend like me. Jiang Shuili mimicked his pose, crossing her arms and huffing. And I'm lucky to have such a beautiful, patient childhood friend. Any other girl would have lost her mind dealing with someone as dumb as you. Only I am nice enough to tolerate you. The next day, the Children's Talent Agency contacted Jiang Shuili's parents. When her mom and dad watched the recording of the event, they were stunned. They had no idea their daughter shone so brightly on stage. After a few days of deliberation, research, and discussing it with their daughter, Jiang Shuili officially joined the local talent agency, her first step into the world of music. At the same time, as Jiang Shuili's chapter wrapped up, Heching and Han Wenwen's plan quietly began. 2 weeks before winter break, in the girls' dormitory, Heching, wearing cute cartoon pajamas, crouched on her bed like a little chick, hugging her pillow with a pitiful expression. It was adorable. Han Wenwen sat beside her, munching on chips. Didn't Lin Zhengran spend the whole day practicing taekwondo with you yesterday? Why are you sulking again? Heching's big, glistening eyes stared at her pillow. I'm not sulking. Yesterday was really fun. He trained with me all day, we had lunch together, and he even spent the whole afternoon with me. So, Han Wenwen narrowed her eyes. You're happy when you're with him, but as soon as he's not around, you're miserable? That's some weak medicine. The effects were off too fast. Heching mumbled her true feelings. It's just we've been doing these things for years. Training, eating together, going to his house, it's always been the same. Nothing ever changes. But look at Jiang Shuili. It's only been a short time, and she's already getting closer and closer to him. She turned to Han Wenwen. Have you noticed? Jiang Shuili loves clinging to Lin Zhengran lately. And last time, for her birthday, he gave her a really nice pair of headphones. Han Wenwen tilted her head. Birthday? Oh, but we got her gifts too. That's different. We're just her classmates, and girls giving each other gifts is normal. But Lin Zhengran, her voice dropped. He's never given me headphones. Han Wenwen casually poked her cheek with a fox-like smirk. Yeah, but you don't even listen to music? Heching hugged her pillow tighter, curling into a tiny ball. Still, I'm scared. If this keeps up, one day I'll wake up and he won't need me anymore. For years apart was too long. Han Wenwen could see it. Back in elementary school, Heching had always been soft-hearted, but she'd never been this insecure before. It was clear Lin Zhengran meant too much to her. Han Wenwen smirked. Well then, it looks like it's time to use her trump card. I've been analyzing the root cause of why you two aren't making any progress. And guess what? I found a solution. She pulled out a handwritten book and dramatically handed it to Heching. Behold, a compilation of my wisdom, strategies, and extensive research. I call this masterpiece. She announced each word slowly. The Heilin Manual. Heching blinked, confused. The Heilin Manual? I've only ever heard of Hunan braised noodles. Han Wenwen clicked her tongue. Not even close. Do I look like I'm handing you a recipe? Listen, if you follow the guide step by step, I guarantee that within a year, no, even just 3 months, you'll have Lin Zhengran in the palm of your hand. Curious, Heching slowly opened the book. She barely read a few pages before her face turned bright red. With a sharp snap, she shut the book immediately. Her voice trembled. This. Wenwen. Where did you even get this stuff? Han Wenwen blinked her fox-like eyes innocently. I got it from romance novels. What's with the big reaction? There's nothing inappropriate there. Heching let out a small gasp, clearly unconvinced. How is this not inappropriate? Let me see. Han Wenwen took the book back, flipping through it. Yeah, there's nothing inappropriate. That's because I wrote it all myself. In my eyes, this book is as pure as can be, clean and wholesome. Heching begged to differ. She carefully hugged her pillow and cautiously peeked at the book's contents again. But the more she read, the more embarrassed she felt. Han Wenwen licked the chipped dust off her fingers, grabbed a wet wipe, and casually cleaned her hands before continuing. In my opinion, the reason your relationship with Lin Zhengran isn't progressing is because you two have been too close for too long. You've seen that saying online, right? The more familiar you are with someone, the harder it is to make a move. But Jiang Shuili has known Lin Zhengran for years too, just like me. Han Wenwen leaned against the wall, her imaginary fox ears twitching as she schemed for her best friend. I don't know exactly what's been happening between them lately, but I can guarantee that Jiang Shuili must have done something different recently, something she never did before. That change is what's shifting their relationship and making Lin Zhengran feel a new sense of excitement. Heching blinked blankly, not quite understanding. Han Wenwen smirked. Otherwise, how else would Tsundere like her start winning? I underestimated her. Turns out, she's just as obsessed with Lin Zhengran as you are. Heching continued to blink blankly, realizing that Han Wenwen was not only talking about Jiang Shuili, but also about her. A pink flush spread across her face. Han Wenwen continued, so if you want progress, you need change. That's why I wrote this guide for you. Here, let me read you a few tips. She casually flipped to a page. For example, this one. Next time you visit his house, don't just sit there like a statue. Instead, make a small, natural movement to showcase your presence. Nothing too obvious, just a simple action like tucking your hair behind your ear and stealing glances at him. She demonstrated, gently brushing back her hair while looking at Heching with soft, captivating eyes. See? Doesn't it set the mood? Heching felt mortified. It didn't seem too bad when Han Wenwen did it, but imagining herself doing it in front of Lin Zhengran, she felt like she'd rather crawl into a sewer and hide forever. Han Wenwen continued, another example. When you're eating, if you don't mind, try taking a bite of something he's already eaten. This kind of indirect intimacy has a huge impact on boys, and you can use it repeatedly. Heching's entire head disappeared into her pillow. Her brain overheated. This is basically indirect that. Boom. Mental explosion. Han Wenwen kept going. And here's another one. Since you've already decided on him, you should act on it. For example, if the mood is right, accidentally sit on his lap. Or maybe, she lowered her voice mischievously, lightly bite his ear. Heching officially tapped out. She flopped face first on her bed, wrapped herself in her blanket, and screamed into the fabric. Stop talking, Wenwen. None of this is suitable for our age. It's too embarrassing. Okay, fine. What about just blowing into his ear? A muffled voice came from the blanket. It's the same thing. I could never do that. Even if I somehow force myself, he'd definitely get mad. He's scary when he's mad. He'd flick my forehead for sure. Han Wenwen imagined Heching wrapped up like a giant cocoon, picturing all the scenarios she'd just described. Come on, it's not that bad. None of this is even on the level of kissing or hugging. If I like someone, I'd probably try to seduce him 800 times a day. Heching peeked out from her blanket, her innocent eyes filled with disapproval. Wenwen, you've been corrupted by romance novels. You're not pure anymore. Han Wenwen burst out laughing and patted Heching's head. Ching, you're too cute. Honestly, I have no idea how Lin Zhengran manages to resist you. But if you don't do something, you're going to lose. And really, what's wrong with being a little more affectionate with the guy you like? Seeing Heching hesitate, Han Wenwen leaned in closer, her voice seductive. Why not try it? Maybe it'll actually work. Heching bit her lip, thinking for a long time. Then, she suddenly remembered something. Wait, Wenwen, forget this for now. I have something important to ask you. Hechem, just say it. We don't need to be polite. Still wrapped in her blanket, Heching sat up, and Han Wenwen instinctively joined her inside, wrapping them both up like two little caterpillars. Only their tiny heads peeked out. Adorable. Heching hesitated, then spoke. I'm not in the same class as Lin Zhengran, but I know that besides Jiang Shuili, there are definitely other girls who like him too. He's handsome, smart, and good at everything. He's been popular since elementary school. Han Wenwen agreed. That's true. Even in our class, I've noticed a lot of girls secretly crushing on him. Some even come from other classes just to talk to him. Heching's voice got smaller. See, could you, keep an eye on him for me? Han Wenwen raised an eyebrow. You mean make sure he talks to fewer girls? Yeah, something like that. Han Wenwen smirked. Easy. But just so you know, since I'm his desk mate, if I start watching him more closely, people might start rumors about us. You wouldn't get jealous, right? Heching smiled sweetly. Of course not. I asked you to do it. As a thank you, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Deal, they pinky promised. Then, Han Wenwen grinned mischievously. So, about the tips I just gave you. Heching buried her face in embarrassment. Let me think about it. The result? After this brilliant strategy session, the one who suffered most for the next 2 weeks was Lin Zhengran. Heching, once well-behaved, suddenly started acting strangely. For example, she kept tucking her hair behind her ear over and over again. Lin Zhengran frowned. Is your head itchy? When's the last time you washed your hair? Heching froze, then panicked. And no, mission failed. Another time, she stared at a half-eaten cookie, struggling to take a bite. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. Are you a hamster? Why are you hoarding my food? Another failure. As for blowing into his ear, she chickened out and just blew at his hair instead. Lin Zhengran's vein twitched. Heching, what is wrong with you lately? Stand still. I'm going to flick your forehead. And so, the only thing she achieved was making him annoyed. Since Han Wenwen had promised to help little Heching keep an eye on a certain someone, she took her role quite seriously. Whenever a pretty girl from their class came to borrow something from Lin Zhengran, Han Wenwen would deliberately lean on her desk, put on a sly, fox-like expression, and say with a soft, affectionate voice, Lin Zhengran, are you coming over to my place this weekend? I bought a new dress. The girl who had originally come over would immediately get flustered and leave, easily connecting the dots. Lin Zhengran turned to Han Wenwen, completely speechless. What nonsense are you spouting? But Han Wenwen was unapologetic, saying whatever came to mind. I'm just helping my dear Qingqing keep an eye on his childhood friend. One Jiang Shuili is already enough trouble for him. I can't let any more rivals show up. That wouldn't be good for Qingqing. Lin Zhengran didn't even want to comment on this fox's antics, but he couldn't ignore the glares from the boys in class. Ever since Han Wenwen transferred in, she had been their unattainable goddess. So now, as she spoke, the male classmates all looked at Lin Zhengran as if they wanted to tear him apart and chew him to bits. Ever since the demon cult maiden appeared by your side, the righteous sect disciples have increasingly viewed you as an outsider. Rumors have even begun to spread that you've joined the demon sect. You must tread carefully on the path ahead. Lin Zhengran. And this wasn't just a one-time thing. In the days leading up to winter break, similar incidents kept happening. Forget girls talking to him. Even if a girl merely glanced at Lin Zhengran, Han Wenwen would deliberately lean in close, flash a curious smile at the girl, and silently declare sovereignty on behalf of her best friend. But the most extreme case happened during PE class. That day, a girl from another class gathered her courage and approached Lin Zhengran to ask for his phone number. Han Wenwen suddenly appeared beside him, tugging pitifully at his sleeve. Zhengran Gij, who is she? Am I not enough for you? Are you trying to break up with me? She even looked like she was about to cry. The girl, realizing he already had a girlfriend, immediately turned red and ran away. Han Wenwen doubled over in laughter, clutching her stomach. Lin Zhengran shot her a look of disdain. Han Wenwen, if you keep pulling stunts like this, people are really going to think you're my girlfriend. Could you quit it already? Han Wenwen laughed for a long time before finally straightening up and looking at him. Are you actually worried about those rumors? Well, too late. I think the whole class has already accepted that I'm yours. She then added with a teasing smile. Besides, have you noticed how the boys in class have been looking at you lately? Not exactly friendly, huh? Lin Zhengran narrowed his eyes. So what you're saying is you just find it annoying when other guys confess to you, so you're using me as a shield? Han Wenwen gasped in exaggerated shock, covering her mouth as she stared at him with wide eyes. Oh my, Lin Zhengran, you're so smart. I can't hide anything from you. Fine, I'll admit it. Ever since everyone started assuming we're dating, I've had way fewer people bothering me. So I suppose that's an unexpected bonus. She playfully tapped a finger against her lips, glancing into the distance. But my main goal is still to keep other girls away from you. I mean, it's not my fault you're so popular. There are just too many girls trying to get close to you. I have to keep switching on my tactics to block them. As for the rumors, I already warned Qingqing about them ages ago, so I'm not worried. She suddenly gave Lin Zhengran a sly, scrutinizing look. Or Could it be that you actually like me? Is that why you're getting all shy when people say I'm your girlfriend? Then, as if having just realized something, she covered her face, blushing dramatically. Oh no, if that's the case, I'll have to tell Heching. We can't betray her. Even though, I do think you'd make a pretty good boyfriend. Lin Zhengran sighed and turned to leave. There was no point talking to this fox. She had long since abandoned the concept of normal human behavior. And besides, foxes didn't understand human speech. Thankfully, winter break arrived quickly. Lin Zhengran no longer had to deal with a drama queen fox and a dumb girl messing with his peace every day. Surprisingly, the school was quieter than expected before break, with nothing major happening. Heching and Han Wenwen were both heading back to their hometown in the south for the new year, so the four of them said their goodbyes at the station. Han Wenwen, dragging her suitcase, waved at them with a bright smile. Lin Zhengran, Jiang Xueli, see you next year? I had so much fun this semester. Heching looked reluctant to leave. She waved her little hand only slightly and whispered, Lin Zhengran, Wenwen, and I are heading home. See you after break. If anything comes up, just call me. Oh, and Jiang Xueli, see you next year. Jiang Xueli waved back. Lin Zhengran also waved. Be careful on the road. As the high-speed train pulled out of the station, it signified a temporary truce in the battle between Jiang Xueli and Heching for Lin Zhengran's attention. And finally, Lin Zhengran could enjoy some well-earned peace. On the way home, he asked Jiang Xueli if she had any performances scheduled for winter break. Jiang Xueli shook her head. Nope. The studio said they need to update their equipment this year, so I won't have any gigs until next year. But when I do, will you come with me? Not that I care or anything. I just figured you like watching lively events, so I thought I'd invite you. Lin Zhengran didn't bother arguing. Of course I'll go. It's your first public performance. I need to be there to keep you from getting into trouble. But I have to admit, this winter break is shaping up to be pretty relaxing. Hearing that he would accompany her, Jiang Xueli's eyes sparkled with excitement. She bit her lip, then started bouncing along the sidewalk with a little skip in her step. This winter break is going to be great. Winter break flew by in the blink of an eye. The days leading up to New Year's Eve seemed to pass in an instant. And on the eve of the new year, Lin Zhengran's cultivation level unexpectedly reached level 39, just one step away from unlocking a new skill. Since your first step into the cultivation world, you've met Fairy he descending the mountain, wandered the martial world with Jiang the lone swordswoman, and now even caught the attention of the demon cult maiden. After enduring countless trials, you have finally reached level 39, steadily developing the aura of a true master. Current attributes: Strength, 34. At 50, you will unlock the ability to maintain muscle tone without exercise. Stamina, 29. At 60, you will unlock the ability to go all night without fatigue. Endurance, 36. At 70, you will unlock double stamina and triple endurance. Charisma, 40. Unlocked ability, double favorability gain. This allows you to significantly improve social interactions, making strangers more willing to engage with you. In a small town in the south, a certain fox was getting dressed while chatting on the phone, exchanging New Year greetings with her best friend. In her palm, she held a wooden token, one she had received from the Lingqi festival. Carved onto it was a single character, Lin, and today, she planned to go again. Alone. The southern town wasn't rainy, but it was freezing cold. Wrapped in a thick down jacket and a scarf, Han Wenwen made her way alone to the heart of the Lingqi festival, the ancient tree. Even though today wasn't the festival itself, the area was still inhabited, and the tree remained decorated with colorful lights. A small guard post stood nearby, where an old man was on duty. Han Wenwen approached and asked, "Grandpa, can I draw a token?" The old man smiled at her question. "You're drawing a token for the new year? Did you tie your red ribbon yet?" She lifted the red ribbon she had prepared, decorated with colorful cloth, and tied with the same wish she had written back in elementary school. She was here today to see if the tree's blessing of a true destined partner was really accurate. Under the old man's supervision, she tied the ribbon to the tree and picked a new wooden token. The old man chuckled. This old tree is pretty accurate. The surname I drew back then turned out to be the exact same as my wife's now. Han Wenwen's eyes lit up. Really? But I actually came here once before, years ago. I just forgot the surname on the token. So I wanted to check if it's still the same. Do you think it'll still be accurate? If it's meant to be, fate won't let you miss it, the old man said with certainty. Han Wenwen looked down at the token in her hand, her warm breath puffing into the cold air as she read the carved character, Lin. Her pupils trembled slightly. Then, a smile slowly spread across her lips. Looks like Lin Zhengran really is my true destined one. But ching. Han Wenwen shook her head, brushing the thought aside. She bid farewell to the old man and headed back to her uncle's house. The streets were glowing with lanterns, every house lively with celebration. Her uncle's home was no different, except this year, she was the only one there. Her uncle had gone to spend the new year with his girlfriend's family, naturally not bringing Han Wenwen along. Sitting on the steps alone, her face cupped in her hands, she stared at the wooden token in her palm and murmured to herself, Lin Zhengran really has too many faded romances, doesn't he? Her stomach growled, breaking the silence. She got up, rummaged for food, and reminded herself, next year I'll have to figure out my own place to stay during break. If I keep staying here, my future aunt is definitely going to get annoyed. At midnight, fireworks exploded into the sky, lighting up the dark with brilliant colors. At the same time, Lin Zhengran's phone buzzed 3 times. One message from Jiang Xueli, one from Heching, and one from Han Wenwen. Dumbass, Happy New Year. Lin Zhengran, Happy New Year. Lin Zhengran, Happy New Year. Lin Zhengran replied to all 3 at once. Half a month later, the new semester began. Han Wenwen and Heching returned from the south, and the 4 of them were reunited again. Perhaps because of the break, those 2 were finally a little less chaotic than before, though they still weren't exactly normal. Han Wenwen continued her self-appointed duty as childhood friend monitor, making sure that in every group project, PE class, or any situation requiring pairs, she was firmly glued to Lin Zhengran's side, keeping other girls from getting too close. The 2 of them had also become more familiar with each other, and Han Wenwen seemed increasingly at ease around him. One day, the teacher asked students to recite their assigned readings to each other. Since Han Wenwen wasn't great at studying, she completely blanked out. Lin Zhengran, without mercy, raised his hand and reported, Teacher, she didn't memorize it. During break, Han Wenwen puffed up her cheeks in frustration, glaring at him. Lin Zhengran, you're so heartless. You didn't even try to cover for me. Any other guy would have kept quiet instead of snitching on me. Lin Zhengran remained indifferent. What a shame. I'm not any other guy. He glanced at her and added, Besides, you're not even a girl. You're just a fox. She tilted her chin up proudly. Oomph. A reaction she probably wouldn't have had before. Time passed quickly, and 2 months flew by in what felt like an instant. Then, one day their class had a mock exam. Han Wenwen ranked near the bottom. The homeroom teacher called her to the office for a serious talk, telling her that if she kept up these grades, she would have no chance of getting into high school. Lin Zhengran happened to walk past the office at that moment. Through the window, he saw Han Wenwen standing there, her expression seemingly unfazed. But having far more life experience than his peers, Lin Zhengran could see it. She wasn't nearly as cheerful as she looked. She was hiding something deeper inside. That same day, during PE class, Han Wenwen sat by the metal fence, her school jacket draped over her bent legs as she secretly played on her phone. Lin Zhengran looked ahead and remarked, That dumb girl finally stopped pulling stunts on me. I'm guessing you just ran out of ideas for her. Han Wenwen froze for a second, then gave him a sheepish smile. Lin Zhengran, how do you always figure these things out? Lin Zhengran rolled his eyes. Come on, anyone could tell those ridiculous schemes weren't her idea. If they were, she wouldn't be acting so bizarre all the time. Her brain and her actions never matched. Han Wenwen sighed, setting her phone aside. I really thought all my plans would help Qingqing make some progress with you. Even just holding hands would have been nice. But it looks like it backfired. She told me you've been scolding her more than ever lately. Guess I just made things worse. Lin Zhengran didn't bother commenting. They both sat there, watching the green field as students ran and played. Suddenly, Han Wenwen murmured, "School life is really nice, huh?" She rested her chin on her knees. "When I was younger, I hated school. It always felt suffocating. But after I met Heching, I finally realized school could actually be fun. She was my first friend." Lin Zhengran glanced at her. "Why are you suddenly getting all sentimental?" Han Wenwen gave him a mischievous smile. "Well, since I'm basically your rumored girlfriend, I figure I should at least guess what's on your mind. Like right now, for example." She struck a sultry pose, her fox-like eyes twinkling. "I bet you're thinking, what the hell is this fox up to now?" "So, I figured I'd just answer you directly." Lin Zhengran snorted. Then, Han Wenwen hugged her knees, speaking in a half-joking, half-serious tone. "Honestly, with my grades, I probably won't be able to get into high school. That's why I wanted to use this last year to help you two get together." She looked out at the school, her voice softening. "Because after middle school, I probably won't see Heching anymore." She hesitated for a moment, then added quietly, "And I probably won't see you again either, Lin Zhengran." "Wenwen, what did you just say?" Behind the fence, Heching had arrived, overhearing her words. She froze in place. Han Wenwen's body stiffened. She turned around in a panic, worried Heching had caught the real meaning behind her words. "Heching." Little Heching overheard the conversation and spoke through the iron fence. "Wenwen, did you just say you're not planning to go to high school with us?" Han Wenwen let out an awkward chuckle, relieved that Heching hadn't misunderstood the latter part of her sentence. She scratched her head and said, "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that my grades are bad. I probably won't make it." Heching, ever the enthusiastic friend, didn't see this as a big deal. She ran around the fence, making a wide circle before arriving at Han Wenwen's side. Clenching her small fists, she was both confident and anxious. "If your grades are bad, I can tutor you. As long as I help you study every day, you'll definitely get into high school. We're best friends. How can we be separated?" Han Wenwen awkwardly stared at her best friend, thinking to herself, if only things were that simple. Lin Zhengran caught a glimpse of the hidden emotion behind Han Wenwen's smile, as if he could already see how this would end. Sure enough, after that day, Heching began spending extra time tutoring Han Wenwen both in the dorms and on weekends. Han Wenwen, on the surface, seemed to be taking it seriously and did her best not to let Heching's enthusiasm go to waste. But her grades barely improved. Of course, part of it was that Han Wenwen simply wasn't cut out for studying. But more importantly, she knew that even if she improved, it wouldn't change anything. What she needed now was the ability to support herself, and that worry constantly distracted her. So, when more than a month passed and the final exam results for their 8th grade year came out, Heching saw that Han Wenwen's scores had only improved by a tiny margin. She was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Han Wenwen spent an entire night comforting Heching in the dorms, promising that she would do better in the future. Only then did Heching finally calm down, albeit reluctantly. During the summer break before 9th grade, Han Wenwen didn't return to her hometown in the south with Heching. Instead, she made an excuse, saying that her uncle had come to the north and that she would be staying here for a while before heading back. So, Heching had no choice but to take the high-speed train home alone. One day, Lin Zhengran was heading downstairs to buy something when he happened to see a certain fox at the residential gate, inquiring with the security guard, "Grandpa, do you have the landlord's phone number? I'd like to ask about renting a place here." Just as she finished speaking, she saw Lin Zhengran walking out of the residential complex. Their eyes met from a distance. For once, Han Wenwen looked genuinely shocked. She forced a smile at Lin Zhengran and immediately turned to leave. But Lin Zhengran called out to her, "I know of a place where the rent is really cheap. It's close to the school, a bit small, but it might be perfect for you." Han Wenwen, who had been ready to run, stopped in her tracks and turned back, surprised. She spoke honestly, holding up 5 fingers. "But I only have 500 yuan. Lin Zhengran had already expected this. "No wonder you can't find a place. But that's actually enough." Ever since his system showed that his charisma had reached 46 months ago, Lin Zhengran had noticed that as long as his request didn't inconvenience others, people would easily be inclined to help him. Thus, he led the unusually quiet Han Wenwen to a residential complex called Jinxiu Heching and found the landlord in person to ask about renting a place for a month. At first, when the landlady saw two kids trying to rent an apartment, she immediately refused. "You need an adult to come talk to me. And no deposit? Absolutely not. I've never done business like that." Han Wenwen sighed. She had expected this response. But then Lin Zhengran spoke, and everything changed. "Big sis, we're students from Heching First Middle School, and we're locals." He casually explained their situation. Han Wenwen thought, what's the point? She had been sweet-talking landlord for days, but still hadn't found a place that didn't require a deposit. Yet, to her shock, after hearing Lin Zhengran's words, the landlady's face lit up with delight. "Aya, what a sweet-talking little cutie. And even call me big sis," she giggled, covering her mouth. "Fine, fine. Since you're so young, I won't ask for a deposit. But if we're signing a lease, an adult still has to be present." Han Wenwen was stunned. She actually agreed. Lin Zhengran hadn't said anything special. How'd he pull this off? Quickly catching on, she nodded eagerly, pretending to be surprised. "That's no problem. I'll just tell my uncle. He'll be here in a few days." Lin Zhengran followed up smoothly. "Big sis, could we stay here for a few days first and have the adult sign the contract later?" The landlady chuckled again. Of course, of course. Since little cutie asked, how could I say no?" Lin Zhengran smiled to himself. "This ability is pretty useful. Thank you, big sis. You're the best." The landlady blushed, looking delighted. "Aya, such a sweet-talking little guy." She found them a safe, vacant room, a single apartment about 30 square meters, with just a bedroom and a bathroom. Though small, it was spacious and clean, furnished with a simple wooden bed, a table, and a few chairs. The entrance had a security camera, so they wouldn't have to worry about safety. Handing the keys to Lin Zhengran, the landlady said, "Make sure your guardian comes within a week to sign the lease. After that, you can stay as long as you need." "Thank you, big sis." Once the landlady left, completely satisfied with the compliments, Han Wenwen dumbly took the keys from Lin Zhengran's hand. Lin Zhengran smiled. "This is your place now." She stood beside him, looking around at her very own space. A bright, amazed smile spread across her face, and for a moment, her eyes shimmered with an indescribable light. "Lin Zhengran, you're amazing." Then she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "You don't happen to know that landlady, do you? Otherwise, why would she agree so easily?" Lin Zhengran kept a straight face and replied without hesitation, "Maybe it's because I'm handsome and good at sweet-talking." Han Wenwen blinked, then suddenly burst into laughter. Tilting her head with a playful smile, she said, "You are quite handsome. The best-looking guy I've ever met." She lay flat on the bare wooden bed, gazing at the cozy little room. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled with contentment. "I feel so happy. This is the first time in my life I've had a space that's truly my own." Lin Zhengran, sitting on the bed, raised an eyebrow. "It's just a rental, not a house you bought." Han Wenwen closed her eyes and smiled. "Lin Zhengran, you wouldn't understand. Some things only I truly know their meaning." Lin Zhengran blurted out, "After sitting next to you for so long, I can take a pretty good guess. You're a fox who hates owing people favors. Living with your uncle must have made you feel like you were constantly in debt. And the school dorms? Even worse." Han Wenwen's eyes snapped open in shock, staring at him. A memory suddenly surfaced, the wish she had written during the Lianxin festival. "I hope my future man will understand what I truly want." Lin Zhengran turned to her and added, "So yeah, I guess this is your space. Temporary, but at least it's your freedom." Han Wenwen listened to his words in full, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. For a brief moment, the words true, destined, one flashed through her mind. But before she could linger on the thought, something else struck her. She suddenly sat up, confused. "Wait, Lin Zhengran, how do you even know about my uncle?" Lin Zhengran hesitated before admitting, "Last year, that day at the supermarket, I happened to be passing by that street and overheard a bit. I just never told you." Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes widened. For the first time, she felt completely exposed in front of someone. He knew this whole time. Hugging herself defensively, her face flushed red. Lin Zhengran, you're so bad. Han Wenwen turned her head away, puffing out her cheeks like a sulky little fox. Oomph. I'm never talking to Lin Zhengran again. You made me sound like a total clown. Lin Zhengran gave her a bored look. Why are you always acting cute? Anyway, are you renting this place because you want to be completely independent now? Han Wenwen's expression relaxed. She put her hands down, crossed her legs, and suddenly smiled tiredly. I have to rely on myself. My aunt said they could support me until I graduate middle school, and I could keep asking them for money, but she smiled, eyes curving. But I really don't want to keep living at my uncle's place. It feels awful to be a burden. And for the sake of my uncle's family harmony, as an outsider, I should take the initiative to leave. She placed a finger near her lips, speaking in a bright tone. Think about it. Even my own mother abandoned me when I was little, but my uncle took me in. To me, his kindness is something I can never repay. Now that he has a girlfriend, and my aunt is even pregnant, how could I shamelessly continue staying there and taking their money? If I have even a little bit of sense, I shouldn't drag them down anymore. Lin Zhengran hummed in response, but he knew this little fox was still too young. If I were you, I'd probably do the same. But judging by the place you rented, making money isn't easy. Han Wenwen blinked her fox-like eyes, looking confident. This is the internet age. Even without a job, there are plenty of ways to make money. I earned this 500 yuan by posting fashion tips for girls. Fashion tips. Lin Zhengran recalled how she had been sneaking peeks at her phone, even on the school track. So that's what she had been up to. She leaned in toward Lin Zhengran. Are you worried I'll go down the wrong path? Don't worry, I won't repeat my mom's mistakes. Even if I starve, I'd never do something like that. Lin Zhengran actually had no idea what had happened with her mother. That was something Han Wenwen had just let slip. He exhaled slowly. Want me to help you? Han Wenwen was surprised. Help me? How? You're not planning to lend me money, are you? Of course not. Give me a week. I'm busy practicing songs with Jiang Shuili right now. I'll come find you after that and teach you how to make money. If you follow my lead, you'll definitely earn more than you would on your own. Han Wenwen stared at him in a daze. If any other guy had said this, she wouldn't have believed them. But coming from Lin Zhengran, she didn't doubt him at all. She laughed. All right, thanks, Lin Zhengran. Oh, and about what I said earlier, you have to keep it a secret, okay? Since you helped me rent this place, kept my secret, and even promised to teach me how to make money, I'll treat you to lunch today. How about hot pot? Don't worry, I'm not the type to blab other people's secrets. I figured. Otherwise, how could you have kept this from me for so long? Han Wenwen bit her lip, looking a little shy. Since you've already helped me this much, can you do me one more favor? I need help moving my stuff. Some of it's too heavy for a girl to carry alone. She tugged on Lin Zhengran's sleeve and acted cute. Zhengran Gij, please? Today, you witnessed the demon cult maiden attempting to leave the demon cult and venture into the martial world on her own. However, her cultivation is still weak, and she knows her limits. Since she has given you elixirs before and helped Hexinzi, you choose to lend a hand. You help her find temporary shelter and teach her a martial technique. In return, she offers you a bowl of flame blood transformation soup. This rare demon cult secret technique causes intense burning pain when consumed, but greatly enhances cultivation and strengthens the body. Flame blood transformation soup. Hot pot? Lin Zhengran raised 4 fingers. I'll help you, but you have to treat me to hot pot 4 times. Han Wenwen blinked. 4 times? But I don't have that much money. You don't even have enough for 4 hot pot meals? How are you planning to survive this summer? Earning and spending as you go. Han Wenwen chuckled sheepishly. Lin Zhengran sighed and got up. You're really bold, little fox. Fine, just get the soup base ready. I'll buy the ingredients. Really? Lin Zhengran, you're the best. Don't worry, when I have money, I'll treat you to a huge feast. The two of them headed to the school to pick up her belongings. For Lin Zhengran, carrying a large bag of bedding felt no different than holding a bottle of water. Han Wenwen was stunned. Whoa, Lin Zhengran, you're so strong. I bet you could lift me with one hand. By the time they moved everything into her rental, set up the bed, and unpacked, it was already late afternoon. The little fox had clearly been planning to move out for a while. Her things were surprisingly complete. She even had a kettle, a small frying pan, and a hairdryer. She placed the frying pan on the table, opened the packet of hot pot seasoning, and poured it in. Then, she pulled out 2 cans of beer from her bag and handed one to Lin Zhengran. Here, one for each of us. Lin Zhengran took it but frowned at the can. Wait a second. Don't you tell me you and Heching drink this in the dorms on weekends. Han Wenwen, who was about to change clothes, froze. A drop of sweat rolled down her forehead as she turned back. Of course not. Heching wouldn't drink this. I just bought it. It's my first time trying it. With that, she grabbed a dress and headed to the bathroom to change. Before closing the door, she peeked at Lin Zhengran with her fox-like eyes. Moving was exhausting, so I'm changing into a skirt and a fresh top. Don't peek, Lin Zhengran. I'm not that bored. He picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. Han Wenwen blinked, thinking to herself, no matter how much I tease him, he never gets embarrassed. Is that normal for a teenage boy? You and the demon cult maiden consumed a pot of flame blood transformation soup together. Your cultivation level has greatly increased. Strength +3, stamina +1. A week later, Han Wenwen's uncle and aunt arrived at the rental. When they saw that Han Wenwen had found a place on her own and had even paid the deposit, they were completely shocked. They signed the lease with the landlord, and during the process, the couple tried to secretly leave 5,000 yuan for Han Wenwen, but she refused, saying she could already make money online, and if she ever needed help, she would ask. Though she declined, her uncle and aunt seemed to feel guilty and left the money anyway. Standing in the hallway, Han Wenwen waved at them with a bright smile. Bye, Uncle Andy. I'll be fine, don't worry about me. Her uncle and aunt waved back as they left. Through the window, Han Wenwen watched them get into their car. Inside, they looked happy together with their newborn baby. A gentle smile formed on her lips. I hope that now that I'm gone, Annie won't argue with Uncle anymore. The 3 of them should be able to live happily. But maybe fate had other plans. The next morning, when Lin Zhengran finished helping Jiang Shuili and went to find Han Wenwen to teach her how to make money, he was met with an unexpected sight. The little fox, looking feverish and groggy, opened the door weakly. Lin Zhengran, you're here. She barely got the words out before she lost her balance, falling straight into his arms. Lin Zhengran reacted quickly, catching Han Wenwen before she could collapse. Leaning against his chest, Han Wenwen murmured, confused, "Why do I feel so weak? My legs feel so heavy." Her voice was barely above a whisper. And Lin Zhengran, you smell really nice. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Lin Zhengran placed a hand on her forehead. It was burning hot. You're running a fever. Han Wenwen closed her eyes and stubbornly shook her head. I don't think so. I was fine this morning. Just suddenly feel a little tired. Lin Zhengran didn't argue. He simply picked her up and placed her on the bed, pulling the blanket over her. Surprisingly, the little fox, usually so lively, lay there obediently, her fox-like eyes looking up at him, pitiful and droopy. If she had actual fox ears, they would be flattened against her head. Where's your room key? I'll go downstairs and get you a thermometer and some fever medicine. If your fever gets too bad, I'll take you to the hospital. Her long hair spread out on the pillow, and in her quiet state, she looked especially beautiful. You're overreacting. The key is on me. She reached under the blanket, feeling around for a long time, but failing to find it. Lin Zhengran lost patience. Where is it? I'll get it myself. In my skirt. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, in your skirt? Han Wenwen lifted the blanket slightly, reached into the pocket of her short skirt, and pulled out the key, handing it to him. Here, in my skirt. Lin Zhengran, who had lived for so many years, learned something new that day. Skirts have pockets? You learn something new every day. He took the key, tucked the blanket around her, and turned to leave. Han Wenwen hesitated before whispering, Come back soon. Got it. Just wait here. He went to the pharmacy downstairs and bought fever medicine, cold medicine, a thermometer, and some fruit. It was the middle of summer, and recovering from a fever in this heat wouldn't be easy. When he returned, Han Wenwen had curled into a ball under the blanket. Lin Zhengran closed the door and raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Just waiting for you," she replied weakly, her fox-like eyes half-lidded. "I mean, why are you curled up like that?" Lin Zhengran set a kettle on the stove to heat some water and sat beside her, unpacking the medicine. The usual charm in Han Wenwen's demeanor was gone. She was weak and fragile, almost reminding him of Heching. But there was a difference. Heching would get shy, while Han Wenwen just kept watching him. After a long pause, she finally answered, "Oh, I feel cold. Curling up makes me warmer." Lin Zhengran placed the thermometer under her arm. Han Wenwen flinched at the cold sensation and pouted. "Lin Zhengran, you're so mean, this thing is freezing." Ignoring her complaints, he asked, "Have you eaten lunch?" She nodded. "Are you sure?" Han Wenwen blinked. "Sure about what?" "I'm asking if you actually ate lunch." She frowned and thought for a moment before answering, "I forgot." "Maybe not." Lin Zhengran sighed. These girls never take anything seriously. Fortunately, he was experienced enough to know that you had to ask a sick person the same question multiple times. Otherwise, she'd take the medicine on an empty stomach and end up feeling worse. "I'll help you sit up and eat something first. Otherwise, you won't be able to take the medicine." Han Wenwen didn't want to move, burying her face into the pillow. But she also knew her own condition, so she slowly pushed herself up, only to shiver from the effort. Lin Zhengran let her lean against him and covered her with the blanket. He unwrapped a piece of bread and peeled a banana, handing it to her. She ate slowly, resting against his arm. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message. "Someone texted me. Where's my phone?" She looked around. Lin Zhengran picked up the pink phone by her pillow and checked the screen. There were a ton of messages. Someone was asking if she had finished writing a makeup tutorial and how much it cost. Someone else was demanding to know when their mobile game account would be leveled up, complaining that she was too slow. Another person insulted her, saying the commissioned fanfic she wrote was garbage and demanding a refund. New messages kept popping up constantly. Lin Zhengran checked the timestamps and noticed that she had been replying to people at 3 or 4 a.m., not just last night, but for several nights in a row. "You sure have a lot of side gigs," he commented. "How many nights have you gone without sleep?" Han Wenwen nibbled on her banana, her usually bright fox-like eyes looking vacant. "I have been sleeping. I just reply whenever I get a message, so I don't sleep for very long at a time. I told you I'd come a week to teach you how to make money. Did you really have to grind this hard?" Han Wenwen exhaled wearily. "I've been looking for ways to make money for a long time. Nothing comes easy." "So?" She tossed the banana peel into the trash and stared at him. "I feel like even if you teach me, it won't be much different. Besides, I don't want to owe you too many favors. You've already helped me a lot lately." Lin Zhengran set her phone aside. When she reached for it, he pulled it away. "Did you think I was helping you out of pure kindness?" He smirked. "I expect something in return, so don't worry about owing me favors. And don't underestimate me. I guarantee you'll make way more with my help." Han Wenwen pouted, puffing up her cheeks. "Underestimating me? Do you really think you're that good?" "Lin Zhengran, we're the same age. I don't believe you can make more than I do. Facts speak louder than words. I don't have time to argue with you right now. Just take your medicine first." He had planned to hand her the cup, but seeing how out of it she was, he decided to feed her instead. "I'll help you drink it." Han Wenwen started to reach for the cup, but hesitated, her face turning a bit red. Whether from the fever or something else, she wasn't sure. After swallowing the bitter medicine, she collapsed onto the bed with a groan. Lin Zhengran checked the thermometer, nearly 39 degrees Celsius. How did it get this high? He shook the thermometer and placed it under her arm again. If her fever didn't drop soon, he'd have to take her to the hospital. Luckily, the medicine worked quickly, and her temperature dropped to a little over 38 degrees Celsius. Seeing that she had finally fallen asleep, Lin Zhengran got up to buy dinner. But the moment he stood, Han Wenwen suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt. She opened her eyes slightly, looking pitiful. "Where are you going? Are you leaving me alone?" Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. You're still awake? I'm just going to buy dinner. I'll be back soon. Han Wenwen didn't let go. She looked up at him with a mix of hesitation and sadness. I don't believe you. My mom used to say that too, but after she left, she never came back. I know I'm just a burden to you guys, but at least today, can't you stay with me a little longer? Lin Zhengran gently pried her hand off and tucked it back under the blanket. Who said everyone sees you as a burden? Heching definitely doesn't. She's always considered you her best friend. I'll go get food. If your fever gets worse, I won't leave tonight. Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes studied him skeptically. Really? Really? Besides, I've never thought of you as a burden. He smirked. Just a little annoying sometimes. But I still consider you a friend. Han Wenwen smiled softly, finally closing her eyes. Lin Zhengran, do you know why I keep trying to set you up with Qingqing? Her voice grew slower, like she was falling asleep. Because as long as you two are together, I can be at peace. She's my only friend. I've broken up so many couples in my life, so this time I don't want to, even if you're my true destined one. Lin Zhengran frowned. True destined one. Han Wenwen cracked one eye open and grinned. Oops, slip of the tongue. Not telling you what I just said. Han Wenwen seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Zhengran took the key, went downstairs, and came back with dinner. Judging by her current condition, her fever probably wouldn't go down tonight. So when he went out, he also called his parents to say he wouldn't be coming home tonight. Lin Xiaoli and Lin Yingjun had always thought their son was braver than most boys his age, often doing things others wouldn't dare. Ran, you not coming home tonight? Where you up to? Staying at a classmate's place. Their home's not far from ours. Don't worry. Lin Xiaoli lowered her voice, asking curiously over the phone. It's not at Jiang Xiuli's house, is it? That we can't agree to, Ran. Lin Zhengran responded, not exactly lying, no. Mom, what are you thinking? It's at another classmate's house. Their little fox is sick, so I'm helping take care of it. Dad Lin Yingjun gave an oh, and assumed the classmate was a boy. I see. You scared us. Making friends at your age is a good thing. If anything comes up, call us anytime. Let us know you're safe before bed, and be careful, okay? Got it. Don't worry. Back at the rental apartment with the dinner in hand, Han Wenwen was still curled up on the bed like a cocoon. She looked cautiously toward the sound of the door opening, only relaxing when she saw it was Lin Zhengran. You're back. She even greeted politely. Did you just wake up? Han Wenwen opened her mouth like she was going to respond, but before she could speak, she closed her eyes again and drifted back to sleep. Lin Zhengran figured the cold medicine was kicking in. Plus, she hadn't slept properly in days, so now she was just in a half-awake daze. He sat beside her and started eating the dinner he'd brought back. But he had only taken a few bites when he noticed Han Wenwen's hand reaching out and grabbing the corner of his shirt again. She furrowed her brows like she was searching for something in her dreams. Her curled-up sleeping posture and pained expression from the illness made all of her usual fox-like facade disappear. What was left was pure, raw emotion, like a little creature abandoned in the forest, alone and lost. Lin Zhengran gently took hold of her frantic hand. Her tense expression visibly softened into peace and contentment, and she held his hand in return, falling into a deeper sleep. The few hours after taking medicine were usually the most unconscious. That's when she began mumbling dream talk. While eating, Lin Zhengran listened quietly at her side, hearing all sorts of things he'd never be able to find out normally. Like how her mother didn't want her when she was born, and how she once overheard her aunt and uncle arguing about her over winter break. And the reason Han Wenwen had everyone in class thinking Lin Zhengran had a girlfriend. She murmured, actually, the whole thing about the class thinking I'm your girlfriend, that was on purpose. At first, I really was just trying to help little Qingqing keep an eye on you. But later on, I started wanting to hang around you more and more. When people said I was your girlfriend, I didn't hate it at all. I even got happy when they said it. I could have explained that we weren't anything, but I didn't. I didn't even know what I was thinking. I don't even know when it started, when I began liking you. Lin Zhengran's chewing slowed as he cast a disdainful look at this little fox. What is she even saying? Liking me? That's absurd. Han Wenwen held his hand tighter and kept mumbling to herself. Maybe I liked you from back at the bus stop. From the first time I saw you, I already thought of you as my boyfriend. You're the only one who knows what I'm really thinking. It's all that D*MN Lianxin Festival's fault. Made me care about you more and more. Made me more and more curious about you. Until I realized I really was starting to like you. Lianxin Festival. Lin Zhengran muttered curiously. What's that? But Han Wenwen had already drifted off into more dream talk, mumbling about her childhood now. So Lin Zhengran pulled out his phone and looked it up. After reading Baidu's explanation, he was stunned. A festival for seeking romantic fate? This little fox is just a kid. He sighed. Kids really shouldn't be running around celebrating random festivals for no reason, especially when they're still underage. What's the point of asking for romantic fate? Just asking for trouble. After a while, Han Wenwen suddenly opened her eyes like she had woken up. Her first words were, "Classmate Lin Zhengran? Did you leave?" Lin Zhengran was playing on his phone and looked over. Not yet. You awake? Han Wenwen sluggishly sat up, but then realized one of her hands was missing. Well, not missing, but being held. She turned and saw it was in Lin Zhengran's hand. Her face flushed slightly red. She quickly pulled it back, clutching the blanket with both hands, retreating to the corner of the bed, and stared at him, panicking. Scared, classmate Lin Zhengran. Why are you holding my hand? What are you trying to do? Lin Zhengran was speechless. You think I wanted to? You kept pulling at my shirt in your sleep. I had no choice but to control your hand. Han Wenwen blinked blankly, still not fully awake. Oh, I see. Then she tried to defend herself. Still, you can't just hold a girl's hand like that. She glared at him. Classmate Lin Zhengran really isn't a good person. You took my hands first time. What kind of ridiculous metaphor is that? Han Wenwen, you've got issues. Then he caught himself. Wait, no, you do have issues right now. You're sick. Han Wenwen stared off blankly, then got off the bed and headed to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore. Classmate Lin Zhengran, don't peek. Lin Zhengran didn't even consider her a normal person right now. Right after that, she opened the door again and said, "Oh, and cover your ears. I'm gonna pee." Lin Zhengran, insane. Hurry up. Han Wenwen stared him down. I really can't hold it. So Lin Zhengran reluctantly covered his ears. To be honest, sick Han Wenwen didn't seem much different from a normal girl. Seeing him cover his ears, the little fox finally locked the door with peace of mind and used the bathroom. Afterwards, she came back and lay flat on the bed again. Staring at the ceiling, she muttered, so sleepy. My head really hurts. Lin Zhengran handed her dinner. Since you're awake, eat a little and take your medicine. You'll probably be back to normal by tomorrow morning. Then she'd realize all the absurd things she said tonight. Han Wenwen, with her fox-like eyes, stared at him. Being sick had made her speak and act without thinking. Classmate Lin Zhengran, why are you so good-looking? Back then, guys always said I was pretty and that they liked me. I never understood what they meant. But after seeing you, now I do. It's the feeling of wanting to make you mine. Lin Zhengran sighed. So, are you going to eat or not? Han Wenwen suddenly pouted. Why are you being so mean? I didn't do anything. Call me Wenwen and I'll eat. Lin Zhengran felt like flipping the table. Eat or don't. Han Wenwen bit her lip, then turned her back to him. So mean. I don't want to talk to you anymore. She paused, then clutched her head. My head hurts so much. Try not to stoop to a sick person's level. Lin Zhengran still held the dinner and medicine out. Come on, eat. After you take the medicine, scoot over. Leave me some space. Do you think I don't need to sleep tonight? No response. Reluctantly, Lin Zhengran muttered, "Wenwen." Han Wenwen turned back with surprise and smiled shyly. Didn't catch that. That was it. Lin Zhengran, unable to hold it in, gave her a solid forehead flick. Finally, she behaved, obediently ate, took her medicine, and lay back down. She'd cursed him for not being a good guy when she first woke up, but now, even in her sleep, she tried to hold his hand again. So Lin Zhengran grabbed a pillow to create a barrier between them, yet she still tried to reach over it. He had no choice but to dodge. Han Wenwen kept feeling around. Where's the hand? No hand. I didn't grow hands. Liar. Classmate Lin Zhengran isn't a fish. You totally have hands. Where are they? I just didn't grow them, he growled, feeling her fingers touching all over his arm. You stinky fox. Take your hand off my arm. I said I didn't grow any. Why are you so mean? And calling me names, too. Stinky fox. I'll say what I want. It was a maddening night. Even Lin Zhengran didn't know how he made it through peacefully with this fox by his side. Until the next morning, when daylight came. Han Wenwen's fever had gone down quite a bit. But when she woke up and turned to see Lin Zhengran's sleeping face on the pillow next to her, the memories from the feverish night slowly returned. Her face instantly turned red. Her eyes stared at him in panic. For the first time in her life, she was blushing that hard. What the H*LL did I do last night while I had a fever? Lin Zhengran was jolted awake by the movement beside him. He slowly opened his eyes and turned his head, only to see a completely frozen Han the fox huddled in the corner of the bed. Her brain seemingly crashed. Lin Zhengran carefully observed her expression and movements, wary that she might still be acting like she did yesterday. Fortunately, his worst fears didn't come true. Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes fluttered. Her memories were fragmented, but still relatively clear. She had totally been acting spoiled with him last night. Lin Zhengran, good morning. Han Wenwen awkwardly waved, pressing her lips together in a nervous smile. Her expression was a complicated mix of emotions, hard to put into words. Lin Zhengran, however, let out a small sigh of relief and sat up. Last night, she had been so unbearable that he ended up letting her hold his hand until the latter half of the night, when he finally managed to slip away. His palm had even gotten sweaty from it. You're finally back to normal? How do you feel today? Han Wenwen did a quick self-check. Much better than yesterday. I actually feel pretty refreshed after sleeping. Just a little sweaty. Lin Zhengran glanced at the air conditioner, which was set to a comfortable temperature. Sweating a bit is good, but don't take a shower yet. Wait until you're fully recovered. Almost instinctively, Lin Zhengran reached out and touched her forehead. Han Wenwen's cheeks immediately flushed, but now that she was fully conscious, she quickly forced herself to suppress the reaction. She simply stared at him blankly. He gave a small nod. Still a little warm. Summer fevers don't go away so easily. Let's check your temperature again. He got out of bed, grabbed a thermometer, and tossed it to her before heading to the bathroom to run the tap. Han Wenwen watched him move around naturally, completely unfazed. The moment he disappeared into the bathroom, she could no longer hold back her embarrassment. Covering her face with one hand, she inwardly cringed at herself. What the hell did I do yesterday? I really hope Lin Zhengran doesn't remember a single thing. She placed the thermometer under her arm. Just as she was waiting for the reading, Lin Zhengran returned from the bathroom. He mentioned he was heading out to buy breakfast. Just as he was about to leave, Han Wenwen called out, "Yesterday, thanks for staying with me, Lin Zhengran, and for buying me medicine and food. If you hadn't, I might have actually ended up in the hospital today." Lin Zhengran turned back to look at her. She gave him a bright, cheerful smile. "I really want to say don't mention it, but after everything you did yesterday," Han Wenwen knew he hadn't forgotten. Her face burned with embarrassment. She quickly held up a finger, putting on an innocent, playful look. "That was because I had a fever. People do weird things when they're sick. Just think of it as me owing you a favor. I'll make it up to you somehow. That's more like it. Just treat me to a few meals once you have money." Lin Zhengran glanced at her. "What do you want for breakfast? I'll go grab it downstairs." Han Wenwen thought for a moment and answered at the same time as him. "Baozi." The two of them froze for a moment, stunned by their unintentional synchronization. It wasn't the first time they'd been this in sync. Lin Zhengran simply nodded. "Got it." Just as he turned the doorknob, Han Wenwen asked the question that had been eating away at her. "Lin Zhengran, besides me clinging to you yesterday, did I say anything else? You know, something that might have really surprised you?" She stared at him intently, afraid she might have let something slip that she absolutely shouldn't have. The problem was, her mind had been caught somewhere between reality and dreams last night. She had no idea what parts were real and what were just her fevered imagination. Lin Zhengran thought back to what she had said yesterday afternoon, confessing that she liked him, talking about the Lianqi Festival. "You said a lot, but nothing particularly shocking. Han Wenwen let out a small sigh of relief. But oddly enough, she also felt a tinge of disappointment. She never wanted to interfere with Lin Zhengran and Qingqing, but if she had confessed in that feverish state, what would his answer have been? Oh, by the way, Lin Zhengran, even though I was a little out of control yesterday, I've never acted spoiled toward any other boy before. You're the first one. Lin Zhengran responded with a simple, "Oh," before heading downstairs. Han Wenwen sat there in silence, listening to the sound of the door closing. Then, she muttered to herself, "No matter what I say, he never gets embarrassed. He really has zero interest in me, huh?" Her mind short-circuited for a while. Then, she quickly grabbed a mirror from the table and checked her reflection. An oval face, fox-like eyes, delicate lips. Her features were flawless. She knew she was exceptionally good-looking. Otherwise, so many guys wouldn't have liked her. Yet, she couldn't understand it. Pressing her hands against her cheeks, she frowned at the mirror. Am I not pretty enough? No way. Then why do all the other guys blush when they talk to me, but Lin Zhengran doesn't? She pouted. So, this is what it feels like when someone you like doesn't like you back. Ugh, I hate it. What is he like anyway? A while later, Lin Zhengran returned with the Baozi, only to see Han Wenwen on a phone call with little Heching. Through the receiver, Heching's voice was sweet and soft. Wenwen, when are you coming back? It's been over a week already. Han Wenwen waved a hand at Lin Zhengran as he entered the room, trying to keep her tone casual with her best friend. I don't know. My uncle is still busy here. It might take a while longer. I'll let you know when I'm heading back. Heching sighed. All right. Her voice suddenly turned urgent. Wenwen, I talked to Lin Zhengran's mom yesterday. She said he wasn't home last night. He spent the night at a classmate's house. Han Wenwen nearly choked. Her gaze flickered to Lin Zhengran, who was casually unpacking their breakfast. She leaned back against the bed awkwardly. Really? Where could he have gone? Lin Zhengran, of course, could hear the phone conversation perfectly well, but he simply acted like he hadn't. Heching sounded nervous. I have no idea. Aunt Lin said he stayed over at a male classmate's house because of some injured animal. Han Wenwen broke into a cold sweat. Heching was suspicious. Wenwen, you're in the same class as him. Does he even have any close guy friends? I've never heard of any. This is so weird. I'm just worried that. She hesitated, then suddenly blurted out in a panicked voice. Wenwen, what if he actually spent the night at a girl's house? No way, right? What if he was at Jiang Shuili's place? Her voice grew hoarse, as if she were on the verge of tears. Han Wenwen rushed to comfort her. What are you even thinking, Qingqing? No way, absolutely not. You know Lin Zhengran. He would never do something like that. Her fox-like brain went into overdrive. As for close guy friends, he doesn't really have any. Maybe that's just an excuse? Who knows what he was actually doing? Remember when he took the train to see you? He must have made up an excuse to tell his parents then too, right? Heching sounded even more upset. Wenwen, are you saying he did go to another girl's house? Otherwise, why would he lie? Han Wenwen turned her head to look at Lin Zhengran, who was calmly eating his breakfast. Slowly, she bit her lip. Han Wenwen felt guilty. Anyway, Qingqing, I think you should just ask Lin Zhengran yourself. Otherwise, I don't think you'll be able to sleep tonight. Heching nodded fervently on the other end. I was thinking the same thing. I'll call him tonight and ask him properly. Thanks, Wenwen. I feel so much better after talking to you. She felt better, but Han Wenwen felt more anxious than ever. Don't overthink things. Lin Zhengran definitely wouldn't do something like that. Anyway, I got some things to take care of, so I'll hang up now, okay? Bye, Wenwen. Bye, Qingqing. As soon as the call ended, Han Wenwen let out a deep breath of relief. But then, she forced a stiff smile and turned to the person next to her. Lin Zhengran, if Qingqing calls you tonight, can you not tell her you're at my place? Otherwise, she's definitely going to be mad at me. I'm not an idiot. But Lin Zhengran handed her breakfast. Speaking of Heching, last time on the track, you said that once we enter high school, you won't see me or Heching anymore. Was that how you really felt? Han Wenwen took a bite of her meat bun. With her stomach no longer empty, she felt much more at ease. I can't even handle making money and studying at the same time. let alone balancing both. And once Qingqing starts high school, she'll definitely make new friends. Same goes for you. She suddenly started chewing with a bit of jealousy. You'll get a new, prettier desk mate, who would still remember a little fox that used to sit beside you. You'll definitely forget me. Even the strongest friendships need effort to maintain. Lin Zhengran hummed. That's true. Han Wenwen shot him a glare, then dramatically turned away. Oomph. I knew you were the type to abandon friends for beauty. You're so far from being a good man. Lin Zhengran sighed. For some reason, that sentence felt really weird. But didn't you also say Heching is your only friend? Don't you think it's a shame to just let go like that? Han Wenwen clenched her fists, her tone lowering. Of course it's a shame. Qingqing is my best friend. If I could, I want to go to school with her. She turned to Lin Zhengran, her voice soft. But what can I do? Before she could react, Lin Zhengran suddenly reached out his hand. Han Wenwen blinked in confusion. What's this for? Lin Zhengran's tone was serious. When I taught Jiang Xueli and Heching, I followed a process. The condition was that they had to be willing and sincere about following me for life. Only then did I agree to teach them. If you're willing, I told you before, I can teach you how to make money while improving your grades. Han Wenwen instinctively found it amusing, covering her mouth with a sly smile. That sounds really interesting. What do you mean by willing to follow you for life? And just by following you, my grades will improve? I'll actually make a lot of. She cut herself off mid-sentence. Because when she met Lin Zhengran's gaze, she realized. He wasn't joking. For once, he was completely serious. Her smile faded, and her fox-like eyes quivered slightly. Lin Zhengran, are you serious? What do you think? I'm only offering once. If you're not willing, forget it. I'm already busy enough as it is. The moment he finished speaking, Han Wenwen placed her hand in his palm without hesitation. As long as that means making money with you, or even if it means I belong to you, I'm fine with either. She smiled at him, her delicate fingers intertwining with his, their hands clasped together. Her expression was mischievous, as if she was teasing him, making it impossible to tell if she was joking or not. But she knew. She meant it. She was willing to follow Lin Zhengran no matter what. The cunning expression was just a mask, and Lin Zhengran knew she meant it too. Because the system only responded when someone truly followed him. System notification. The demon cult maiden has accidentally contracted fire poison. Using your connections in the martial world, you obtained the antidote and saved her life. Afterward, you proposed forming a pact with her. Although she playfully agreed, as if she found it amusing, your fortunes have successfully linked, proving she is truly willing to follow you. You have successfully formed a pact with the demon cult maiden. When she cultivates, your cultivation progress will be doubled. Special event. You have now successfully formed pacts with 3 women from different sections. Your sect's influence has begun to take shape. The combined fortune of 3 attributes has significantly boosted your cultivation. You have gained +1 spirit level, +3 strength, +3 stamina, +3 endurance, +3 charisma. Congratulations! You have broken through to spirit level 40. You are now recognized in the martial world, and ordinary cultivators can no longer pose a threat to you. New level 40 skill acquired. Something from nothing. In any era, establishing a sect requires resources, alchemy ingredients, weapons, clothing, and more. Even the most powerful sects must buy and sell supplies. Money can stump even heroes. With something from nothing, you will no longer be troubled by such matters. Moving forward, whenever a woman you've formed a pact with acquires gold, spirit stones, or other resources, you will receive double. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Zhengran's interest was piqued. Originally, he had just wanted to link his fortune with Han Wenwen's. But not only did it directly boost his level, it even granted him a cashback skill. He had planned to start making money after entering high school. Now, he had saved himself a lot of time. Lin Zhengran glanced at Han Wenwen, who looked carefree but was secretly blushing. Then it settled. Han Wenwen withdrew her hand, her face slightly red. Okay. Even though they had made a deal, Lin Zhengran wasn't in a hurry to start training her. After all, This little fox was still recovering from a fever. It wouldn't hurt to let her rest for a couple of days first. Lin Zhengran returned home, and as expected, Heching called him. Her tone was cautious, probing. Lin Zhengran, where were you last night? I called, and Andy said you weren't home. She said you spent the night at a classmate's place. I was a little worried about you. Lin Zhengran lay on his bed, holding the phone. What's there to worry about? I was just hanging out with a classmate. H hanging out? Doing what? No. I mean, on the other end, Heching was sitting on her bed, nervously tracing circles on her knee. See, can I ask, was it a guy or a girl? Do I know them? Lin Zhengran answered without thinking. It wasn't a girl. What were you even imagining? Technically, he wasn't lying. After all, foxes weren't girls, they were vixens. I wasn't imagining anything. Heching let out a huge sigh of relief. She never doubted Lin Zhengran, but hearing it from him made her feel at ease. Oh, since it wasn't a girl, then it's fine. Hee, what are you doing now? Let's chat for a bit. I went to the supermarket with Mom today. That night, Heching happily chatted away with Lin Zhengran. She might have been timid, but when it came to calling him, she was bolder than anyone. Meanwhile, back in the rental apartment, Han Wenwen lay alone in bed, still feeling a little warm. Her pale hand gently stroked the pillow where Lin Zhengran had slept the night before. He actually stayed with me the whole night. Her face turned hot. I think I'm falling for Lin Zhengran more and more. And just thinking about him talking to Qingqing right now, I'm even a little jealous. On the third morning, Han Wenwen was woken up by her alarm clock. She opened her eyes, grabbed the thermometer from the table, shook it, and placed it under her armpit before getting out of bed and heading to the bathroom. Before brushing her teeth and washing up, she checked the reading, 37.5 degrees Celsius. A clear improvement. Even for someone like Han Wenwen, who was well-versed in matters of love, there was still a first time for everything. No girl wanted to show their worst side to the person they liked. Since she couldn't wash her hair or put on makeup while sick, she had to work with what she had, making small improvements to her appearance however she could. For example, she took out her lip balm, gently rubbed it with her pinky, and carefully applied it to her lips. This way, it looked more natural, as if she hadn't done anything special, yet still had a visible effect. She also dampened her comb and tidied her hair a little before using some facial cleanser to freshen up her skin. After doing these seemingly insignificant tasks, she lay back on the bed, mumbling to herself. He should be coming soon. He did say he'd stop by this morning. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Zhengran unlocked the door and walked in with breakfast. The spare key he was using had been given to him by Han Wenwen. Her reasoning? It was more convenient this way. No need for her to get up and open the door. Of course, that excuse didn't hold up to scrutiny. Awake, Lin Zhengran stepped into the room, seeing Han Wenwen lying on the bed, watching him. She smiled, feeling an odd sense of satisfaction. Just woke up. What did you buy for breakfast? I feel like eating youtiao today. You didn't say that 2 days ago. I just bought whatever. She pouted. Then what did you buy? Youtiao. Han Wenwen stared at him in a daze. Was this destiny? How magical. Lin Zhengran sat on the edge of the bed. Seeing that her complexion had improved and her lips were no longer dry, he asked, How are you feeling these past 2 days? Did you check your temperature this morning? Other than struggling to sleep at night, because my mind was all over the place, I feel pretty good. My temperature was 37.5 degrees Celsius this morning. Not bad. Still, you were thinking too much at night? Were you worrying about money again? If you feel clear-headed today, we can talk about your future plans. Han Wenwen didn't respond immediately. Truthfully, she hadn't spent the past 2 nights thinking about making money at all. Every time she closed her eyes, she dreamed about him. After a moment's pause, she finally replied, a little delayed, Talk about my future? What do you mean? I thought I was just going to follow you. Lin Zhengran took a big bite of his youtiao, while Han Wenwen sat up slowly. It's true that you'll be following me, he said. But if you look at Jiang Shuili and Heching as examples, you'll understand. I won't force you to do something you don't like. Tell me what kind of work you'd like to do, and I'll help you get better at it and make more money along the way. Han Wenwen was caught off guard. This wasn't what she had expected. She had assumed that following Lin Zhengran meant helping him run a street stall or assisting with some odd jobs. Leaning against the bed, she tilted her head and chuckled. Lin Zhengran, you're really that amazing? You mean I could do anything I want, and you'll help me make money from it? Yeah, that's why I always say, you guys are lucky to have a friend as awesome as me. Han Wenwen laughed, hugging her knees as she thought about it. You know, I never really considered this before. I always assumed making money was hard, and most people don't even have the right to choose their jobs. Lin Zhengran leaned back against the bed beside her. Their shoulders were close enough to touch. Let's reframe the question. Do you have a dream? Or something you want the most? Han Wenwen's mind flashed through memories of her life so far. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. After a pause, she looked at him with rare sincerity. I've always wanted a real home of my own, to spend my life with the person I love, maybe even have a few little foxes with him. Lin Zhengran's chewing slowed. Han Wenwen continued smiling. But that was my childhood dream. After elementary school, I stopped thinking about it. I figured I'd never meet someone I'd actually like. But now that you asked, I guess that dream is still the same. Because only this year did Han Wenwen realize she could fall for someone. Lin Zhengran met her gaze and slowly asked, So, what does that have to do with my question? How the hell is that a job? Han Wenwen looked at him, utterly unimpressed by his lack of romantic insight. She glanced up at the ceiling, holding her face in her hands as she thought. Okay, fine. As for work, I want a job where I can make money without leaving my house. She grinned. Since you said I could pick anything, I want a job where I can just play games every day and still make money. Wow, your dream is so original, he deadpanned. What? Is that not allowed? You might not believe it, but even though I seem outgoing, I'm actually a huge homebody. She played with her fingers. I love reading novels, playing games, and watching movies. That's why I always say I don't have any real talents. Lin Zhengran asked if she had a notebook and pen. Han Wenwen pulled out her school bag and handed them to him. He wrote down several job options. Han Wenwen peeked at the paper and saw a list of different online jobs. I figure as much, Lin Zhengran said. You've tried all sorts of online side gigs before, boosting accounts in games, writing fanfiction, making fashion tip videos. But you never considered doing something like running a business. So, I already had a good idea of what kind of job would suit you. He passed her the list. I wrote down a few ways to make money online. See if any of them interest you. Han Wenwen scanned the list and instinctively pointed at one. If we're talking about what I like, this one. I actually tried it before, but I never made any money, so I gave up. Lin Zhengran glanced at her choice. Game streamer? Yep. Huh. That is technically a job where you get paid to play games at home. Lin Zhengran thought about it. You know, this might actually suit you. You don't like going out. You like gaming. And if you start streaming, your looks and voice alone will be a huge advantage. He suggested, we can start by posting some voiceover videos first. Once we build an audience, we'll move to live streaming. Han Wenwen looked at him doubtfully. But I suck at games. I tried streaming for a few days, and I realized that in the gaming world, nothing else matters. Skill is the most important thing. If you're bad, viewers will start flaming you. Lin Zhengran stood up. That's easy to fix. I'll teach you how to play. My dad has a PC in his study. Get some rest this morning, and in the afternoon, I'll take you to my place so we can practice. Han Wenwen's heart skipped a beat. Going to his house. She forced herself to act nonchalant. Lin Zhengran, you're so serious about this. But I just picked something random. Can we really make money from this? I don't have much cash left. As you said, you might not be able to. But with me here, that's another story. Han Wenwen gazed at him in a daze. She suddenly gripped her blanket tighter. Then, she asked the same question again. Since you're so capable, do you think my dream could come true? Lin Zhengran exhaled. As much as I don't want to answer this, if that's really your dream, as a good friend, I just hope it happens for you someday. Han Wenwen covered her mouth, laughing brightly. If that day ever comes, I'll be sure to thank you properly, Lin Zhengran. Han Wenwen had a sweet nap at the rental place around noon. With Lin Zhengran there, she always felt more at ease, even when sleeping. In the afternoon, she checked her temperature again, basically back to normal. Han Wenwen said she wanted to take a shower first and pick out some nice clothes. Otherwise, she couldn't possibly go to Lin Zhengran's house like this. Lin Zhengran didn't think it was that serious. Shower? Aren't you worried the cold will come back? You're just going over to my place to hang out. Just tidy up a bit, it's fine. Wearing slippers, Han Wenwen headed to the bathroom. Then can I at least wash my hair? It's my first time going to a boy's house. I'm kind of shy. Lin Zhengran let out a dry laugh. No point in arguing. If you wash your hair, make sure to blow dry it. If you get a fever again, I'm not staying up another night with you. Han Wenwen smiled at him. Got it. Thanks for caring so much, classmate Lin Zhengran. Inside the bathroom, with the door closed, Han Wenwen blushed and took a deep breath. She was in a classmate Lin Zhengran's house to meet his parents. No one could imagine how nervous the little fox felt at that moment. She finished washing and blow-drying her hair, then changed into a skirt that covered her thighs and an off-shoulder short-sleeve top. Han Wenwen's fashion style was totally different from Heching's. One always looked pure and sweet no matter what she wore. The other looked pretty and charming regardless. Just based on appearances, no one would guess these two were besties. As they made their way to Lin Zhengran's house, Han Wenwen, with her long hair flowing, drew glances wherever she went. People couldn't help but marvel. How can a girl be this pretty? Lin Zhengran was already used to the jealousy from his peers. Since it was Saturday, Lin Xiaoli and Lin Yingjun were off work, cuddling on the couch watching TV. At home, Lin Xiaoli always acted like a gentle little bird, curled up against her husband, playing with his hand. When she heard the knock on the door, she asked curiously, "Who is it?" From outside, Lin Zhengran replied, "Mom, it's me." "Ranran's back? Why are you home so early today?" Lin Xiaoli got up to open the door, just about to ask why he was back so soon. But the moment she opened the door, she saw Han Wenwen standing next to him. That stunningly pretty fox-like face made Lin Xiaoli freeze in surprise. Her brain short-circuited while she stood there dazed, internally muttering, "Oh my God, Ranran brought another girl home again, and this one's even prettier than the last." They just keep getting prettier. It was rare to see Han Wenwen this nervous. She offered a polite smile and half-bow. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Han Wenwen. I'm Lin Zhengran's classmate and deskmate." "Oh, deskmate, huh? Hello, little Wenwen." Lin Xiaoli examined Han Wenwen and instinctively turned around in a panic, calling out, "Hubby, hubby, come here. Ranran's home. Hurry." Still watching TV, Lin Yingjun responded, "Yeah, he's home, so what? Why are you yelling?" He turned off the TV and walked over. The moment he saw the beautiful Han Wenwen, the couple, being a true couple, were both struck dumb. In a hushed voice, Lin Yingjun said, "Brought another girl home. That's the third one." Lin Zhengran was confused. "Mom, Dad, what are you two staring at?" He waved at Han Wenwen. "Come on in. I'll take you to my dad's study." Then he told Lin Yingjun, "Dad, you're not using the computer today, right? I'm going to use it with a classmate for a bit." Han Wenwen also gave Lin Yingjun a polite nod. "Hello, Uncle. I'm Han Wenwen. Sorry for bothering you and Auntie today." "Hello. Hello. Not a bother at all." The little fox took off her shoes and followed Lin Zhengran into the study. The door closed. Meanwhile, in the quiet living room, the couple still hadn't snapped out of their daze. After a long while, Lin Xiaoli nudged her husband's belly with her elbow. "Do you think Ranran's getting a little out of hand? Who does he take after?" "I, as his mom, only ever had one relationship." Lin Yingjun looked at her, gulping. "Why are you looking at me like that? Sure, you could say he got my handsome looks, but not that part. I've only ever dated you. Besides, our son is very traditional. They're probably just friends. Don't overthink it. Even if they're just friends, can't he have some guy friends too? Why are they all pretty girls?" Lin Xiaoli muttered curiously, "Honey, do you think that pretty girl named Han Wenwen, do little Heching and little Xiuli know about her?" Lin Yingjun clicked his tongue. "Hard to say, but if they do, I don't even want to imagine the scene." The two exchanged a look and sighed in unison. In the study, Han Wenwen saw Lin Zhengran sit down at the computer desk. Thinking of what Uncle Lin said earlier, she asked, "Classmate Lin Zhengran, just now your uncle and aunt." He booted up the computer. "You think my parents' reaction was a little over the top, right? It's fine. The more you come over, the less they'll care. They were the same when Jiang Shuili came the first time. They'll get used to it. Han Wenwen gave a helpless smile. Classmate Lin Zhengran sure has luck with girls. So annoying. Lin Zhengran launched a game and told Han Wenwen to take a turn while he watched. The games in this world were basically the same as the ones in his original world. 10-player competitive games dominated the market. Before starting, Han Wenwen warned, "Just saying, I'm kind of trash at this." Lin Zhengran didn't mind. "No worries. You're just playing against bots. How bad could it be? Unless you're..." 30 minutes later, Han Wenwen's bot match score was 0-17. She died almost immediately every time she left spawn. When a victory screen finally popped up, she beamed. "We won." Even though it was most of my teammates carrying, I still had a few crucial plays, right? That round felt pretty good. The little fox looked over at Lin Zhengran's dark expression and playfully asked, "Classmate Lin Zhengran, why does your face look so scary?" Lin Zhengran took a deep breath and stared at her seriously. "No wonder your live streams never made money. With skills like that, even the dead skin on my heel plays better than you. Viewers probably thought you were trolling on purpose." Han Wenwen blinked her fox eyes and pulled a bottle of lotion from her pocket. "This gets rid of dead skin, you know. Son of a..." Lin Zhengran launched into a savage critique of that bot match. Han Wenwen was stunned as she listened, mumbling under her breath, "Classmate Lin Zhengran's so fierce." He paused mid-rant and glared at her. "What did you say?" Han Wenwen, sweating, covered her face with one hand. "Nothing. Keep going. I'm listening." Lin Zhengran explained in detail, even teaching her hands-on. Han Wenwen didn't understand at first, but as he got serious about coaching her, her thoughts started to click. "Oh, so that's how it works. And what was that trick you said, classmate Lin Zhengran? Every game has techniques. This one's no different." As he spoke, she took careful notes in her little notebook. Despite being a terrible player, she was serious about learning and wrote down every position, tip, and strategy he mentioned. She tried learning this stuff online before, but never improved. Now, under Lin Zhengran's guidance, she found she could actually remember, and her learning speed skyrocketed. Finally, after a few practice rounds, in the last bot match of the day, Han Wenwen popped off. Score, 32-0. When a victory message flashed on screen, she cheered like she was soaring through the sky, completely overjoyed. She even felt like a pro playing against bots. "We won. I'm amazing." She looked at Lin Zhengran with sparkling eyes. "Classmate Lin Zhengran, you're awesome. I played so many times before and never got it. But today I suddenly got so good." Lin Zhengran chuckled in satisfaction. Good thing he was the one teaching with all his double skill buffs. Otherwise, this little fox really had no hope of making it as a game streamer. He reassured her, "You're improving. Over the next month, I'll train you every day. In about a month, you'll be good enough to put out clips. Then with voiceovers, your voice plus solid gameplay, even just edited videos, should earn you money." Han Wenwen was hyped. "Then I'll come find classmate Lin Zhengran tomorrow. My fever's mostly gone, and after that last round, I really feel like I can earn money playing games." Lin Zhengran shot her down. "No, don't come tomorrow or the day after. I'm spending those days helping Jiang Shuili with her singing practice." Han Wenwen's happy face instantly went blank. She puffed her cheeks, turned away, and muttered coldly, "Classmate Lin Zhengran sure is busy." Lin Zhengran was speechless. "What's with that weird face?" Han Wenwen turned back, her fox-like eyes locking onto him. "Can't you tell I'm jealous?" Lin Zhengran, "Yeah, and clearly your fever's not gone." Before they knew it, a month of training flew by, and more than half of summer break had quietly passed. Over the past month, Lin Zhengran didn't split his time evenly between Han Wenwen and Jiang Shuili. He spent about 4 days a week with the little fox, while the remaining 3 days were with Jiang Shuili. After all, Han Wenwen was just getting started in the gaming scene and had a lot to learn. As for Heching, they mostly just chatted over the phone at night. He didn't really spend time with her. But as the saying goes, hard work pays off. Han Wenwen's gaming skills finally progressed from being unable to beat AI bots to dominating casual matches, and eventually, she started climbing the rank ladder. In just 1 month, under Lin Zhengran's guidance, she had already reached the Emerald rank. In the 10-player Battle Royale ranking system, the divisions were Iron, Bronze, Silver, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Master, Transcendent, and King. Beyond King, there was an exclusive peak region, a battlefield where top-tier streamers gathered, making it the most entertaining place for high-level random matchmaking. Although Han Wenwen wasn't skilled enough to enter that peak region yet, reaching Emerald in just 1 month was already impressive. Lin Zhengran instructed her to create a video account. Your skills aren't at a crazy level yet, but you can still make some videos. In this industry, content isn't just about skill. Entertainment value is just as important. As he finished speaking, he looked at the highly charismatic Han Wenwen sitting beside him and realized he didn't even need to explain this to her. Han Wenwen set up the account and sat at the desk. So next, I just edit a few clips, add some voiceovers, and upload them. Lin Zhengran nodded. Streaming takes time to build up. Even the best streamers need consistency to grow their audience. For now, just focus on short videos to build a following. Once you have a solid fan base, you can transition into live streaming. Han Wenwen hummed in agreement and began recording voiceovers under his supervision. While she wasn't much of a singer, her voice was naturally alluring and playful. After listening to a few clips, Lin Zhengran was certain this little fox was bound to blow up. Making money was only a matter of time. As they chatted, Lin Xiaoli knocked on the door and walked in, holding 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice. Xiao Wenwen, Ran, I made some juice for you too. Try it and tell me how it tastes. Being incredibly socially adept, Han Wenwen immediately stood up to accept the drink. To her, gaming was important, but getting Lin Zhengran's parents to like her was even more important. Thank you, Annie. I really appreciate your hospitality these past few weeks. Lin Xiaoli smiled and handed her the drink. Oh, not at all. You're uncle, and I love having you over. By the way, Xiao Wenwen, which face mask did you recommend last time? Oh, the one I used before. Let me find it for you. Han Wenwen set down the juice and pulled out her phone, eagerly discussing beauty products with Lin Xiaoli. Lin Zhengran, sitting on the side, found himself completely ignored. Why are they suddenly talking about skincare? Han Wenwen lightly held Lin Xiaoli's arm and sweet-talked. Auntie, you're already gorgeous with great skin. If you take just a little extra care, you'll be absolutely stunning. Lin Xiaoli shyly covered her face. Xiao Wenwen, you're too good at flattery. That mask you gave me last time worked wonders. Your uncle even complimented my skin. Lin Zhengran sighed internally. This fox really had a natural talent for charming elders. Thinking back, he realized that although his mother had known Heching and Jiang Shuili for a long time, she had only occasionally asked, why haven't they come over to play lately? But in contrast, ever since Han Wenwen started visiting, his mother had asked him at least 10 times. Why hasn't Xiao Wenwen come over to play games? She hasn't been here for a few days, and I actually kind of miss her. Did you notice my skin looked better lately? At this point, they had practically become best friends despite the age gap. On Jiang Shuili's side, nothing particularly eventful had happened. She had been focused on practicing her singing, though there weren't many performance opportunities in their small town. Most of the time, when Lin Zhengran visited her house for lessons, he ended up just catching up on sleep instead. He'd lie on her bed, listening to her play guitar and sing. Big dummy, how was my practice just now? Lin Zhengran rolled over and tugged the blanket closer. Jiang Shuili blushed and huffed. Are you using my place as a hotel? Lin Zhengran finally responded. Relax, I wasn't ignoring you. You've improved a lot lately. But right now, we're still in the preparation phase. We need a small breakthrough opportunity before you can stand out. Until then, just focus on mastering what I've already taught you. Jiang Shuili pouted and playfully punched his back. That's such a lazy answer. When are you going to teach me something new? When you get into an actual competition. Now stop distracting me and keep practicing. I'm taking a nap. Jiang Shuili huffed again, but continued playing her guitar, thinking to herself, ugh, now I'll have to sleep on the same blanket he used again tonight. She smiled as she strummed. Big dummy. So annoying, I don't get what's so special about my bed, but he always naps here. That morning, Han Wenwen logged into the app's backend and was shocked. Her videos had suddenly gained a ton of comments. Just a few days ago, there had barely been any activity. But today, the platform's algorithm seemed to have boosted her content to the homepage. Likes and follows were pouring in nonstop. She scrolled through the comments. Is this really her voice? Whoa, a girl with gaming skills this good. And her voice is so nice. Follow. When's the live stream? This has to be a voice changer, right? I bet she's actually a god. This video is hilarious. Take my donation. I love it. More content, please. I want to be an OG fan. Within a single night, she had gained over 4,000 new followers, bringing her total past 5,000. Han Wenwen checked her earnings from donations and video plays. She sat on her bed, eyes wide, counting out loud. 1,613 yuan. Almost 2,000. That's more than I made working 7 or 8 part-time jobs before. Beaming with excitement, she immediately called Lin Zhengran to share the good news. Then, she invited him to dinner. Lin Zhengran, I can finally pay you back for that hot pot. Let's clear my debt today. She jumped out of bed and started changing. I'll go buy ingredients now. Come over tonight. I want to celebrate. There was no reason to turn down a dinner invitation from a fox. After all, the system recognized this as a golden opportunity. That night, Han Wenwen bought a feast, beef, lamb, tripe, and even 2 cans of beer. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. The extra food is one thing, but why the beer? Han Wenwen grinned. I'm just a little happy today. I'll only have a tiny bit. Besides, you're here to watch over me, right? Seeing how excited she was, Lin Zhengran didn't argue. As they ate hot pot, Han Wenwen happily recounted the moment she saw her earnings and the comments that made her laugh. But after finishing just 1 can of beer, her cheeks were already flushed and she was getting a little tipsy. Then, out of nowhere, she started saying things unrelated to today's success. Lin Zhengran, the happiest times of my life were first when I met Xiao Qingqing and second, this summer when you helped me make money. It's just 1,600 yuan. Also, why are you clinging to my arm? Are you really drunk off 1 can? Han Wenwen rested her head on his shoulder, her expression hazy. I'm not just happy about the money. The most important thing is that when I was at my lowest, you were the one who pulled me up. You've always been there for me. Her voice softened as she closed her eyes. But school is starting soon, and then I'll have to help Xiao Qingqing chase after you again. Lin Zhengran glanced down. She had already fallen asleep, still clutching his arm. He sighed and continued eating his hot pot, deciding not to disturb her. But just when he thought she was truly asleep, Han Wenwen quietly opened her eyes a little. Her pupils trembled, and she clutched his arm even tighter. Lin Zhengran, I kind of don't want to give you to anyone else. The next morning, Han Wenwen lay on her bed wearing denim shorts and an off-shoulder top, scrolling through her video stats. Lin Zhengran, how does this video algorithm work? My previous videos barely got any views for over 10 days, but yesterday, my new one suddenly exploded. It's about to hit 1 million plays. Lin Zhengran, having kicked off his shoes, sat on her bed and explained. As long as the video quality is good, the platform will occasionally push some traffic your way. The key is whether you can hold on to it. If you keep up the quality, your fan base will keep growing. But if it's just a one-hit wonder, you'll only make some quick cash. After finishing his explanation, he noticed Han Wenwen propping up her face with both hands, staring at him with sparkling admiration. This little fox had done this in class before, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at him with a teasing look as if she just wanted to mess with him. If it were any other guy, they'd probably be flustered beyond words, stammering under her gaze. But Lin Zhengran just gave her a weird look. You've been on the internet for so long, and you don't know how video algorithms work? Also, is it just me, or are your clothes getting shorter at home? Han Wenwen glanced down at her denim shorts and first answered his initial question. I didn't really understand video stuff before, but I looked it up last night, so now I do. Lin Zhengran was speechless. Then why ask me? Han Wenwen squinted her eyes playfully, smiling. Because I just wanted to talk to the amazing Lin Zhengran. I actually realized how impressive you were back when Jiang Shuili performed. You taught Xiao Qingqing Taekwondo, you taught Jiang Shuili how to sing, and now you're insanely good at games too. She admitted without hesitation. I know how bad I was before. That's why I never considered making money from gaming. But in just 1 month, my improvement has been insane. If things keep going like this, won't I become a little rich lady soon? Lin Zhengran simply looked at her. Han Wenwen finally answered his second question. Oh, I dress like this because it's hot. Besides, girls always wear comfy clothes at home. No one likes wearing heavy, bulky dresses indoors. But I'm still here. Han Wenwen blinked innocently. So what? Does that mean Lin Zhengran would have improper thoughts just because I'm dressed like this? I remember you once said you wouldn't be interested in girls our age. Does that mean? She bit her lip and stared at him teasingly. Lin Zhengran, were you lying before? Lin Zhengran regretted even bringing it up. He handed her phone back. He still didn't react much, but Han Wenwen blushed slightly and softly added, Oh, and don't worry, I wouldn't wear this outside. It's just for you to see. Her voice was sincere, completely different from her teasing tone earlier. Lin Zhengran glanced at her, then grabbed his backpack. Hold out your hand. I got something for you. Huh? What is it? Han Wenwen obediently held out her hand, a little nervous and curious. Is it a gift? But today isn't a special occasion. Lin Zhengran placed a math and Chinese textbook in her hands. Han Wenwen looked confused. Textbooks? What's this for? Lin Zhengran smiled innocently. Obviously, it's for studying. You made money now, but we still haven't started studying like we planned. Han Wenwen, the honorary representative of academic struggles, froze. This was her ultimate weakness. She gave a stiff smile, tilting her head. But there's still a few days before school starts. Shouldn't we be making more videos? Lin Zhengran nodded. Of course we could, unless you don't want to go to college with Heching. Han Wenwen immediately slumped over, hugging her knees. Sad fox mode activated. I'm not happy, I suck at studying. I'm not even as good at it as I am at games. Lin Zhengran, full of confidence, pulled out a few worksheets and handed them to her. Relax, with me here, this will be easy. Han Wenwen stared at him. Well, when I'm alone with Lin Zhengran, even studying seems kind of fun. Fine. Let's study. For the last few days of summer vacation, Han Wenwen and Lin Zhengran put their gaming videos on hold. Since they had already recorded a bunch, they only needed to upload one every few days to stay active. The rest of the time was dedicated to intensive studying. To Han Wenwen's surprise, everything felt different with Lin Zhengran teaching her. Her problem-solving process became crystal clear, and her memorization speed skyrocketed. Even though Heching had always been a top student, ranking in the top 5 of their class, Han Wenwen had never improved much under her tutoring. But Lin Zhengran's explanations, while seemingly the same as Heching's, somehow just clicked in her brain, as if her mental circuits had finally connected. Every time she had a breakthrough, she gasped in amazement. Oh, so that's how you do it. I get it now. Lin Zhengran, you're amazing. You explain things even better than the teachers. After a few days, Lin Zhengran gave her a mock test. Han Wenwen bit the tip of her pen, carefully filling in the answers. When Lin Zhengran graded it, he was genuinely surprised. Not bad. 65 points, way better than your previous 30. Han Wenwen could hardly believe it. She had never felt smart when it came to academics. But now, her eyes widened with excitement. Really, Lin Zhengran, you're incredible. With you, everything just works. Happy days always pass quickly. And just like that, summer break ended. Everyone was promoted to the next grade. When Heching returned from the south and reunited with them, a new romantic battlefield was set to begin. The 4 of them went to check the class assignments. To their surprise, Heching and Jiang Shuili were still in the same class, and Han Wenwen and Lin Zhengran also still desk mates. The little fox was over the moon. Meanwhile, Heching and Jiang Shuili exchanged subtle glances. Surprisingly, neither of them made a move immediately. One Saturday, Heching sat in the dormitory, holding Han Wenwen's recent mock exam results in both hands, utterly shocked. Wenwen, since school started, your grades have improved so much. You've scored above 80 multiple times now. Han Wenwen sat on the bed with her, thinking it's all thanks to Lin Zhengran. She linked arms with Heching and smiled. I told you, I'd go to high school with you. How could I break my promise? I don't know how you did it, but I could tell you've been working really hard. Heching took a deep breath, her petite chest rising and falling. She looked like she was about to make a major decision. Han Wenwen tilted her head. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Then, Heching stood up, her expression unusually serious. She bit her lip, clenched her small fists, and shut her clear, almond-shaped eyes for a moment, gathering her courage. Wenwen, I made up my mind. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and seeing how hard you've worked made me realize I can't keep hesitating. I can't drag this out any longer. Otherwise, more and more girls will keep showing up around him. She opened her eyes, her voice firm. I've decided. I'm going to confess to Lin Zhengran at the end of this semester. I want to be with him. Han Wenwen's smile froze. Her pupils trembled. What? The air seemed to freeze. Han Wenwen almost thought she had misheard and asked again, Xiao Qingqing, what did you just say? That brief moment of courage Heching had earlier was completely gone. She couldn't bring herself to say it again. Her face turned red as she fidgeted, unable to force out another word. Finally, she dove under a blanket, wrapping herself up like a cocoon, only leaving her adorable little head peeking out. Only then did she muster the courage to speak again. I said, I'm planning to confess to Lin Zhengran this winter. I want to be with him. Han Wenwen blinked at her and leaned in, teasing, I still didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Heching's face was practically steaming at this point. She yanked the blanket over her head, muffling her voice even more. I said, I'm planning to. I want to. Wenwen, stop asking. You heard me. Han Wenwen chuckled, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. She reached out and poked the blanket. Heching peeked through a small gap to glare at her. Han Wenwen whispered, Want to talk inside? Heching nodded, and so the two best friends squeezed into the blanket together, forming a cozy, safe little cocoon. Inside, Han Wenwen's invisible fox tail swayed behind her as she curiously eyed her best friend. Xiao Qingqing, what made you suddenly get so bold? You're just going to end the competition like that. Heching sat on the bed, drawing circles with her finger on the sheets. It's not that I'm bold. I just don't have a choice anymore. Ever since middle school started, haven't you noticed how everyone keeps talking about relationships? Back in elementary school, no one really cared about these things, but in middle school, it's everywhere. She stared at Han Wenwen with wide, innocent eyes. It's always who's dating who confessed to who, or who got rejected. Han Wenwen propped her chin with one hand. Yeah, I've noticed. The books say it's because of puberty. This is the age when girls' emotions are at their most sensitive. If this were ancient times, we'd already be married by now. Heching blushed. I guess. I don't know about that. But these topics are everywhere lately. I keep hearing stories about childhood sweethearts where one of them ends up liking someone else from another class. And those popular TV dramas lately. Her voice dropped. I watched a few out of curiosity, and I noticed that childhood friends always lose. The ones who win are always the ones who show up out of nowhere. Han Wenwen didn't deny it. She read plenty of novels, anime, and dramas. Childhood friends losing to newcomers was practically a rule at this point. Heching pouted, hugging her knees. Why, though? Logically, childhood sweethearts should have the best chance. They grew up together. How do they lose to someone who just appeared out of nowhere? Probably for the same reason I told you before. Being too familiar, Han Wenwen explained. But Jiang Shuili isn't exactly a newcomer. She and Lin Zhengran are childhood friends too. Technically, you're the real newcomer here. Heching flinched. I'm a newcomer. But I'm his childhood friend too. Han Wenwen held up 2 fingers. One finger for a childhood friend, she said, touching one. Then she touched the other. And one for newcomers. Double bonus. Because you only showed up in middle school. Heching's eyes lit up. She popped her head out of the blanket excitedly. You're right. If you put it that way, I am the real newcomer. Han Wenwen also peeked out from under the covers with a little pop. Not also. Only you. Jiang Shuili has been with Lin Zhengran since they were little. She's got 0 newcomer energy. Heching grinned. That means I actually have a huge advantage. Han Wenwen closed her eyes and smiled. That's why I've always thought you'd win. Just as Heching was about to get fired up, she suddenly remembered all the times she had annoyed Lin Zhengran in the past and deflated like a balloon. Wait, no. If I really had an advantage, then why haven't things progressed between us? And why is Jiang Shuili getting closer to him instead? She hugged her knees again, shrinking into the corner. When I think about last semester, I just regret everything. I try to get closer to him, but all I did was make him mad. He's even meaner to me now. Han Wenwen scratched her head awkwardly. Yeah, about that. I still don't get why my strategies backfired so badly. Even if they didn't help, they shouldn't have made things worse. Heching sighed. Maybe they just weren't right for me. I think I need to use my own method. So, I've decided to knit him a scarf this winter and confess. She thought of all the fluffy, lovey-dovey stories her classmates told. The idea of Lin Zhengran hugging her, kissing her, and holding her hand made her heart race. I want to date him. I want to spend more time with me. Han Wenwen watched Heching's shy yet determined expression and leaned closer. Xiao Qingqing has really grown up. Since you've already decided, I'll cheer you on. I hope you get your wish. Heching blushed and mumbled like a mosquito. Thanks, Wenwen. Then, unable to hold it in anymore, she blurted out her frustrations. But I really don't have much courage. And lately, he's been spending less and less time with me. It used to be twice a month, but now it's once every 3 weeks. And so many girls in our class like him, too. I'm really scared that if I wait any longer, he'll... Han Wenwen smiled as she listened to her best friend's complaints. Xiao Qingqing really does like Lin Zhengran a lot. For someone as timid as her, she was constantly trying to take action. But Han Wenwen glanced out the window, her fox-like eyes unreadable. This week happened to be the one Heching called the once every 3 weeks weekend, meaning Lin Zhengran wasn't spending time with her or Jiang Shuili. But what was he doing instead? On Saturday morning, the 4 of them gathered. Lin Zhengran slung his backpack over his shoulder and started heading home. This week, I won't be hanging out with you guys. You two can practice on your own, or just take it as a break. Jiang Shuili watched him leave, tilting her head curiously. Big dummy, what have you been up to lately? You used to hang out with us every 2 weeks, but now it's every 3 weeks. It's been like this since summer break. She turned to Heching. Heching, do you know what he's been doing? Heching shook her head. If only I did. That's exactly why I have to make my move soon. Otherwise, he might start meeting with us only once a month, or worse, stop spending time with us at all. I don't know either, and I was too scared to ask. Jiang Shuili sighed. She had tried asking, but her tsundere way of doing got her nowhere. She waved at them. Well, I'm heading home. See you guys next week. Heching, Han Wenwen. Han Wenwen and Heching waved goodbye. After Jiang Shuili left, Heching asked, Wenwen, are you working on videos again this weekend? She knew about Han Wenwen's gaming videos. As her best friend, Heching also understood her financial situation, so she never disturbed her when she was working. Han Wenwen nodded. Yeah, I need to film a few more. So I won't be in the dorm during the day. That's fine. But where do you film? An internet cafe? We're not old enough to go into those, right? And those places seem kind of scary. Han Wenwen smiled. Nope. My uncle rented a place for me. It's just for making videos. I'll take you there sometime. Heching's eyes widened. You rented a place? That's so cool. Take me there when you're free. Han Wenwen nodded. Sure thing. See you tonight. She waved goodbye. And then, she secretly headed to meet Lin Zhengran at the rental apartment. Whole semester had passed since that fever incident. Over the past few months, Han Wenwen had managed to earn some spare cash through her gaming videos. After covering her daily expenses, she still had over 8,000 yuan left in savings. Every time she looked at her account balance, she couldn't help but sigh. If she had known Lin Zhengran was this skilled, she would have asked him to teach her much earlier. On the streets of the town's electronics market, Lin Zhengran and Han Wenwen entered a store specializing in electronic products. Today, they were here to buy a computer. As they browsed, the system's voice rang out as usual. Since forming a pact with the demon cult maiden, you have imparted internal energy techniques to her, greatly advancing her cultivation. In return, she has frequently shared techniques and medicinal decoctions from the demon cult to aid your progress. Today, she lacks a suitable weapon, so you accompany her to a weapon shop to find one. Once she selects the right weapon, she may express her gratitude in some way. However, there's something else that piques your curiosity. Lately, she seems to have something on her mind, something that may even be related to you. Lin Zhengran glanced at Han Wenwen beside him, but said nothing. Instead, he opened his system panel. Current spirit level, 42. Your current attributes are as follows. Strength, 47. At 50, you will gain the ability to develop muscles without exercise. Stamina, 42. At 60, you will gain the ability to last through the night without fatigue. Physical endurance, 51. At 70, stamina will double and endurance will triple. Charisma, 45. You have unlocked the ability to gain double favorability. His level hadn't improved much in the past 6 months, mainly because nothing major had happened with either Heching or Jiang Xueli. However, Lin Zhengran had already marked his calendar. In a few months, both Heching and Jiang Xueli would be participating in crucial competitions and programs. By then, his spirit level should see a significant boost, possibly even pushing the edge of level 50. Welcome. What are you looking for today? As they entered the electronics store, Lin Zhengran told the shop owner that he was buying a computer and listed several hardware models for the build. After the owner brought out the components, Lin Zhengran carefully selected a few, setting them aside. The shop owner looked at him. He looked back at the shop owner. Then, both of them suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Zhengran smirked. Boss, how about swapping these parts out? The shop owner feigned innocence. Come on, these are brand new. But when Lin Zhengran remained unfazed, he sighed and swapped out the second-hand parts. All right, I'll replace them for you. Finding knowledgeable customers like Lin Zhengran wasn't common, but not unheard of. The worst-case scenario? A slight loss in profit. Han Wenwen, being a perceptive little fox, had naturally picked up on the situation. She leaned in and whispered, Lin Zhengran, you know about computers too? Just a little. She clapped her hands in admiration. That's amazing. You know everything. Then, in a voice only the two of them could hear, she giggled. Otherwise, we'd have been ripped off again. Lin Zhengran was used to her constant flattery and didn't respond much. I picked out a PC for you that costs around 4,000 yuan. It's more than enough for recording videos and should hold up for streaming, at least for now. If you feel like the response time is too slow later, you can upgrade to a higher-end one. The shop owner sighed while watching his premium components get picked out one by one. To be honest, little sister, your friend is really impressive. He snatched up the best parts for this model. I didn't even get a chance to make any extra profit. Lin Zhengran scoffed inwardly. If the guy wasn't making money, pigs could fly. If it weren't for the risk of getting faulty parts online, he wouldn't have bothered coming to a physical store. Han Wenwen smiled as she glanced at Lin Zhengran, her eyes gleaming. He really is impressive. As Lin Zhengran watched the shop owner assemble the PC, Han Wenwen's face flushed slightly. Shopping like this really felt like something a couple would do. Lin Zhengran noticed her staring. What? Is there something else you want to buy? Han Wenwen smiled. No. After purchasing the parts, they took a taxi back and set everything up in their rental apartment. When the PC powered on for the first time, Han Wenwen cheered excitedly. It's on. I finally have my first personal computer. The little fox beamed at Lin Zhengran. All thanks to you, Lin Zhengran. Lin Zhengran had her test out recording a video while playing. Everything ran smoothly. Still hyped from a new purchase, Han Wenwen played several rounds and even added commentary on the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran lay on her bed, scrolling through her video account. In just a few months, Han Wenwen's followers had surpassed 40,000. Her growth was rapid. Although her income fluctuated since video revenue wasn't stable, she had already earned over 10,000 yuan, far more than what she made from her exhausting part-time jobs before. If you stream a few times during winter break, your followers should double. Just as he finished speaking, Han Wenwen walked over. The little fox crouched down, resting her upper body on his legs. Lin Zhengran stared at her blankly. Why are you lying on my legs? Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes locked onto him. If it weren't for you, I'd have spent way more on this computer. How should I thank you, Lin Zhengran? Lin Zhengran bent one knee, forcing her off balance. Let me think. Han Wenwen slipped off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, sitting beside him at an angle. After spending so much time in the rental apartment together, being alone no longer felt awkward. Lin Zhengran considered asking her to treat him to a meal, but he had already milked too many hot pot dinners out of her. Even the system had warned him that hot pot no longer contributed to his cultivation. Han Wenwen suddenly suggested softly, "How about I give you a massage? I've been learning online and even asked little Ching for tips. Demon Cult's exclusive advanced technique, Golden Serpent Bone Gripping Hand. While this technique does not increase cultivation level, it enhances multiple attributes at once. It is a favorite among those who defeat stronger foes by playing weak. However, since this technique can only be used on others, even within the demon cult, true masters of it are rare." Massage? That sounded awfully fancy. But why didn't the system say anything when Heching massaged him before? Did Han Wenwen's technique work differently? Lin Zhengran asked, "Why are you learning massage?" Han Wenwen blinked innocently, her fox-like charm in full effect. "So I can give you massages, of course. What other reason could there be?" That explanation was practically useless. Han Wenwen chuckled, mainly because massages don't cost money. Otherwise, treating you to meals all the time would be a little painful on my wallet. This way you get to relax and I save some cash. Win-win. Lin Zhengran lay down indifferently. "Fine. I'm a little tired anyway. Go ahead. I'm taking a nap. Do you want to rest your head on my lap? It'll be more convenient for me." "No need. This is fine." A little disappointed, she took his hand, massaging each finger before moving to his palm. Then she knelt by his head, gently rubbing his temples. Surprisingly, it felt significantly better than when Heching did it. "How's the pressure?" she asked. "It's good." She smiled. "I read that massaging the temples helps with sleep. You should try it." Under her touch, Lin Zhengran quickly drifted off. At some point, the distant hum of a passing car echoed in the quiet apartment. Han Wenwen gazed at his peaceful sleeping face, her movements slowing, her cheeks flushed. She murmured softly, as if speaking to someone, "The real reason for the massage is this." With a nervous gulp, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gently kissed his forehead. Pulling away, she gazed at him with deep affection. "If I had any doubts before, I don't anymore. I've completely fallen for you, Lin Zhengran." As a reward for helping select a weapon, the demon cult maiden used an exclusive secret technique on you. You gain +1 strength, +1 stamina, and +1 endurance. However, she seems to be paying more attention to you lately. Whether this is an opportunity or something else remains uncertain. By late afternoon, Lin Zhengran woke up feeling well-rested. Han Wenwen had long since finished the massage and was now lounging beside him, gazing at his sleeping face with the deep affection of a girl in her prime. As soon as Lin Zhengran opened his eyes and turned his head, she instantly snapped back to her usual playful demeanor, greeting him with a bright smile. "Awake now, Lin Zhengran?" Curious, he asked, "What time is it? Didn't you sleep?" "I just woke up too." She checked her phone. "It's a little past 3. How was your nap?" "Not bad at all." He had to admit, Han the little fox had some serious skills. After a bit of tidying up, the two left the apartment and headed downstairs. Lin Zhengran recalled the system's earlier message and had indeed noticed a subtle shift in Han Wenwen's behavior recently. "You and Heching aren't scheming something again, are you?" Her eyes twinkled with amusement as she covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. "Lin Zhengran, you really do know everything, huh? Little Ching does have a big plan coming up." "A big plan?" He had no idea what that silly girl was up to this time. "What kind of plan?" Han Wenwen brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze meaningful. "I can't tell you the details, but it's something that takes a lot of courage." That only made it sound more ridiculous. At the apartment complex entrance, Han Wenwen waved him off. "I'm heading back to school to keep Ching company. Take care on your way home." Lin Zhengran nodded. "You too." Then he turned and left. Han Wenwen stood there for a long moment, waving until his figure disappeared from sight. Her fingers gently brushed her lips before she finally turned back toward school. Over the past few days, Heching had been obsessively picking out scarf yarn online, debating colors and styles with Han Wenwen for hours. Eventually, the two best friends agreed that gray would suit a certain someone's wardrobe the best. A few days later, the yarn finally arrived. Clutching the package like it was a battle flag for an epic showdown, Heching dragged it back to the dorm. Soon, her bed was completely covered with balls of yarn and knitting needles. Han Wenwen sat on her own bed, stunned. "You bought this much?" Heching frantically flipped through a knitting guide, muttering to herself. "I don't know. I thought it was just yarn and needles, but there are so many extra tools." One of the yarn balls rolled off the bed and bounced across the floor. Why did it fall? She quickly scooped it up, patting off the dust. Han Wenwen, amused by her adorable panic, picked up the instruction manual and murmured as she read, "Knit for an hour a day, should take about a month and a half to finish." She looked up in surprise. "That's a long time. By then, we'll already be on winter break." Heching, still untangling her yarn, huffed, "It's fine. I already did the math. If I do 2 hours a day and use weekends wisely, I can finish in under 2 weeks. Otherwise, it won't be ready until after the break, and that'd be pointless." Han Wenwen hugged her knees. "Little Ching, you're really putting in the effort for this confession." Blushing, Heching lowered her head. From that night on, she diligently carved out time to practice knitting, especially in the evenings and on weekends when Lin Zhengran wasn't around. She even hid under a blanket, secretly working on the gift stitch by stitch. Knitting wasn't exactly her forte. In fact, Han Wenwen mastered it before she did, while Heching constantly fumbled with the instructions. "Ugh, why did I mess up the pattern again?" she groaned, realizing she had to unravel it again. Still, practice made perfect, and she gradually improved. The only downside? Time was running short. More than once, Han Wenwen woke up at night or went to the restroom early in the morning, only to find Heching still knitting away under the covers. "Ching, you're still at it?" she whispered. Startled, Heching peeked out, then smiled sheepishly. "I just want to finish sooner." Determined, she turned back to her stitches. Sometimes she got so sleepy that she nearly nodded off, only to slap her own cheeks and pep talk herself awake. "No sleeping. I have to finish in time." Han Wenwen sighed in admiration. She really had it bad for Lin Zhengran. That Saturday, it was Lin Zhengran's scheduled training session with Heching at the Taekwondo Center. When he arrived, he saw her sparring with an older girl a few years her senior, exchanging blows with rapid precision. Yet, something was off. The usually invincible Heching was struggling. She barely lasted a few rounds before she was panting, drenched in sweat. Then, as if confirming his suspicions, she botched a kick and twisted her ankle mid-movement. With a yelp, she collapsed onto the mat. Lin Zhengran and the coach immediately rushed over. Her sparring partner also looked concerned. "Ching, are you okay? You've been off your game lately." Embarrassed, Heching forced a laugh. "I'm fine. Just a little mistake. Don't worry. I can keep going." She tried to stand, but Lin Zhengran crouched down and said firmly, "Don't move." "Let me check." Heching avoided his gaze. The coach examined her ankle, relieved to find it was just a minor strain. "You scared me for a second there. But honestly, your form has been off since last week. Take a break for now and put some ointment on that." Heching hesitated. She didn't want to rest. If she missed this session, she'd have to wait 3 more weeks for the next one, and by then, it'd be winter break. Waving her hands, she protested. "I'm fine, really. I just slipped." The coach, however, was having none of it. "You've been messing up your movements for days now. Today you even got injured. Go rest. Let your brother here take you to change and apply medicine." At that, Heching froze. "Brother?" Sneaking a glance at Lin Zhengran, she suddenly found herself too embarrassed to lift her head. In the changing area, Heching sat on a bench, dressed in her snow-white Taekwondo uniform, one foot bare, as Lin Zhengran pulled out the ointment. She stayed silent, knowing full well she was about to get scolded. Though his voice wasn't particularly harsh, his words rang loud in her ears. "What's going on?" She shrank into herself. "Nothing, I just kicked a little too high." Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. Too high. I noticed your form was weak the moment you stepped on the mat. You had no strength, your reflexes were slow, and that last kick. Heching fidgeted, her small hands clutching the hem of her uniform. She looked down at her bare foot, lips pressed tightly together, like a child resigned to being reprimanded. Lin Zhengran sighed, recalling Han Wenwen's cryptic words from earlier in the week. What have you been up to lately? She turned red, startled that he might have figured it out. And nothing.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.